Okay, everybody, thank you for joining. Gonna do the regular few seconds just to make sure that you can see and hear everything. I'm also gonna turn the audio on right now for what I'm watching, so let me know that you can hear everything.
7. And look at this. In the mail-in and early vote, which again tends to be more Democratic friendly, Marco Rubio, the Republican, is outright leading in Miami-Dade County by 7 points over Val Demings, the Democratic challenger. In the gubernatorial race, interestingly, we don't have numbers from Miami-Dade County. I'm not...
Cool.
I flipped up to Broward to try to reset it to see if it came in. Let's try to reset it again and see if we get numbers. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but we do have them in the senatorial race. And again, I can show you on the screen right here. This was Miami-Dade. This is where it ended in 2020. Biden got 53%. This is what Miami-Dade looked like back in 2016. So that national conversation in the last 2 years following the 2020 election about the inroads that Donald Trump and Republicans made with Hispanic voters in 2020, one of the biggest places you saw it in 2020, you can see it on your screen right here, was Miami-Dade County. 70% Hispanic, Miami-Dade County. They cut it down to 7. Republicans had been talking optimistically in Florida about the possibility of outright carrying Miami-Dade. You're seeing that early number. I'm sure they're looking at that number, and they're thinking that's very much a possibility tonight. Let me just check one more time to see if we have gubernatorial numbers from there. I want to find out why we don't. But anyway, resetting just statewide, that's what it looks like in the gubernatorial race right now. And statewide, that's what it looks like in the senatorial race right now, obviously a scattering of votes.
Okay, in the meantime, thank you guys for joining in. It is now just past 7 o'clock on the East Coast. A few states have closed their voting. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Florida still has until 8 o'clock to vote. Early numbers out of Florida right now, not stellar for Democrats. In 2020 and 2018, Democrats were winning places like Miami by 30 points. Marco Rubio is outright winning in districts like Miami right now. So Florida is not looking great as of right now, but I think there's not been a lot of time, energy, or hope invested into Florida as it is. So as we continue to get these states that are going to close, we'll have more information. But as soon as we can get this MSNBC screen up, we'll have more info. One thing that I do want to caution while you guys are waiting, and I've got my producer right now working on getting that screen back up, so just stand by on that. But just wanted to caution one thing right now. The numbers that we're going to see in the first major swing state, which is Pennsylvania, are going to skew overwhelmingly to the Republicans, and there is a reason for that. It's what we call like the red mirage. It's because the Republican-led legislature made sure that we weren't able to pass any legislation that would allow early votes to be counted before Election Day. So the first votes that we're going to get reports of are going to be Election Day votes. Those are going to skew overwhelmingly toward the Republicans. Let's see if we have any audio. I'm not hearing any audio on the MSNBC. If you can barely hear me, I'm going to turn my mic up a little bit. Okay, that should be better for hearing me. And again, just let me know if there's any issues. I'll make sure that we get everything sorted. Okay. All right, guys, just give me another minute or so, and we're going to get all the audio sorted out. Okay. About 30 more seconds. Okay, we're gonna bring the MSNBC feed back in. Hopefully their audio isn't peaking anymore, and then we'll be good to go for the rest of the night. Gotta love live broadcasts with two people instead of what would normally be an entire studio. Okay. So I believe right now that feed is from MSNBC is just music. So if you're just hearing the music, that's normal, and there is no audio from Steve Kornacki right now. So I'm gonna take this time to be able to speak. So a few things, as I was saying before. So don't worry about the audio. As soon as he's able to speak, he'll come in and speak. In the meantime, let me know if you have trouble hearing me. I'll turn my mic up, and we'll get this thing going. Cool. Okay, so something that I did want to flag is, like I was saying before, what we should expect to see in Pennsylvania is the early results are going to skew overwhelmingly to Republicans. That is on purpose. That's because the Republican-led legislature there didn't allow for the mail-in ballots to be counted prior to Election Day. Obviously, the mail-in ballots are going to skew overwhelmingly Democratic. Democrats are voting more and more by mail. It's becoming more of a partisan issue, just like anything else would be. So now, by virtue of them not allowing those ballots to be counted before Election Day, the first numbers that we're going to get in are going to be the Election Day numbers. Those are going to skew overwhelmingly Republican. Already we've seen Republican operatives, Republican politicians, and just general Republican shitheads like Charlie Kirk come onto Twitter and say, warn about the any votes that are counted later on in the evening. They say the longer it takes to count these ballots, the less trust that you should have in those ballots, which is obviously completely untrue. The reason that they say that is they want you to trust the initial ballots that come in, which are going to be the Election Day ballots, which are going to skew Republican. Later in the day, as they continue to count those mail-in ballots, the number will continue to flip to Republican. Hopefully, flip to Democratic by virtue of just counting all of those mail-in ballots. So, be on guard for people calling for any fraud or anything like that in a state like Pennsylvania or Wisconsin, because they're going to have a big lead for Republicans when they first start out, and then that lead is going to dissipate as those mail-in ballots, which are going to skew overwhelmingly Democratic, continue to be counted. So just keep an eye on those things. And in the meantime, a few things that are going to be pretty good harbingers of what's to come. I'll keep my eye out for a bunch of races in in Virginia. That's going to determine pretty much what kind of an evening we're going to have. The one exception that I would imagine, and again, this is not like I'm not an election data analyst, but I would imagine that one outlier here is going to be kind of the collapse of the Democratic Party in Florida, which is doubly bad for two reasons. One, just in general, to see that collapse in Florida, but two, it happened at a time when Ron DeSantis was able to introduce maps that were overwhelmingly favorable to Republicans, a gerrymander that was so extreme that even Republicans in the state legislature were uncomfortable with it. So this collapse of the Democratic Party in Florida doesn't come at a good time for Democrats. But we'll keep an eye on that race. On those races there.
We were talking about Miami-Dade County. We saw Marco Rubio leading it in the Senate race, and you can see now the governor's race. This is the statewide number. DeSantis 7 points up on Crist, and we do have Miami-Dade for the governor's race. And look at that in, again, the mail/early vote portion, which is usually the most Democratic friendly. Ron DeSantis with an 8-point advantage over Charlie Crist in Miami-Dade County. Again, this is a county that was 30 points Democratic just in 2016.
That's what I said earlier.
The other implication for this comes at the House level. Talking about battle for control of the House, there is a congressional seat in Miami-Dade that Democrats have been targeting. Maria Salazar, a freshman Democrat who was elected in a bit of a surprise in 2020. They've been targeting her, Democrats have. But again, with this strong Republican performance you're seeing in the votes in Miami-Dade so far, Salazar out to a double-digit advantage against her Democratic challenger. And also, just to update you as well, Anna Paulina Luna, the Trump loyalist running in the 13th district that Charlie Crist...
Hey, real quick, let me know what you think of the audio on this feed. It's a little peaky, but that's just the feed audio that we're getting from MSNBC. So let me know what you think of the audio in MSNBC. If not, we can switch to a different feed, but let me know if it's okay to listen to.
That Ron DeSantis had was to flip a district like the 13th with that remap that he did. Again, just resetting their statewide. Everything but the panhandle being tabulated right now in Florida, and there is a pattern emerging where both Rubio and DeSantis are running better than Trump was in 2020 at this point.
Okay. It looks like people are saying that the audio coming out of MSNBC is fine. It's a little peaky again, but I think we'll stay there. So I like Steve Kornacki. I think that if we can stay with him tonight and listen to what he has to say, then that's our best bet. So I think for now, we'll stick with this audio. Again, it's going to sound like it's peaking. That's not an issue on this end. It's an issue on MSNBC's end. But as I was saying, which basically he came in and pretty much said the exact same thing, was this is, if you look at Miami-Dade, first of all, Miami-Dade in and of itself was a place in, I believe, 2018 that Democrats won by 30 points. Now Republicans are just outright leading, and they're outright leading in this first batch of mail ballots, which should skew overwhelmingly Democratic. So for Republicans to lead in the mail vote in a place like Miami-Dade is just like a double whammy in terms of the collapse of the left in that state and in that city. I mean, in what was that Democratic stronghold. As I said before, though, we'll keep an eye on a few races in Virginia. I think will pretty much determine or tell us what kind of night we're going to have in the party. So we should have those results soon. The Virginia polls, I believe, close at 7 o'clock. So we should start to get those results coming in pretty soon. That was about a half hour ago. We should have the results in Virginia much sooner than we will in places like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So we'll see. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really make sense to try to pontificate about the results of these elections here, because a lot of them are just first batches of mail ballots that they're counting, or some of these states are just counting election day ballots. Like I said before, we're going to have the first returns are going to be from Election Day in Pennsylvania, so it's going to skew overwhelmingly red, and then Democrats will basically chip away at that lead as they continue to count the mail-in ballots, which are going to skew overwhelmingly Democratic. So I'll give as much info as I can tonight. I've got my eye on this right here. Obviously, I'm on Twitter at the same time. Any updates that I find as these results returns start to come in, I'll pass along to you as soon as I get them. One thing that I do want to flag is that if neither candidate in Georgia surpasses that 50% threshold. Obviously, right here on the screen, we're seeing some early numbers coming out of Georgia that show Raphael Warnock in the lead as they count those Fulton County votes, which is the Atlanta area. If neither candidate gets above that 50% threshold, we're gonna be in runoff territory. So that runoff will happen through Thanksgiving. The exact date of the Georgia runoff, let me find that out. So if that's the case, and we are in a runoff, I believe it's 3 weeks. So it's a month. It's a month later. So it'll be December 6th. If they don't overcome that 50% threshold, then we're going to see another election, just like we did in 2020 when Democrats ultimately did take control on November 6th. So we'll see what happens in terms of the overall night, and whether we're seeing any type of a red wave, whether we do see an overperformance by Democrats. But there might be a situation where we're happy that we have a runoff because it staved off maybe loss of the Senate, or we might be in a situation where Raphael Warnock can win this outright. Obviously, he's running against a historically weak candidate in Herschel Walker. So we'll see what happens there. Again, a little bit early to start getting any conclusive results in. I know that they've called it, right there's on the screen, they've called it for Tim Scott. So some of these major races where the Republican candidates or the incumbents weren't especially challenged, they're pretty much able to call it right away based on the exit polls. But we're not going to see a lot of those, and really what we're looking at are the more than 25 tipping point races across the country. There are a number of these tipping point races where it's between a Trump +5 and a Biden +5 district that can really go either way. We have a number of them in New Jersey, New York, Ohio, even out here in California, Pennsylvania, Texas, Rhode Island, 2nd Congressional District. There are a number of them that really should be gimmies for Democrats, where Democrats are having a little bit of trouble in. We're going to keep an eye on Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, I believe it is, with Elaine Luria, who has been running behind in the polls by 2 points, basically within the margin of error. We're going to keep an eye on Rhode Island's 2nd Congressional District between Seth Magaziner and Fung. And Magaziner, the Democrat, was trailing significantly in the final weeks, and then Democrats started to basically pay attention to it. But at this point, we'll see. Everything is pretty difficult to determine right now because of how many people voted by mail and how many people actually showed up on election day. So we'll see. One state that I don't expect to have many results from is Nevada. If you remember, I think Nevada in the 2020 election, Nevada took like 8 days to have some results from. I've read a pretty good deal on Nevada today, and it seems like the turnout was pretty god-awful. Democrats built up a small firewall, relatively speaking, a small firewall through early votes over the last week, but turnout kind of sunk among Democrats today. So we'll see what happens in terms of those numbers when they actually do get over to counting them. On the West Coast, it's going to be a few hours until we get anything like that, though. It looks like in the race between Marco Rubio and Val Demings for the Senate in Florida, with about half of the vote in right now, according to the AP, Marco Rubio is leading 53-45. I don't know that I would expect any miracle for the Democrats in a state like Florida right now, given how Democrats aren't really even able to hold on to what we had historically known to be, Democratic strongholds like Miami. So with that said, we'll see what happens in the coming little bit, in the coming hours or so. In the meantime, if you have questions, you can ask. I mean, there's going to be a lot of downtime, especially in the beginning, while we wait for these results to come in. Obviously, some major races. This race on the screen right now, Elaine Luria, is one to really keep an eye on, Virginia's 2nd congressional district. There's only 20% of the vote in, so it's not going to be possible to draw any conclusions from that. But that's going to be a super important race to keep an eye on. That's going to be pretty much tell us what kind of an evening we're going to have tonight. This is another one. Virginia's 7th congressional district. Abigail Spanberger is another endangered Democrat in one of these close districts. Pretty much going to be a good indication of where our night's going to be. But we're looking at 20% of the vote in. So again, no way to tell right now. People are asking about other states as you go farther west. No way to tell right now. A lot of these states still have the polls open. People are asking about Texas. Polls are still open. So some good news is that in the early vote numbers in certain states, the youth vote was far exceeding even 2018 or 2020. So those are good. That's a good indication for us. Those are good signals for us right now. I'm going to see if we have any new vote returns. Yeah, so a big race, again, the one I was just speaking about, Elaine Luria, Virginia's 2nd congressional district. There's about 10% of the vote in, 58-41. Elaine Luria is losing right now, but again, there's nothing we can really draw from those numbers this early. Polls are closed in Ohio. Tim Ryan is running against J.D. Vance. Probably ran the best campaign that a Democrat could run in a state like Ohio, which, for all intents and purposes, is not a blue state, is a red state. Tim Ryan's run a pretty spectacular campaign. Also remember that Sherrod Brown is the current Democratic senator from that state. So, if Tim Ryan could pull this off, it would be pretty amazing that in a state like Ohio that really has pretty extreme difficulty nominating Democrats statewide, that we would have 2 Democratic senators. But, Tim Ryan's done as good a job as anybody could possibly do. Those polls are now closed, so now it's just a matter of counting those votes. As soon as we have more information, we'll find out. Yes, I forgot. I did ask if you guys had any questions. All right, ABC has called the race. Speaking of Ohio, ABC's called the race for Mike DeWine, who is the Republican. Wasn't really, the Democratic candidate didn't really put up anything of competition for him. So that's not especially surprising. And again, I wouldn't draw much of an inference from that. We've got about 58% of the vote in from Florida right now. It looks like DeSantis is beating Charlie Crist by about 9 points statewide, 54-45. Again, this is something that we expected. There's not a big surprise here, and I wouldn't really take that to mean anything about the evening more broadly. So it looks like in Virginia, there are 3 races that have been called. Everybody's kept their seats so far, so there's been no flips in Virginia. The 3 closer races that we're all keeping an eye on are in Virginia's 2nd congressional district. That's Elaine Luria. trying to hold on to her seat. Abigail Spanberger in Virginia's 7th Congressional District, and Wexton in Virginia's 10th. So we should hold on to all of those three. The hardest one, I imagine, will be Virginia's 2nd Congressional District. If we lose those, we're looking probably at a pretty difficult night for Democrats. But we'll see what happens when those numbers come in. We don't have those numbers yet. But as soon as we do, I'll let you know. Okay. Some people have been asking about Georgia's Senate race. Right now, Warnock is leading Herschel Walker 60 to 37. That's with about a third of the votes in, just under a third. We got about 29% of the votes in. So a pretty significant lead, but that's because we had those early vote totals come in. This is what's on the screen right now. We've had those early vote totals come in from Fulton County, which is the Atlanta area, so a major population center in Georgia. Going over to North Carolina, so I'm watching a different screen as this one, so we may have situations where we're talking about the same thing. Going over to North Carolina, it looks like statewide there is 33% of the vote in. Sherry Beasley is leading 58.8 to 39%. So, again, I wouldn't draw anything from these numbers. A lot of times the population centers are going to report first. Those are going to be heavily Democratic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is a bit of what we were setting up at the start of the night in terms of there are going to be states where Democrats jump out to some pretty significant early leads. That's what we've seen in Georgia, and we see it in North Carolina as well. A lot of this has to do, again, with that very specific vote return pattern. So North Carolina, another state where it's all reported out centrally through the states, but what the counties do is they tend to send to the state right away the early vote, the mail vote, and then it takes a while. There's usually a lag there of about an hour or so, and then the same day vote starts getting added in. So you're seeing some big chunks of vote come in from some big counties. Here's Mecklenburg, where Charlotte is. It's a big Democratic county. You see Sherry Beasley, no surprise, she's ahead. She's running at 69% and change right now. Biden finished at 66.7 here. Now remember, Joe Biden almost won North Carolina. He lost the state by 75,000 votes, shaved 100,000 votes off of Hillary Clinton's deficit in 2016. So if you're Sherry Beasley, the name of the game in a place like Mecklenburg is basically to be, I'd say, a point above that Biden number. You know, get to 67.5, 68. You see with what's come in so far, she's at 69. The question is with what's left to come, which again will include a lot of same-day vote, does that come down? Does that come down under that number? You know, you can see it in a place like go to Western North Carolina, Asheville area, another core Democratic area. You know, Biden getting about 60% here, Beasley jumping up to 67% with that mail, with that early. How far does that come down? That's sort of the name of the game here. Go to Wake County, Raleigh. Okay, Biden finished at 62%. Beasley starting at 68 here. As that same day comes in and gets added to the mix, you want to see how far that comes down. Again, she wants to finish ahead of Biden in all these counties. That would put her on track to win statewide potentially. So again, statewide in North Carolina, just taking an update, a little bit more than a third in, heavily early, heavily mail. That's the situation there for Beasley. Let's take a look at the battle for the House, though. Take us back down to Florida here, and we could just check in quickly on the Senate race and the governor's race, and you see double-digit advantages for both Republicans there. But we said Florida is a place that the map was drawn by Ron DeSantis and Republicans to try to get Republicans a big step towards that net gain of 5 House seats they need to get control. So you're looking at here a list of congressional districts. These are the congressional districts that are held by Democrats right now, but that were carried by Donald Trump in 2020. And you'll note that 3 of them are in Florida. And all 3 of these districts were redrawn by this remap in Florida that Ron DeSantis pushed through for the purpose of flipping Democratic seats and getting Republicans toward a majority. So let's check in on those 3 districts. The 4th district, the Republicans with more than 70% in, nearly a 20-point lead for their candidate. The 7th district, this was Stephanie Murphy used to represent this, 2/3 of the vote in, the Republicans with a double-digit lead. We told you you about Anna Paulina Luna in St. Petersburg area. Now she has opened up as the same-day vote comes in, a 7-point advantage. All three of these, if they hold, would be flips. They would be Republican gains in the House. There is also a new district that Florida got. Because of the census, they got a new seat. And again, the new district was drawn with the idea of getting a Republican elected to that new seat. And again, with about 3/4 of the vote in, you see the Republican candidate leading there. So that DeSantis map in Florida right now looks like it is doing for Republicans what they hoped it would. Now, the other place where there's some action in the House right now, let's move up to Virginia. I'll pull this off the screen. There's 3 districts in Virginia we're keeping a particular eye on tonight. One is the 2nd District of Virginia. Now, this is the Virginia Beach area here. The incumbent's Elaine Luria. She was elected in that 2018 Democratic wave. This is very competitive political territory. Joe Biden carried this by 2 points in 2020. Glenn Youngkin won this by 11 points when he was elected governor last year of Virginia. You see Jen Kiggins, the Republican challenger to Elaine Luria, about 22% of the vote in right now, is leading. Now, this is a state, and this is a district where the first reported vote may be more Republican-friendly than the final result, where you're going to get more of the same-day vote in the early mix than you're going to get the early vote. And so you see Kiggins jumping out to a lead here. We'll see. The name of the game here is, as that early vote is added to the mix, can Luria get closer? Can she hold on here? But this is one Republicans at sort of a threshold level tonight, a district that Joe Biden won by 2 points. They want to be winning districts that Joe Biden won by 2 points. The next level here, test sort of for Republicans, this is the 7th District. Abigail Spanberger, a Democrat, again elected in that 2018 wave. Yesli Vega, Republican challenger. Now again, you're getting a lot of same-day vote here, so that is pushing that Republican number very high. This is a district, I'll just show you. It's a district that Joe Biden won by 6 points. So Republicans, it's a little bit more of a hurdle for Republicans to get this one. You know, they feel like on a normal night they could get the 2nd. They feel on a good night they could get the 7th, a night that they might have a bit of a wave going on nationally. But again, I caution you, that number should come down both with early vote being added to the mix, and also if you just look at where the vote is coming in from so far, the the place that has no votes yet is the most Democratic component of the county. That's Prince William County. We don't have any votes from there yet. So again, Spanberger has opportunities to make up what looks like a big gap there on paper, but that's a key race, that 7th District there in Virginia. If Republicans win the 2nd and the 7th, that starts to put them on track for, you know, a significant night. If Democrats defend the 2nd and the 7th, that starts to put them on track for a good night as well. And then the other test here is the 10th District. And again, this is an area of Northern Virginia that's been trending more and more Democratic. Joe Biden actually won this district by 18 points in 2020. Again, you know, he's about 20% here. Democratic areas, early votes, not a big part of this mix right now. So you want to see how these numbers evolve, how these numbers change. But this is sort of, to me, the 10th District of Virginia has been kind of the wave test. It's a Biden plus 18 district. If we start getting a lot of vote in here and the Republican hung cow is either leading or within, say, 5 points, that's pointing to a really big night for Republicans. So Democrats want to win this district. They want to win it big. So those are the 3 kind of tests there that we're looking for in Virginia. And I'm just being told we're getting our first reports out of Ohio. Might as well check in and just see what that looks like, that Senate race between J.D. Vance and Tim Ryan. Okay, yeah, so the big source of votes here right now that we're getting in Ohio would be Columbus, Franklin County, huge core Democratic county. You see Tim Ryan with about 3/4 of the vote. And again, in Ohio, this is what we talked about in Florida, we talked about it in Georgia, we talked about it in North Carolina. The earliest returns, these big batches of votes, are going to tend to be early mail votes here. So again, it's going to be, expect to see Ryan lead in these initial counts, and the question becomes, the same-day vote, does it give Vance enough to get the lead?
Can I ask you one question, Steve, just go back to Florida and that St. Petersburg?
Yes.
Okay. That was me trying to eat and getting one piece of sushi before I had to come right back in. Okay. So anyway, back to some vote updates. Again, the important thing is certain states, like he said, are going to first report mail ballots. Other states are going to first report election day ballots. We're going to see those votes in Virginia, which is a place that
Yeah, the new 13th would have been Trump by 7 points. The old would have been Biden by 4.
So Virginia is a place that we're watching closely again because of the 2nd, 7th, and 10th
And what we've
congressional
seen
districts.
is what we've talked about. As this percentage has ticked up, it's been same-day vote. Remember, we were at 63, and Luna was at about 46 and change. Now she's getting close to 53 at 88. So that's the difference between the early mail and the same-day vote.
Okay, let's talk about some results that have come in. There is there's a referendum on Kentucky's ballot. That would be a constitutional amendment that says no right to an abortion. That is losing right now. I'm sorry. It looks like there is. Let's see what percent of the vote is in. I wonder if this is a little bit old. Let's see if we can find about 9% of the vote in. No is currently winning. So this is the vote against blocking the right to an abortion, which is a good thing. Strangely enough, though, Rand Paul is running at about the same number as the vote against an amendment stating that there's no right to an abortion. So it's strange that these Republicans, that voters are voting for Republican candidates at the same level that they're voting against pro-choice positions, even though the Republican candidates are the same people who espouse those anti-choice positions. So again, voters don't fit neatly into these boxes, and sometimes you're going to see voters voting for constitutional amendments or referendums and people who directly oppose those same positions. And again, that's the power of, a lot of this disinformation that we see, which is, I believe Tudor Dixon was one of those, I believe in Michigan gubernatorial candidate, one of those candidates who said, oh, you could vote for Proposal 3 in Michigan, which was the right to codifying Roe in their state constitution. And you could also vote for me, even though her stance is no abortion in any cases. So right now, some news in Virginia's 7th congressional district. Abigail Spanberger is running 3 points ahead of Biden's 2020 margin. It looks like there is a good deal of that vote in, so hopefully we have those results soon. That would be a very, very, very good sign if Abigail Spanberger kept her seat. She is one of 3 Democrats in that state who we're keeping a really close eye on. The other 2 are Elaine Luria and Jennifer Wexton. What happens in Virginia is going to be a good indicator of what's going to happen statewide. Let's see if we have any updates. It looks like Raphael Warnock's lead has been chipped away at a little bit. He's still leading Herschel Walker 56-42, so still a comfortable lead with about 29% of the vote in. In North Carolina, it looks like they counted those mail ballots first. Sherry Beasley is still holding on to a 55-43 lead, so that's a 12-point lead. Let's look in Ohio right now. With only 13% of the vote reporting, Tim Ryan is leading J.D. Vance by a pretty sizable margin, 62-37. So, but again, I wouldn't pay that close attention to these numbers that I'm giving you right now, because these races are going to be on a knife's edge, and we're looking at these races with, 29, 40, 13% of the vote in. So I would just, I'll give you these numbers as they continue to come in, but take everything with a grain of salt, because things can swing. We don't know which states are reporting mail ballots versus which states are reporting election day ballots. In the meantime, it looks like we have about 5 minutes until, I think the polls close in a number of other states. Okay, so we're going to have a number of polls close in about 5 minutes, including Texas, Oklahoma, almost all of the East Coast except New York. New York is going to close at 9 p.m. for people asking. The last polls to close are going to be at midnight Eastern, 9 p.m. Pacific, and that's actually Alaska. Alaska is definitely one to watch because, you know, a few months back when we were watching that special election, that three-way, Nick Begich, Sarah Palin, and Mary Peltola, the Democrat, and Mary Peltola flipped that seat. It had been held for a long time by a guy named Don Young. It's Alaska's only House seat. Mary Peltola may actually win in the first round. Alaska now has ranked choice voting. Mary Peltola is like stunningly popular in that state, and so that may be like an unexpected flip. So we'll get those results. That should close at those polls close at midnight, so we should get those results hopefully not too long thereafter. So we'll be able to start getting results from Beto shortly. Beto running against Greg Abbott. We have AP has about 20% of the vote in for Georgia's gubernatorial race. Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp. Stacey Abrams is leading Brian Kemp 52.5 to 47. That's only with about 20% of the vote in. Really not going to tell you much. Okay, they've called a race for, I believe, Marjorie Taylor Greene in Georgia's 14th congressional district. That's one of those races. Curious to hear what you guys think of this, but you know, Marcus Flowers, her opponent, raised $15 million. Marjorie Taylor Greene raised $12 million. You know, I hadn't interviewed Marcus Flowers. My focus was on frontline members and hopefully flippable members or candidates. I interviewed Annette Taddeo down in Florida's running for the House in Florida. Interviewed Christy Smith out here in California. Will Rollins. So that was my focus. You know, we saw something similar in 2020 or 2018 when Amy McGrath raised God knows how much money in her race against Mitch McConnell. So, I mean, I tend to not focus on the race based on the sexiness of that race or how much we hate some person that is still repping a deep red district. I'd rather focus on, you know, how flippable a district is. Okay, we're 2 minutes out from another raft of polls closing at 8 p.m. Eastern. In the meantime, if you have any questions, you can throw them in. You can throw them in the chat. This is going to be a little bit of a downtime right here. Oh, by the way, I should ask, too, while I'm waiting for questions, If you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please subscribe. That is the best way to support what I do. There is a little subscribe button right on your screen. Doesn't cost anything. That is the best way to support my work. I'll do these live streams and big events like this, big debates, big speeches, and then I do interviews once a week, maybe twice a week. Interviewed everyone from Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. Just this week, I interviewed Bernie Sanders. So definitely check out this, subscribe to this channel. That's the best way to support what I do and to keep these things going. Does Laura Kelly stay governor of Kansas? I think, if I'm not mistaken, the polling looked really good for Laura Kelly in Kansas. We won't find out those numbers until a little later on this evening. Someone asked, is Steve Kornacki the best? Yes. Wholeheartedly agree that there is nobody better at doing what he does than him. Any news on Stacey Abrams? Let's see. The latest news that we have on Stacey Abrams. Right now, there is... What percent of the vote is in? Here we go. About a quarter of the vote is in right now. Stacey Abrams is leading Brian Kemp 53-46. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that they've already counted the early vote. So we should see... Actually, I mean, it's coming from everywhere. We're getting vote from Fulton County. About half of the vote is in from Fulton County. That's going to factor into a lot of Stacey Abrams' lead. We're not getting any votes from DeKalb County or Cobb County. No votes are reporting. Those are all of the Atlanta suburbs. But we are getting votes from half of Fulton County, which is the biggest, probably going to be Stacey Abrams' biggest source of votes. So, too early to tell. There's a quarter of the votes in, but she's in there, 53-46. To answer your question about Stacey Abrams. Let's see if I can find... So a lot of the races that we're going to be watching right now still have a ton of reporting to go. The Senate races, Raphael Warnock, there's only 23% reporting, but he's leading 57%. Maggie Hassan, the Democratic senator from New Hampshire, only 10% reporting, but she's up 63%. Sherry Beasley, with only 38% reporting, is up about 54.5%. And Tim Ryan, with 8% reporting, is 62%. So way too early to draw any inferences from these votes so far. Why can't Democrats fight fire with fire and redistrict California like Florida redistricted, especially with the Supreme Court ruling looming? That is a good question. Democrats actually did fight fire with fire and use New York as a major redistricting weapon. The problem is that when it was brought to court, the Democratic judges in New York overturned the Democratic gerrymander, but in Florida, because those were Republican governors, anything goes, and so they didn't overturn that gerrymander, and so it really does show a rot in the Republican Party from the top to the bottom that you have Democratic judges who won't allow these gerrymanders to stand, but when they're gerrymandering in states like Florida with Republican judges, it's totally fine. Thank you, by the way, for people becoming members of this channel. I do appreciate that. That's a great way to support me. But The best way to support me, you don't have to pay any money. The best way to support is just to hit the subscribe button on the channel. That is free. With that said, people who are joining as members, I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. How's Wisconsin? Let's see. Let me check in on Wisconsin. Actually, I believe the polls are still open in Wisconsin. So I don't think we're going to get any numbers out of Wisconsin. It looks like CNN has called the race for Marco Rubio over Val Demings. Rubio is the projected winner out of Florida. That's the information I'm getting from CNN right now.
Yeah, an exciting hour here, certainly. And it's a blank screen in Pennsylvania, but I got it up because, again, we want to see here, do we get some initial, one thing that may be different from 2020 for those who remember that Pennsylvania took until Saturday at 11:30. This might be it right here. Look at this. Allegheny County, one of the second biggest in the state, where Pittsburgh is, western Pennsylvania. What you're looking at here is the mail vote from Allegheny County, and this is just about all of it. And they just counted it up and released it all out in one batch at the start of the night. I was saying what might be different from 2020, this might be different. We might get a lot more of the mail vote early in the night. And again, remember the pattern in 2020 in Pennsylvania.
That's huge. I'll explain why in a moment.
The mail vote on election night or early in election night. We were getting largely same-day vote, heavily from Republican counties, and Joe Biden spent the week getting mail votes counted up in one county after the other and eventually taking the lead and winning the state. Well, this is now different. Now you've got 150,000 plus mail ballots just released from one of the biggest Democratic counties in the state, Allegheny County, western Pennsylvania. John Fetterman, of course, mayor from Braddock, Pennsylvania, right in the area, 84% of that mail vote. Now remember, this dynamic of different voting modes having wildly different results is more pronounced and more extreme in Pennsylvania than just about any other state, because most other states have a middle ground. Most states have the mail-in vote and then the same-day vote and also the early vote. There's no early vote in Pennsylvania. You either mail in your ballot or you vote same day. And the folks who vote by mail, this is how heavily Democratic they are. I just give you a sense of this. Overall, this is a Democratic county, but it was Biden with 60%. Fetterman's running almost 25 points above that number because we're looking at mail-in ballots. So now, in a county like Allegheny, and if we see this happen in other counties in Pennsylvania, the story is going to be that same-day vote. How much does that Fetterman number come down as the same-day vote, which we would expect to be pretty strongly Republican? How much does that Fetterman number come down? Remember, Joe Biden won Pennsylvania statewide by 80,000 votes. So Fetterman essentially wants, in every given county where we call up the numbers like this, Fetterman wants to basically be at that Biden number. He could maybe afford to be a fraction of a point lower than it, give or take. So in Allegheny, that's what we're going to be looking for the rest of tonight as the same-day vote gets counted in. It may take a while to start getting that same day in. We're also keeping an eye on Philadelphia County, the other biggie in the state, the other end of the state. Are they going to release? They've talked about releasing today publicly about 100,000 mail-in votes pretty quickly right off the bat. So that's why I'm keeping an eye on. We may see a big batch of Democratic votes. Keep in mind, the mail votes that you get out of Philadelphia, if they do have that 100,000 they talked about releasing shortly after poll closing, that wouldn't be all of them. There was that procedural change. If you followed today under the threat of litigation, there'd be about 20 or 30,000 mail-in ballots still to come after that. But again, there's the potential here in the next few minutes. There's the potential here for another 100,000 or so mail-in ballots to be reported out of Philadelphia. So we may be in a situation here, we'll see what else lights up in Pennsylvania, but we may be in a situation where John Fetterman banks a pretty significant advantage in this running tally here, and then the story really becomes, the same-day vote elsewhere. Is that going to be enough for Mehmet Oz to overcome it? Kind of a reverse of how it all played out in 2020. So let's see, keep a close eye there on Pennsylvania, and they're going to shout to me in my ear if we get Philadelphia. I promise you I'll go straight back to it if we do. Wanted to update you on Florida, where you see obviously Rubio and DeSantis declared winners in the gubernatorial race. The other thing we're tracking in Florida, though, House seats. And again, just to update you here, now it's been projected. In the 13th district, Anna Paulina Luna has been projected by NBC to be the winner of this House race, and you see the gain. This is a gain for Republicans. This was the seat that was held by Charlie Crist. It was redrawn at the insistence of Governor DeSantis to favor Republicans. In light of that, perhaps, Crist chose to run for governor this year. Anna Paulina Luna, the Republican, picks it up. Republicans need a net gain of 5 seats to get the House. There's a gain for them right there. Here's another one. This district was drawn. This is the newly created district in Florida. They gained a seat because of redistricting. It was drawn to favor Republicans. The Republicans win it. That's a gain for Republicans right there. You take a look at the, here it is, the 4th district. Again, this was a district that was represented by Al Lawson, Democratic congressman. This was a heavily Democratic district. The lines were dramatically redrawn to favor Republicans, and here it is. The Republican candidate, Aaron Bean, has won. That is a net gain for Republicans. The purpose of this map that Ron DeSantis pushed through politically was to help Republicans along toward that goal of getting 5 seats in the House. And I just showed you 3 districts that Republicans have now picked up seats in Florida. One other state here that have neglected a bit, and I don't want to neglect any further, it's New Hampshire. We've neglected it a bit because it's a very slow count. We were hoping to be a little quicker here in New Hampshire. So it's a scattering. You got some vote from, oh, we just got Philadelphia. I'll come back to New Hampshire, I promise. No offense to the Granite Staters, but here we go. Here's Philadelphia. And what we got here is, yeah, so it's just about 61,000. They were telling us 100,000, but we've got here about 63,000 mail votes reported out here, though. But again, you can, I mean, look, this is a 55,000 net gain here for John Fetterman, mail votes coming out of Philadelphia. So you've got the 2 biggest counties in the state, Philadelphia and Allegheny, and we know in Philadelphia there are tens of thousands of mail-in votes that are still to come, but they're going to look like this. They're going to be hugely advantageous to the Democrats. So with only that counted right now, this is what the statewide vote looks like in Pennsylvania. It's an advantage starting out of over 160,000 votes for Fetterman over Oz. Still to come will be the same-day vote in Allegheny, the same-day vote in Philadelphia. We're going to get mail from all the other counties in the state, plus the same day. But again, this just with counties this big, reporting out this much mail vote that favors the Democrat by this margin, I think it sets the stage again. The storyline we're going to be following tonight, for those who remember the 2020 election in Pennsylvania, may well be the reverse. I think the storyline tonight might be, is Oz, on the strength of same-day vote, able to catch up with Fetterman, who gets, again, the reports, the early mail reports that we didn't see in 2020. So it's a different pattern.
Sorry to interrupt you, just for a follow-up.
Yeah.
It's in the New Hampshire ballot. I will only interrupt you for this purpose. New Hampshire.
Okay, some results here. Marco Rubio obviously won Florida Senate race. Rand Paul is projected to win Kentucky's Senate race against, oh man, I'm blanking on his name. I interviewed him too. That'll come to me in just a moment. Way too many names floating in my head. Been a long few months. Oh, that's going to eat away at me right now. In any case, Todd Young wins
it was a great
the Republican.
So here we go.
Indiana Senate race.
It's limited in terms of what's in New Hampshire. I'll start on the governor's race because you could see what's limited is coming in, and it's more Democratic than Republican, and Sununu's doing so well in it that he actually trails in the tally, but he's overperforming what Republican thresholds are in some of these areas so much. That's what the call comes from. But I think that's interesting in terms of just taking an initial look at this Senate race, because this Senate race is one. Maggie Hassan's running for re-election. In 2016, she won in a squeaker in New Hampshire, and in 2016, New Hampshire nearly went for Trump. The margin was just a couple thousand votes that Hillary Clinton won the state by.
I think Maggie Hassan won by like 1,000
towards Biden
votes.
by 7 points in 2020. And then this Senate race, sort of in the last couple of weeks, has been a bit of a mystery. National Republicans thought that Bolduc was a sure loser in this race, and they started seeing polling that this might be close, might be competitive. Okay, it's very early. Again, these are disproportionately Democratic areas that are reporting. But I want to show you we have 3 places where we do think, again, these are all cities and towns, so these are not as big as counties that you see in other states generally. But I do want to show you, because there might be the start of a trend. There might be. Let's take a look. Littleton, New Hampshire. We think we have basically all the vote counted here. Hassan beating Bolduc in Littleton 50 to 46. Two things that I think are noteworthy about that. Number one, that is right on the Biden number for Hassan. In fact, it's a little bit ahead of it. And Biden, remember, won the state by 7. So if you're Don Bolduc, you want to be overperforming Donald Trump in any given city or town in New Hampshire. And in fact, Bolduc is actually slightly underperforming Trump in Littleton. And it's a big contrast as well with the governor's race. Look at this. Sununu is romping in Littleton. So, Littleton's an example. New Ipswich, small town here right on the Massachusetts border. But again, you see Sununu is romping. You take a look at the Senate race. Bolduc actually is too. But if you take a look, Trump got 67% here. Bolduc needs to be running, 4, 5, 6 points ahead of Trump. He's probably got to do a little bit better than that in a place like New Ipswich. And then you take a look at Newmarket, New Hampshire. And again, we think it's all in here. There's a lot of small towns. But again,
so in those races, I mean, Bolduc needs to be running like 5 points ahead of Trump. He's actually running behind Trump right now.
Than Joe Biden did here. And again, Bolduc has got to be outperforming Trump. So these are very early returns here, but you're seeing a gap between Bolduc and then Republican Governor Chris Sununu. We knew there'd be a gap. Sununu was heavily favored in this race. But that's what we're going to be looking for as more of these cities and towns report in New Hampshire. Is Bolduc outperforming Trump? We got 3 cities and towns, towns with complete results, and so far he's not in any of them. There's a lot more to come, but that's what we're going to be looking for as the night progresses. And by the way, we did get a little bit more here in Pennsylvania. And again, what you're seeing here is mail vote. So again, Cumberland County, now you're right outside of Harrisburg here. And you see Fetterman with 74%. This is a place where Trump carried the county. Biden only got 44%. But you're seeing mail vote get reported out much earlier this time around than in 2020. And I'm just seeing same thing here. Clinton County, this is a small county, but the same story. Warren County, same story. So this is mail voting was brand new in Pennsylvania in 2020. They were flooded with ballots because of the pandemic. A lot of counties just didn't know how to handle it. And I think what you're seeing here is some counties have made adjustments here to get it reported out much faster. So again, you now see Fetterman, with an advantage there of about 177,000 votes over Oz. Obviously very early. This is all on the strength of mail-in ballots. So the story is going to become in Pennsylvania, same-day vote. Is there going to be enough same-day vote for Mehmet Oz to catch up with John Fetterman? I wanted to update you. We're talking about House races too, the gains that Republicans made in Florida. We also talked about the 3 districts that Republicans are targeting in Virginia, and I wanted to update you first on the 10th district outside of Washington, D.C. And you could see when we looked at this earlier, the Republican had the advantage. It's now flipped around. What happened is Loudoun County, we got numbers.
That race has been called by other outlets for Jennifer Wexton.
Ahead. Again here, more than 70% of the vote is in. If Wexton wins, Democrats obviously are happy, but Democrats want to see this number get much bigger with the remaining vote in the 10th district, because this was an 18-point Biden district. If Cow is able to, keep this in single digits, in mid-low single digits even, Republicans would take that as a good sign nationally for them. We've got even more of the vote in the 7th district here. This is where Abigail Spanberger, the 2-term Democrat, is being challenged by Yesli Vega. You could see Spanberger now, as more vote has come in, more of the early vote has been processed, is inching up here, but still is trailing in the count. And continuing now with more than 50% of the vote in, this might be getting a little scary for Democrats in the 2nd district here, down by Virginia Beach. Jen Kiggins, the Republican, continuing with that advantage over Elaine Luria, the Democrat. Again, there's sort of 3 tiers here, these 3 districts I'm showing you. Sort of on a decent night nationally for Republicans, they expected to win the 2nd. On a good night, they expected to get the 7th too. And on a fantastic night, they talked about winning something like the 10th district. So give you a sense of kind of the tiers of expectation that are set by those 3 districts. But that's where it stands in Virginia right now. And I'm just checking back. I'll land on Georgia and just see where the Senate race stands. Yeah. Yeah, and it's just, again, statewide here in Georgia, we're getting a lot of the Atlanta metro area in. You can see in these counties what's happening here. I mentioned this at the beginning. You've got mail vote, you've got early vote, and that's a lot of these counties are releasing that first. They're not all releasing all of it. What we're finding out as this comes in, as I said, this is the first time this is being done like this in Georgia. Some are releasing just the mail, some are releasing just the early, some are releasing both. But you are seeing, the Democrats bank pretty big advantages, especially in these big counties immediately in the Atlanta area. But one thing to keep an eye on, if you look at the statewide numbers here, I think one thing to keep an eye on here is the gap between Warnock in the Senate race and Stacey Abrams in the governor's race. So you got Warnock running statewide right now with 53.8%. Same ballots, same number of ballots coming from the same places in the governor's race, and you see Abrams is running about 3 points behind that. Another way of looking at it is Kemp is running about 3 points ahead of that. So you got about a 3-point gap between the Senate race and the governor's race in Georgia right now. But again, a lot of this is the strength right now, the Democratic advantage you're seeing. A lot of that early mail vote, especially in the Atlanta area, though we are getting a lot of rural vote in too. One county, by the way, this is one, I think this is going to be key, actually. We might as well flag it. I'll put the Senate race up right here. And notice there's about a 6 or 7 point gap here between Kemp and Herschel Walker in Cherokee County. This is one of the biggest Republican plurality producing counties in the United States of America. Cherokee County, getting north of Atlanta here. Now, Donald Trump won this by about 40 points, close to 40 points in 2020. But that's not up to par with how Republicans used to do in Cherokee. Take a look at this. Trump got 72% in 2016, and you go back to 2012, Republicans used to win close to 80% here. So this is one of the reasons why Joe Biden was able to win Georgia in 2020. He got blown out in Cherokee County, but he didn't get blown out like Democrats used to get blown out. And so I think this is an interesting number to keep an eye on as the rest of the vote comes in from Cherokee. Is Herschel Walker able to get past that Trump 2020 number? That's what he's got to do, because it wasn't enough for Trump to win the state. Walker's got to get past that Trump number. You can see already in Cherokee County, Brian Kemp is past that number. You had asked about North Carolina, so I'll just put that right up on the screen here, and we can see now more than half the vote is in North Carolina. Sherry Beasley continuing to lead the tally. Budd continuing to get closer. It's now inside 10 points. It's now single digits. What's happening again is the same-day vote is beginning to get added in a lot of these counties that initially reported out. So let's just take a look here. That initially reported out, so it's now down to an 8.3% margin. Let's take a look at some of these. We got Mecklenburg County. I don't think much has changed there since we last looked. Let's look at Union County next door here. So Union County is a bit like Cherokee County that I was just telling you about in Georgia. You're right outside of Charlotte, kind of a core Republican county, but Donald Trump kind of underperformed in 2020. So remember, Trump won the state in 2020 by 75,000 votes, barely. So this is a kind of county here where Ted Budd, he wants to be running ahead of this Trump number. On the strength of the mail and the early vote, that's basically what you're looking at in Union. He's at 59. So the question is, when the same day is added, can he exceed that 61.4? If he does, that's a very good sign for Budd. That's a very good sign for him statewide. I'm just looking at a couple other places. Wake County, again, we're about where we were. But it's, yeah, the question here in North Carolina is same-day vote largely for Budd. Is it going to be enough to lift him past Beasley?
Okay, let's see if we have some results here on my end. So it's looking like, actually, I think we did have some actual results. We flipped the Maryland governor seat. That was held by Larry Hogan before. Now it's Wes Moore, so that was a flip. So Democrats now have a trifecta in the state of Maryland, so that's some good news tonight. Democrats also flipped the governor's seat in Massachusetts. That was held by Charlie Baker. So I believe that will be a trifecta in both of those, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Yes, I believe that Democrats now have a trifecta in Massachusetts and in Maryland. So that is some good news. Obviously, to counteract some of that bad news in Florida, those newly created districts were taken by Republicans. Democrats elected 25-year-old tonight to the House. So I believe that's the youngest member of the House, and I think he's the first Gen Z, if I'm not mistaken. That's Maxwell Alejandro Frost. Okay, let's look into some some other races here. Georgia, it looks like about 40% of the vote is in. Warnock is still leading Herschel Walker 53-45. Herschel Walker, obviously, pretty much the weakest candidate that you could. Well, I say that, but you know there are probably weaker candidates. But just in terms of, I'm talking solely on ability to string three words together. Herschel Walker's probably as bad as it gets when it comes to candidates that Republicans could have put forward. So Warnock is still running about 7 points ahead of Herschel Walker. In North Carolina, about half of the vote is in right now. Sherry Beasley is still running ahead of Ted Budd, 52-45. Sherry Beasley has that early lead because they counted the early vote first. Those are going to skew Democratic. Budd will chip away at Beasley's lead. It's just a matter of how much and how fast. So we'll see if Sherry Beasley can hold on. What he was talking about, what Kornacki was talking about before, was in terms of those three tiers. He spoke about Virginia's 2nd with Elaine Luria. He spoke about Virginia's 7th with Abigail Spanberger and Virginia's 10th with Jennifer Wexton. Basically, and this is from Dave Wasserman, if Democrats lost Virginia's 10th, Jennifer Wexton, it would likely mean that Republicans are winning 30 or more seats tonight. That race has been called by some outlets already for Jennifer Wexton. So it looks like that is some good news. If that holds, and if other outlets continue to call those races for Wexton and Virginia's 10th, that means that it looks like Democrats have staved off the worst effects of a red wave. The next tier down will be Virginia's 7th congressional district. Look for Abigail Spanberger to win. If Abigail Spanberger loses, Dave Wasserman predicted that Republicans would likely gain 20 or more seats. So if Democrats can hold on to that seat, that'll be another tier of staving off the red wave. Obviously, for Democrats, we want to hold on to all three. If Democrats can hold on to Elaine Luria's seat, she's losing right now, but if they can hold on to that seat, then we're going to have a better than expected night. The night that we're expected to have is that we'll lose about 12 to 16 or 20 seats. So better than expected is definitely what we're going for in this instance. But again, keep an eye on these three races. He's going to be talking about these three races. That's Virginia's 2nd, 7th, and 10th. It looks like the 10th is already being called for Jennifer Wexton. So that's some good news. That's like bottom of the barrel good news, but good news nonetheless, something that we'll happily take. People are asking about Beto. No results yet from Texas. If I'm not mistaken, Texas, let's see when Texas is, we have no results from Texas right now. Nothing from Texas. Again, the races that have been called so far is Florida's Senate race. I believe Alabama's Senate race has been called for the Republican. But none of these close swing races right now, other than Florida, which was called for Marco Rubio. Obviously, Republicans are overperforming everywhere in Florida. Let's take a look at Stacey Abrams right now, if we can get some info on that. looks like 34% of the vote is in. So a third of the vote is in. Stacey Abrams is leading Brian Kemp 50.4 to 49. So she's leading Brian Kemp by 1.5 points with about a third of the results in. We've got just over half of the votes in from Fulton County, only 6% of the votes in from DeKalb County, Gwinnett County only about a quarter of the votes in, Cobb County about a quarter of the votes in. So those are the Democratic population centers in Georgia. Obviously, the rest of the state with smaller numbers still has to report. So hopefully, hopefully we have enough votes left in Cobb County, DeKalb County, Fulton, and Gwinnett to offset, what will be a largely Republican-heavy vote for Brian Kemp. So, a third of the vote in for Stacey Abrams. What does that tell us? Nothing. No idea for right now. Real quick, if you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please do me a favor and hit the subscribe button. Doesn't cost you anything. That is the single best way to support my channel, my work. So if you appreciate these live streams, all I ask is just a subscription to the channel. It doesn't cost anything. Just hit the subscribe button. All right, let's see if we have any other race calls right now. For those just tuning in, Ron DeSantis was reelected, beating Charlie Crist. Marco Rubio defeated Val Demings down in Florida. Democrats flipped the governorships in Maryland and Massachusetts. That was Larry Hogan and Charlie Baker. Those are now Democratic trifectas in both Maryland and Massachusetts. So that's good news. There is an anti-abortion referendum happening right now in Kentucky, basically saying that there is no right to an abortion. It's a constitutional amendment saying no right to an abortion in the state. As of right now, that's losing, so that's good news. But we'll see what happens in terms of votes continuing to come in. We have Senate calls from Vermont. Peter Welch, that's a Democrat. No surprise there. Kentucky and Indiana are both called for Republicans. Todd Young and Rand Paul, I believe, so no surprises there either. Things are looking good for Maggie Hassan right now, the Democratic senator from New Hampshire. She had just won her election by just over 1,000 votes. I believe it was 1,033 votes in 2016. She's now in pretty good shape based on the early numbers that we're seeing right now in that state. Running about 2 points ahead of Joe Biden. Joe Biden won that state. Well, actually, it depends on the districts. She's running ahead, even farther ahead of Joe Biden in certain counties in New Hampshire. So it looks like it could be a pretty promising evening, and you just saw that on the screen right there. A pretty promising evening for Maggie Hassan, who was someone we were worried about in New Hampshire, running against a guy named Don Bolduc. Looks like we'll have some Kornacki news coming up right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, the story here in Pennsylvania, with one exception right now, is that you're seeing mail vote get reported out here first in a lot of these places, accounting for that significant advantage that Fetterman has. Natalia, on your screen, you do see one Republican area reporting out here, and Oz getting the jump. So it's not all going to come in that order, but this is the kind of pattern that Oz is going to need in a county like this. He's going to need same-day vote to come in huge for him, to offset this. One thing we're seeing is that relative to 2020, Fetterman is running in the mail vote pretty much as strong as Joe Biden did, maybe a difference of a few points, but there is going to be, it looks like, a lower share of mail votes. They're going to account for a lower share of overall votes, at least if what we're seeing out of Allegheny is any indication. So that does raise one possibility as the same-day vote starts to get tabulated in Pennsylvania. There will still be a massive gap between the mail vote and the same-day vote. But given how Democratic the mail vote was in 20 and still is in 22, if there's fewer people choosing to vote by mail and they're voting same day instead, that same day pool may end up being less Republican, less strongly Republican than we saw in 2020. So if you're factoring in 2020 numbers along those lines, may have to adjust it, just at least based on what we're seeing out of Allegheny County. Checking in next door in Ohio, again, about a third, a little bit less than a third of the vote in here right now. Again, primarily mail early vote. So we said that would give Tim Ryan the advantage. The question would be, could same day offset it for Vance? There's three key House races in Ohio here as we talk about the battle for the House. And let me just take you through those. Number one is right here in the Toledo area. And this is Marcy Kaptur. She's been in the House for 40 years, a Democrat. And redistricting dramatically changed her district. Look at this. Under the redrawn lines, this is actually a Trump district. And her opponent here, J.R. Majewski, drawn all sorts of controversy, claims about his military service, really kind of marring his campaign. National Republicans and the like kind of walking away from him. You see a huge lead here for Kaptur, but again, just to light up the counties in the district here, you're looking at mail and early vote. So let's see what happens as the same day comes in this district. But Kaptur running in hostile territory. She was thought to be could still be in trouble, but at the start of the year when the lines were redrawn, it was thought to be potentially the end of her career. Is Majewski just a step too far for voters in the district that went for Trump by 3 points? Democrats, getting some bad news in Florida earlier, they badly need Kaptur to hang on here in the 9th. Another interesting House race in Ohio is down in the Cincinnati area. Now here's Steve Chabot, a longtime Republican incumbent. He also got a raw deal in redistricting, just like Kaptur did. The lines in this district changed dramatically. It's anchored in Cincinnati now. This is a Cincinnati city councilman, Greg Landsman, who's running against Chabot. This is a Biden +8 district that a long-serving Republican is trying to get reelected in. Again, you're looking at mail early vote here, so you're looking at kind of the high watermark for Landsman. But Chabot, to get to 50% and actually win this, he's facing a real challenge here. And this is key for Democrats because, again, Republicans need a net gain of 5 seats to get the House. We just showed you that map that was drawn in Florida and that Republicans were doing everything that they were hoping to do out of it. This would be a net gain for Democrats. If Landsman beats Chabot, you'll see a net gain indicator next to Landsman's name. That's how Democrats could offset. That's what they need to offset Republican gains like we saw in Florida earlier. Because if we zoom out here and take kind of a big picture look at it, we've arranged the districts nationally this way. This is sort of the lowest hanging fruit for Republicans. These are Democratic seats, right, that were won by Trump in 2020. And already we showed you in Florida, they took 3 of them. Those are 3 gains for them. So, in the 9th district of Ohio that I just showed you with Marcy Kaptur would be another. Continuing on this list, the polls are closed in Tennessee. The 5th district of Tennessee, this is another case where the map was dramatically redrawn. Jim Cooper, a long-serving, like 3-decade Democratic incumbent, used to represent the 5th district. The lines were changed so dramatically that it became a Trump double-digit district. He announced his retirement. You see in the early returns here, there's expectation of a Republican victory here, and you see in the early returns the Republican far ahead. That could be a Republican gain. Similar story in Georgia, the 6th district of Georgia. Lucy McBath, a Democrat, used to represent the 6th district. In the redistricting, it got merged with the 7th district. 2 Democrats were sort of forced into the same district. McBath won that primary. She's running tonight. But the 6th district was changed into a Republican +15, Trump by 15 district. As a result, you see now more than a quarter of a vote in, the Republican with a double-digit advantage in the 6th district. So you see these potential for Republican gains. A lot of these just because of the way the map was reconfigured. Democrats need something like that Cincinnati seat to start offsetting this.
So I have some bad, albeit not unexpected news, and that is that Sarah Huckabee Sanders has won her race for governor of Arkansas. One of those people who you just wish would go away. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is now the governor of Arkansas. Again, not surprising, but, not somebody that we'd exactly want to hear from. Okay, some news right now out of Virginia. It looks like with about 69% reporting, those 3 tiers, it looks like Jennifer Wexton is holding on with 51.3% of the vote. Now we go 1 tier down. Virginia's 7th. Abigail Spanberger is losing 47 to about 53 with 68% reporting. And in the second, which should be in theory the most difficult, Elaine Luria is losing 44 to 56. If we can hold on to those three, it's a very good night for Democrats. Right now, it actually looks like Wexton's district is reporting a lot more. They're almost at 70%, whereas Elaine Luria's district is only reporting at about 54%. So still plenty to go. I believe Election Day votes are heavier in that district. That's what we're seeing right now on the screen. Those three districts out of Virginia. Some more good news out of New Hampshire. Maggie Hassan is running about 3, depends on the district, depends on the county, but 3, 4, 5 points ahead of where Biden was in 2020. She just won in a squeaker in 2016 by just over 1,000 votes. No surprises. Phil Scott, Republican, is still Vermont governor. So no trifecta there. Republican Governor Chris Sununu wins in New Hampshire. No surprise there. Again, I mentioned this before, but DeWine will win re-election as the governor of Ohio. Republican, no surprise there. So it looks like the two flips, not super surprising, but good news for Democrats. The two flips in governor seats right now are in Maryland and Massachusetts. That means that those states now have Democratic trifectas. We had very moderate Republicans in those seats. That was Larry Hogan in Maryland and Charlie Baker in Massachusetts. Those are very moderate Republicans, but neither one of those guys are in anymore. Those have both been flipped to the Democratic ticket. So now we have trifectas in both of those states. Let's see if we have any more news. We have about 20 minutes until another round of polls close. So it'll likely be quiet for a little bit as we continue to wait for more results out of the Senate. Let's look in to see if we have any numbers right now. North Carolina, we have almost 60% reporting. Sherry Beasley is still holding on to a 51-47 lead. Sherry Beasley is a Democrat. Still holding on with about almost 60% of the vote in. In Ohio, 33% of the vote is in. Tim Ryan is holding on 55-44, so that's some good news. He's got about an 11-point lead. I believe that the early votes were counted first in Ohio, so we'll look to see that lead get chipped away at by J.D. Vance. Pennsylvania, not even worth mentioning right now because only 8% of the vote is in, but man, does Fetterman have a big lead. Those were early votes tabulated from Allegheny County and a little bit from Philadelphia. Fetterman leads 81-16. Again, this is not important right now just because so many things are going to change. Some big races we're watching tonight besides that are in Wisconsin, where Mandela Barnes is running against Ron Johnson. That's going to be a tight race. Nevada is going to be a super tight race. If Nevada is anything like 2018 or 2020, 2020, it's going to take days. Hopefully that's not the case. Democrats built up a mail-in ballot firewall in Clark County. That's where Vegas is, of about 50,000 votes. But according to all reports from Nevada so far, the Democratic turnout for Election Day has been pretty abysmal. So we'll see if that firewall that was built up through mail ballots in Clark County is going to be enough to hold off Adam Laxalt as Cortez Masto tries to hold on to that seat. Two other races that we're looking for. Colorado shouldn't be that close. hopefully Bennett keeps his seat, and Arizona, where Mark Kelly is running against Blake Masters. So a lot still we're waiting for right now. Let's see. Let me jump in the chat and see if you have any questions that you want to throw my way. Let's see. Okay, I'm getting requests for Michigan, so let's see. Stand by. We're looking at that Secretary of State race. That's Jocelyn Benson for Secretary of State. Michigan is such small numbers. We have between 1 and 6% reporting. One district, Michigan's 11th, has 30% reporting. So we have nothing out of Michigan to look forward to right now. Gretchen Whitmer, 5% of the vote in. She's leading. Tudor Dixon, 58-40. So we'll keep on top of Michigan this evening. Michigan obviously is a super important state to stave off some of the worst election deniers that we have. Jocelyn Benson running for Secretary of State, Dana Nessel running for Attorney General, and Gretchen Whitmer running for Governor. All of them leading in the polls prior to tonight. As a Canadian, is it looking good for Democrats right now? Too early to say. It's not looking good or bad, except in Florida, where it seems like the floor kind of collapsed underneath the Democrats. But it's just too early to say how things are looking right now. Remember, too, Democrats are coming into this midterm election with a president whose approval rating is underwater, with record inflation, and with midterms traditionally being when the party in power is rebuked. And so there is some uphill obstacles that we had to fight through just leading into this anyway. Obviously, the Dobbs decision changed the calculus a little bit, but I mean, it's not an especially strong economy. We have high inflation, as does every other country in the world right now. We have relatively low inflation compared to other countries and even in Western Europe, but it's hard to use that as an excuse. Us saying, well, take a look at the UK. Like, it's just not going to resonate with people. The party in power is usually the one that's punished. But with that said, we're not seeing that right now. We're not really seeing much of anything right now, just because the reporting numbers are so low. Nothing from Texas right now. I know people are asking about Beto. I have no information from Texas. It's still a little bit too early. And we won't have results from New York for a little while now. Let's see if I have any other results. Some interesting news. So there weren't enough ballots in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, and so a judge ordered that the polling places in Luzerne County will now all stay open until 10 p.m. I believe voting was supposed to end in Pennsylvania at 8. Let me confirm that really quick. 8, yes. So polling places are staying open 2 hours later in Luzerne County. So that will delay the results a little bit. Again, we're seeing only 8-9% of the vote in right now from Pennsylvania anyway, so I wasn't really expecting to have any of those numbers that quickly. But some pretty massive numbers for John Fetterman just from those votes, A, that were mail ballots, and B, from Democratic strongholds anyway. So we're seeing Allegheny County came in for Fetterman at 84% to 16%. So pretty wild. Anyway, if you have questions, I will answer them now because things seem to be a little bit slow as they're just counting these votes right now. Not seeing anything from Missouri, somebody asked. Somebody said, turn down the music. Okay, that music is turned down. Nothing on Pennsylvania's governor. Pennsylvania, again, is only like a few percentage points counted right now. So I would hold off on PA for right now. We're not going to have anything from PA for a hot minute. Yeah, by the way, the music is not me. That's the MSNBC music. So I turned it down a little bit. But yes, that is not my music. It's MSNBC's. Nothing in Arizona right now. Way too early for West Coast races. I believe that they could. I believe that they could still vote out here. Okay, let's take a look at. All right, so Georgia's governor race. There was just a batch of votes that came in. We're at about 45%. Brian Kemp has taken the lead from Stacey Abrams in this latest batch of voting, of ballots that came through. Brian Kemp is now leading Stacey Abrams 52.7 to 46.7. So a 6-point lead for Brian Kemp out of this latest batch. Remember, we still have about half of the votes in Cobb County that need to come in. We still have about 40% of the votes in Fulton County that need to come in. 94% of the votes in DeKalb County that need to come in. Gwinnett County has about 70% of the votes that need to come in. So there are still like the Atlanta suburbs that need to count. Richmond County, which is Augusta, Georgia, that's another Democratic stronghold. Still about 40% of the votes that need to come in. So yes, Stacey Abrams is now trailing Brian Kemp, but still a lot of votes left to be counted, and a lot of those votes from Democratic population centers, the suburbs of those Democratic population centers in the big cities, Augusta, Atlanta, and even Columbus, that still need to be counted. So just hang on. Those votes will get counted. No point in trying to infer anything from those numbers right there. We still have a lot of votes left to be counted. I would ask too, take a quick break. If you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please subscribe to the channel. That's the best way to support what I do. That's the best way to support this channel. It doesn't cost you anything. Just hit the subscribe button. I don't post a lot. Post maybe 1 or 2 times a day. So it's a very light lift as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't cost you anything, and that's the best way to support me and my work. Someone's asking if the GOP won Georgia. No, I would definitely caution against thinking that. GOP has not won Georgia. There's still a lot of votes left to be counted. About half of the votes still out of all the Democratic population centers near Atlanta have yet to be counted. Augusta, Georgia have yet to be counted, and Columbus, Georgia. So all those major Democratic population centers still have about half of the votes left to come in. And in DeKalb County, I believe it's a lot more. Yeah, 94% of the votes still have yet to come in DeKalb County. So we should be getting a major dump of votes coming in from there. But I'm not sure when that's going to come in. But there are still a lot of outstanding votes left to be counted. So yes, Brian Kemp is leading Stacey Abrams by about 6 points in Georgia right now. But don't imply anything or don't infer anything from that. And in those counties where we're still waiting for a good chunk of those votes, Stacey Abrams is leading. In Cobb County, she's got a 12-point lead. In Fulton County, she's got a 42-point lead, and she's still got 40% of the votes left to come in. So we'll get these numbers in, and they're going to change things pretty quickly. So stand by on those results still. You can see on the screen Raphael Warnock, with about half of the votes in, is actually leading, about 50%, just over 50%, I believe it said. And again, that's without these major population centers reporting all of their votes. No one's claiming victory prematurely right now. Keeping an eye out for that. Nothing like that right now. All right, let's take a look at Virginia's results. Again, we're looking at Virginia's 10th, 7th, and 2nd. Right now, in the 10th, which is the one that we absolutely should be getting, if we lose the 10th, we are Democrats are pretty screwed heading into tonight. With about 72% reporting, Jennifer Wexton, the Democrat, is still up 51.3. So holding on to a lead in the 10th. The second tier is Virginia's 7th with 72% reporting. We are down 52.7. And then with only 57% reporting, Elaine Luria in Virginia's 2nd is down 56 to 44. So we'll see how those numbers continue to shape up. But if we do lose the 7th, then that doesn't bode well for the rest of the night. So we'll see what happens. But it looks like we're holding on to the 10th right now, Virginia's 10th right now. You'll hear Steve Kornacki talk about those three races as well. Those are the ones that we're all keeping a pretty close eye on. Looks like another swing suite is going to swing seat.
The vote count is coming in slow, but we got 20% now, and these are all the individual cities and towns. What we're doing is we're just taking the ones that are completed and we're comparing them to the 2020 presidential result to get a sense. So I think Concord is a good example. This is the third largest city in New Hampshire, obviously the state capital. We think all the vote is in Concord. So Maggie Hassan, it's a Democratic city, no surprise she's winning, but compare it to 2020. Remember, Donald Trump lost this state by 7 points. He got 45% of the vote. If you're Don Bolduc, you need to be running on average 5+ points better than Trump in any given city or town. He's running 3 points behind Trump in Concord. We showed you this in some other places earlier. Let's go over to Rochester here. Again, Trump actually carried Rochester. We think the votes are all in Rochester. Bolduc a fraction of a point under Trump. Go to a Republican area, small town here, Ossipee, but again, Trump won it, all in. Bolduc short of the Trump number. He's got to be doing better than this. The wild card in New Hampshire remains these towns right along the Massachusetts line. These are some of the most largest densely populated towns in New Hampshire. A lot of them traditionally Republican. A lot of them still voted for Trump. So you got to see if Bolduc can run up some big numbers there, but he's not getting what he wants so far out of New Hampshire. That's also good news for the Democratic Congressman Chris Pappas, who represents the eastern half of the state. I'm looking at the clock to make sure I don't go over the 9 o'clock poll closings because I know we got some big ones, but I did want to update you on those 3 critical House races in Virginia, and let's just tick through them. Again, 3 Republican targets here. This is the 2nd district near Virginia Beach. We've got more than 3/4 of the vote in right now. Elaine Luria definitely in trouble against Jen Kiggins, the Republican challenger there. Would be a Republican pickup if she gets it. 7th district, it says 99% is in. That estimate is actually a little off, and you could just see that came down a little bit. The confusion here is this: the 7th district and the 10th district just north of it, they share Prince William County. And so what's happening here in the 7th district is, you see it's the big blue area. There's a lot of vote to come in Prince William County, and it's absentee vote. So it's going to be heavily Democratic. And there's also this little independent city you see here, geographically little, is Fredericksburg. There's absentee vote to come from Fredericksburg as well. So there's big opportunities remaining on the board for Spanberger to erase that deficit. It says 99%, but I just showed you where the vote can still come in. And so there's an opportunity there certainly for her to make up that 5,800 vote deficit. And in the 10th district, again, Wexton by 6 points here, but again, they share Prince William County, so Wexton already ahead by 6. There will be more votes. They will be absentee. They will be from Prince William County. So I think Democrats feeling good about 10. They feel optimistic about the 7th, but they are in trouble in that 2nd district in Virginia right now. Yeah, let's call it up. The vote's been very slow in Kentucky, but here it is. A quarter of the vote is in Kentucky right now, and it's failing at the moment, but it's close. It's 53-47. I'm just looking at where the vote is coming in from here. Big Democratic county, Fayette County, we don't have anything in from yet. Correct.
Okay, so that's good news. That Kentucky amendment measure to remove the right to an abortion in Kentucky, that's failing right now. So that's some good news. That's running ahead of all the Democratic candidates who espouse that position. So again, we're seeing that disconnect between the policy positions and the candidates who actually espouse those policy positions. It's a breakdown of communication by Democrats. I mean, you know, you should have full overlap between the agenda items and the people who support that agenda, but we're not. So, you know, something to consider moving forward, but obviously not something that we can deal with right now. As he said, as Kornacki said, the 3 races that we're looking at right now, Virginia's 2nd, 7th, and 10th. 10th is looking good right now. The 7th we feel good about right now, but Elaine Luria's in Virginia's 2nd congressional district isn't looking great. I believe she's down by about 11 points as it stands right now. So we'll keep an eye on that. Looking forward to Stacey Abrams, Brian Kemp. Brian Kemp has extended his lead 46 to 53.4. This is changing right now. Extended his lead again. So 45.8 to 53.6. So Brian Kemp is opening a bit of a lead. It looks like we haven't gotten any votes reported from any of the counties surrounding Atlanta or Columbus or Augusta. So while the other red counties continue to report their votes in, we'll continue to see Brian Kemp extend his lead above Stacey Abrams, and then we'll see a winnowing down when we get those vote totals coming in from the 3 population centers, Augusta, Atlanta, and Columbus. Again, some unsurprising results. Marjorie Taylor Greene wins re-election in Georgia. Republican Jerry Moran gets reelected to the Senate in Kansas. John Hoeven reelected to the Senate in North Dakota, who I don't know that I've ever heard his name before today. Chuck Schumer wins re-election in New York. John Thune wins re-election in South Dakota. John Bozeman re-election in Arkansas. So no changes right there for the Senate. AOC wins re-election. No surprise there. 61% reporting. Sherry Beasley is hanging on to a 50-48 lead. Those are the calls that we have for you right now. Michigan is now closed. We'll have partial results from Michigan coming in shortly. we'll have a number of those results are going to be mail ballots that we won't hear about yet. I think we'll have something from Kornacki right now. Nope. False alarm. Real quick, if you're just tuning in or if you haven't yet subscribed, please hit the subscribe button on my channel. That is the best way to support me. It's the only thing I ask for. It doesn't cost anything, takes you a quick second, and I would appreciate it. Is this the most attention we've paid to midterms? I mean, this and 2018 are far beyond anything we've seen for midterms, which is good. We should be paying attention to all of these races. Somebody just said that Walker is winning. So, with that said, let's look at some Georgia results right now. According to the AP, nope, Raphael Warnock is winning right now. Raphael Warnock is winning 51.7 to 46.6. That is a pretty heavy-duty deficit. With about 57% of the votes in, Raphael Warnock is beating Herschel Walker by over 5 points. With 53% of the vote in, Stacey Abrams, it looks like Stacey Abrams has shrunk her deficit. She's now trailing only 2.5 points. It looks like we may have gotten results from looks like we got some results from some Atlanta suburbs. Fulton County is still at 59%, so that's the same. DeKalb is 60% in now. Gwinnett 36% in, I think that's the same, and Cobb County is 51% in. So some votes from the Atlanta suburbs there. We still have 40% of the votes outstanding in Augusta, another Democratic population center, and about 50% of the votes still outstanding in the Columbus, Georgia region, where Stacey Abrams is up about 30 points in that district. So more votes in a D plus 30 district is definitely going to help Stacey Abrams out. Somebody asked about Rubio. That race has already been called. Rubio has been called the winner. Florida is not a good story for the Democrats tonight. Rubio was called the winner, and the race was also called for Ron DeSantis. Now, remember, in Georgia, it's not just about winning. It's about winning over that 50% threshold. Right now, Raphael Warnock is winning 51.4 to Herschel Walker's 46.8. Raphael Warnock needs to win by surpassing that 50% threshold so that he can win outright. Otherwise, we're going to see a runoff on December 6th. So we still have a month left of this if Raphael Warnock doesn't win outright tonight. Right now, he is on track to do exactly that. So if he can keep this lead up, then we're in really good shape in Georgia. Some good news out of Rhode Island's 2nd congressional district, with about 93% of Election Day precincts reporting. Seth Magaziner,
I was looking at Georgia, so it's perfect. It's perfect timing. So yes, what's happened in the last 10 minutes or so, I would say, in Georgia is that Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock have kind of switched leads a couple times here because we got 2 big reports here. So let me show you them. What we just got moments ago was a big chunk, 2/3 you see here, of DeKalb County. This is one of the most Democratic counties in the state. You can see Joe Biden won this thing by 68 points back in 2020. So you're getting, again, this is heavily male early vote here, but Warnock obviously winning it overwhelmingly, and so that's pushed him back to an advantage statewide. What had happened just before that was that we got a big batch of vote in from Cherokee County, which I was talking to you about earlier, typically, traditionally, one of the most Republican vote-producing counties in the country. So Walker is at a point, he's actually running under Trump's number here, but that was enough to give Walker temporarily the lead statewide. But to put this out in the big picture, I think the story that's developing in Georgia is this. You take a look at the statewide tally here, and you see Warnock with that lead. There's a lot of vote has come in from Metro Atlanta. I think maybe it's a little disproportionate right now, so I certainly would expect that to tighten. But you also see a clear gap here between Brian Kemp, the Republican governor, who's leading Stacey Abrams by 4 points, and then in the Senate race, Herschel Walker, who's trailing Raphael Warnock by 4 points. And Cherokee County is a great example of this. Core, huge Republican area. Walker's running at 66. Kemp's running at 72.5. By the way, the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, who found himself in the middle of that whole affair with Donald Trump, is running at 71% in Cherokee County here as well, and is also leading statewide. So you're seeing a disconnect between Raffensperger, Kemp, those 2 Republicans, and Herschel Walker. We also have, if you take a look here, Paulding County, we think just about all the vote, maybe all the vote is in Paulding County. Again, you're getting a step removed from the immediate Atlanta metro area. Core Republican, pretty big area, though. Again, Walker running at 60.8% here. There's Kemp running at 65.5% here. And again, and compare that Walker number to the benchmark of Trump in 2020. That's under the Trump number from 2020. So again, we're seeing Walker. There are some rural counties where Walker's putting up some terrific numbers, but you see that he's running behind. He's lagging behind Brian Kemp. You see that Brian Kemp is doing pretty well here in the governor's race so far, and it does set up that possibility. We've talked about a couple of possibilities here. Would Georgia split its vote between Kemp and Warnock? Would Kemp win the race, but Herschel Walker fail and be forced into a runoff, lose out? Those sorts of possibilities start to come into the mix when you're seeing in places like Cherokee County, Walker just running that far behind Brian Kemp right now.
So it looks like there's about a 5-point difference. It shows that candidate quality matters. I mean, Georgia is what we still would consider a red state. I think that just the quality of Herschel Walker as a candidate, I mean, the guy is, not to make fun of somebody, like the guy is like a walking CTE. So, candidate quality matters. It shows that there are these people who are Republicans in this state who are voting for Brian Kemp who aren't willing to cast those ballots for Herschel Walker. And that's why.
Yeah, let's take a closer look here at North Carolina. Zoom out and head up.
We got
there.
that Beasley
so again,
Budd
the story
race.
in Carolina has been that Beasley, and there it is. Budd has now overtaken Beasley in the count with about 2/3 of the vote in so far. The story here mainly has been, if you've been following all night, you know this, the mail vote, the early vote was the first reported out. A lot of these big sort of Democratic areas came out particularly quickly, so Beasley led the tally until really just moments ago. And part of that is we got more vote out of Union County right outside of Charlotte. Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, core Democratic county. Union County right outside of it is a core Republican county. You see Ted Budd. In fact, I think now with that update, yeah. So you're seeing he's exceeding the Trump number. You get that early and mail vote reported out in a place like Union County, and it's going to be as good as it gets for the Democrat generally, and maybe the low water mark for the Republican. You start adding in the same-day vote, and the numbers tend to get better for the Republicans, worse for the Democrats. And this is a crucial benchmark in a place like Union County if you're Ted Budd in this race, because, again, Trump won North Carolina, very close race, just 75,000 votes in 2020. So if you're Budd, you need to be hitting that Trump number everywhere, and really you need to be exceeding it. And right now, 3/4 of the vote, a little bit more in Union. And Budd, earlier in the night, we were showing him under this. Now he's over that Trump number in Union County, so that's helping him statewide. And I'm just going to scan the map here and see Wake County, that's the biggest. This is where Raleigh is. We're still waiting. We've been stuck at 54% there for a while. Johnston County outside of Wake County, sort of big suburban area. Now, again, this is Johnston County here. The Trump number was 61%. If you're Ted Budd, with the same day vote still to come in Johnston County, you're seeing, if you're his campaign, you're seeing an opportunity here with the same day vote to grow that number, to get more votes out of Johnston, to help statewide there. Democrats would look at, I think they still have a lot of vote left in Mecklenburg. They still have a lot of vote left in Wake. Let's take a look over in Guilford County, where Greensboro is, still a lot of vote there. So there are still opportunities here, but again, it's that early vote versus same-day vote dynamic here, and that's what is the same-day dynamic here, I think, is pushing Budd a little bit ahead right now.
Okay. So, looking at North Carolina right now, Mecklenburg County, we've got 57% of the vote in. That is, Sherry Beasley is leading by 39 points in that county. So we'll see those numbers tighten as we get more results from the Charlotte area. Also, Wake County, which is where Raleigh is, where we've only got 54% of the vote in that county. So we'll see those numbers tighten. Sherry Beasley's winning by 38 points. So again, 38 points plus D, 38 in Wake County, and plus 39 D in Mecklenburg County. So those still have to come. Tom Dalton said he's watching from Ireland. Is there any major chance of support for Ukraine disappearing under a GOP-led House and Senate? Yes. A lot of Republican members of the House and Senate have expressly run on the idea of ending support for Ukraine if they're able to take majorities in these houses, or in these chambers, rather. All right, let's see if we have any more results that have popped up. Good news, we have another hold for the Democrats. Seth Magaziner has won Rhode Island's 2nd congressional district. That was one that Republicans had staked a lot of hope on, that I believe his name is Alan Fung would have beaten Seth Magaziner. They're calling that race for Seth Magaziner right now, so a sigh of relief in Rhode Island's 2nd congressional district. That was a big one that a lot of people were watching. Magaziner had trailed Fung for the last couple months, really. So that is a hold for the Democrats and kind of stave off disaster in Rhode Island. I believe that's the only race that was that we were worried about out of Rhode Island. So that one is we can mark that one off, and that is a hold for Democrats. So some good news out of Rhode Island right now. Other good news, CNN has called Virginia's 10th congressional district for Jennifer Wexton. That's a Democratic hold. So, again, had we lost that race, that's one that basically everyone said would have spelled disaster for Democrats. So it looks like Virginia's 10th congressional district is also being called as a hold for Democrats right now. So that's some more good news. 2 holds in seats that were highly contested by Republicans. That's Virginia's 10th congressional district for Jennifer Wexton and Rhode Island's 2nd congressional district for Seth Magaziner. So some good news in back-to-back calls right here. stand by, seeing if I can find some more results here. It looks like, let me see, I don't want to say it without confirming. The AP has called Michigan's 11th congressional district for Democrat Haley Stevens. I don't believe that was in the close race, though. Yeah. But good news out of Michigan. Let's see if we can find any. Again, the big news was Seth Magaziner's win in Rhode Island's 2nd congressional district, and Democrats win in Virginia's 10th congressional district with Jennifer Wexton. Moving over to Virginia's 7th congressional district, Abigail Spanberger trails by 2 points. There's still Prince William County, which is Democratic, that hasn't reported. 89% of the vote is reported right now. Abigail Spanberger trails by 2. That will be an important race to keep an eye on. Abigail Spanberger is closing that gap. She was trailing by 9. Going to be a really important race to keep an eye on right now. Virginia's 7th congressional district. We already got the 10th congressional district out of the way. We held on to that one. We really need to hold on to the 7th congressional district to stave off what would be a Republican wave. Okay, looking over to Ohio with about 45% of the vote in. It looks like J.D. Vance has taken the lead from Tim Ryan, but it's a squeaker right now. It's 50.3 to 49.7. And again, that's only 45% of the vote in, so I'm not sure. Let's see if I can get some closer data on Ohio and see what areas are still outstanding. So good news about Ohio is that Franklin County, which is where Columbus, Ohio is only reporting 33% of the vote, and that is a district that Tim Ryan leads in by about 50 points. So we're still waiting on 67% of the vote out of Franklin County, and Cleveland County only has 36%. Not Cleveland County. I believe it's pronounced. I'm not even gonna try this one. The county where Cleveland is located is only 36% of the votes in. So we're still waiting on, and again, that's another like 45% margin in Tim Ryan's favor. So a lot of votes still to come in Ohio. Also, Cincinnati and Hamilton County, only 35% of the votes in. So yes, J.D. Vance has taken the lead by less than a point over Tim Ryan, but there's only just over 40% of the vote in. Still a long night left to go in terms of getting all those votes counted in Ohio. That would be huge. I mean, if Tim Ryan wins in Ohio, that is the best chance that we have in terms of gaining that 52 seat majority in the Senate. Of course, then, everything relies on holding on to the House, but we'll see how everything goes, one step at a time. All right, let me get some results here from Texas. 42% of the vote in. Beto leads Greg Abbott, 46 to 52. Still a lot of vote left to count. Only 3% of the vote is in from Harris County. That's where Houston is. Dallas County still has half of the vote outstanding. San Antonio still has 40% of the vote outstanding. Uvalde County still has about 40%. A lot of these counties are reporting zero. So still plenty of votes left to go in Texas. The good news is that right now, with half of the votes in, Henry Cuellar is running 17 points ahead. So that's some good news. And also, another piece of good news is Gonzalez leading Mayra Flores in, let's see, do we have any reporting in that? No, not yet. We have no reporting in that right now, but Texas is 34th and 28th are going to be districts definitely that we want to watch. As soon as we have more info on those, I will give it to you. Okay. How much percent is Georgia reporting? Let's see. Georgia right now is reporting about 62% of the vote right now. And it looks like Raphael Warnock is up 50.8 to 47.4. Here's why that's important. If Raphael Warnock wins over 50%, we have no runoff. He wins outright. So we're looking not only for Raphael Warnock to not lose, we're looking for him to exceed 50%, because if he exceeds 50%, he wins outright. There's no runoff on December 6th, which is otherwise what we'll have to deal with. Oh man, this is nerve-wracking. Jeff Jackson has won the race for North Carolina's 14th congressional district. He is a rising Democratic star, Jeff Jackson. That was a 58-41 Biden seat. But I believe that next cycle we'll have different maps from North Carolina anyway. Let's see if we have any other calls for right now. By the way, while I'm looking for any new races here, if you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please throw me a subscribe. That is the best way to support me. It's free, doesn't cost you anything. Just hit the subscribe button right here on my channel. Just flagging for you right now that we're having people out of Nevada report that there's not going to be enough people to tabulate Dropbox mail and any mail that came in today. So I would absolutely not expect any numbers from Nevada today. Wow. Okay, it looks like some news. One outlet. Let me see if I can get another one, but it looks like Abigail Spanberger there's an outlet called Semaphore. They've called that race for Abigail Spanberger, which would be big because remember there were those three races that we were waiting on in Virginia. The 2nd, the 7th, and the 10th. Democrats have won the 10th. The next level would be the 7th. We haven't heard anything called from Kornacki, but let me see if we have anything else besides Semaphore who's called it for Spanberger. Let's see. Yep, I'm seeing calls from multiple places right now that is showing Abigail Spanberger has been reelected. That would be huge because that means we've staved off that second tier of dangerous votes here, of a possible red wave here. So she's running 3 points ahead of Biden's 2020 margin. Let's see. Yeah, looks like Abigail Spanberger is in. So guys, this is good news if this holds. And again, like we'll wait and see what Kornacki says, but right now it looks like Spanberger is gonna eke out the win. Yeah, NBC is calling it for sorry, that wasn't NBC. NBC had called it for Jennifer Wexton. A lot of different outlets are calling it for Spanberger, however. So we'll see what happens. Dave Wasserman, like I mentioned before, said that if Jennifer Wexton lost in Virginia's 10th, that would mean that Republicans are likely to win 30 House seats or more. That didn't happen. Jennifer Wexton won, so that's good news. The next level down would be if Abigail Spanberger lost. That would mean Republicans are likely to win about 20 seats or more. It's not looking like that's going to happen either for Republicans. So now that last threshold basically is to see if Elaine Luria can hold on to her seat in Virginia's 2nd congressional district. That's looking tough. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to hang on. But Spanberger winning is huge, and some good news, and probably means that there's not going to be a red wave tonight. That's what that means.
Yeah,
so now all eyes.
Here's a way of taking a look at the House here. We're looking at the 7th District of Michigan right now.
That's a different state.
Not actually focusing on the 7th District. It happens to be on the screen as you come to me. But what I want you to focus your attention on is the right side of the screen, because what we've done is we've organized the competitive or potentially competitive House races into a series of categories here. And again, keeping in mind the idea here, as you say, Republicans need a net gain of 5 seats just to get control of the House. Now, we talked in the early hours tonight about how the Florida map had been aggressively redrawn to give Republicans some additional seats, and they succeeded. Florida 4, Florida 13, and Florida 7. These all count as flips. These all count as Republican gains. These are all the result of a redrawn map in Florida. And if you look at this list, these are all districts currently held by Democrats that were won by Trump. So this is sort of the first line of attack for Republicans. Trump already won them. Can their candidates win? There's a couple others here, as I say. Tennessee 5, redrawn aggressively, to the Republicans' benefit, and Georgia 6. So there's sort of 5 on this list here that were redrawn in that kind of a way to really benefit Republicans. So that, if they can win all 5 of those, is a gain of 5. Let's look beyond those districts, though, because we're also starting to get some results from elsewhere as well. For instance, the 9th District of Ohio, we're ticking up toward half the vote in. You're starting to get same-day vote in. Again, this is Marcy Kaptur, longtime Democratic incumbent, redrawn into this Trump district, gets this very controversial Republican opponent who's had scandal kind of rock his campaign. And, Kaptur has a real chance to hold on here. Take a look at Pennsylvania's 8th District. Now, I know we're dealing with a lot of mail-in ballots so far, so these numbers are going to change, but this is Matt Cartwright. This is a district Trump won in 2020. Cartwright survived. Scranton, this is Joe Biden's native area here, Pennsylvania 8. So Democrats trying to hold on in a place like this. The 3rd District of Iowa, we got about a third of the vote in. This is Democratic-friendly vote that's in, but Cindy Oxney trying to hold on there for the Democrats. What I'm trying to say here is, outside of the obviously drawn pickup opportunities for Republicans, which we've seen them cash in on 3, and we see them in position to do the same potentially in 2 more, you're not seeing right now automatically, you're not seeing clear Republican paths to pickups in these other seats that I'm showing you. This is the first line of attack, as I say, for Republicans to try to get that majority. Now, let's take a look here. I went too far. Take a look here at the next line. Sorry, this is... Get me to that second one. Thank you very much. These are now we're talking about vulnerable Democratic seats, but none of these are in districts that were carried by Donald Trump. So these are districts that are a little bit more competitive politically. They're all democratically held. Republicans are hoping these are the kinds of seats in a wave that would go. Seats like North Carolina 1. We got about 85% of the vote in right now. The Democrats are leading in North Carolina 1. New Hampshire 1, we don't have much vote in, but everything I've been showing you about that Senate race in New Hampshire, where Maggie Hassan is hitting all the benchmarks that she would need to hit so far at least, Pappas, the Democrat, hitting those same benchmarks in his part of the state as well. That's an encouraging early sign for Democrats. Indiana's 1st District, we set this one up at the start of the night here. Frank Mervan, Democratic incumbent. Take a look here. You see him leading, but what's most interesting about it is the area of the district that has the least amount of vote counted is Lake County. It's where Gary is. It's the biggest part and it's the most Democratic part of the district. So that's an encouraging sign for Democrats as well. You could take a look here. Illinois 6, the votes are starting to come in. Again, Democratic-friendly votes so far. But again, the point that I'm making here is this next line, these are districts, that Biden carried to some degree here, but all of these districts look like ripe targets for Republicans, and you're not immediately looking at results in any of these and saying, there's the Republican pickup we're about to call, there's the Republican pickup we're about to call. And it's true as it extends, this thing is not cooperating as much, as it extends into this. Now, this is the same set of districts here we're talking about. Again, we're talking about vulnerable Democratic-held seats here. So take a look like at Virginia 7. We told you the story a minute ago. We're still waiting on the absentee vote from 2 heavily Democratic areas of this district. An opportunity still for Spanberger, who's trailing by 5,400 votes, to catch Yesley Vega and to save this seat for Democrats. You take a look at Pennsylvania 7, Susan Wild. Again, it's early, it's heavily male. That's one they need to hold on to. Here's one that Democrats are very excited about right now, Rhode Island 2. Now, this was a heavily Biden district, but Alan Fung, the Republican candidate here, got a lot of national attention. This thing was seen as a pure toss-up race heading into today, and we're getting up to 90% of the vote, and actually what we've seen happening here is mail vote coming in, vote by mail coming in, and pushing Seth Magaziner into the lead in this district. So again, now we're just, as you say, in Ohio 13, again, we're basically dealing with, this is the district that Tim Ryan left to run for the United States Senate. So it's in his neck of the woods. Now, again, we're dealing with early mail vote here. This is going to be the high water mark for Democrats, but is this high enough for Democrats to withstand the same day and win? It's certainly possible right now. You're not looking at this district and saying, oh, yeah, I could see Republicans are definitely on their way to winning there. Henry Cuellar in Texas's 28th district, probably the most conservative Democrat in the House, survived a primary challenge from the left, running in this region of deep South Texas that we saw trend heavily towards the Republicans in 2020. Now, it's some of Cuellar's best areas of the district are reporting so far, but with half the vote, he's sitting near 60% right there. Again, what I'm showing you is outside of those sort of gimme seats in Florida and plus 1 in Tennessee and 1 in Georgia, I'm not showing you seats where at this moment Republicans are clearly poised to get flips. That's not to say they're not going to get some flips in those seats that I just showed you. Meanwhile, and they did pick up 2 new seats, but what I wanted to show you was Democrats themselves have some seats that they, here we go. Democrats themselves have some seats that they could flip. That's this page right here. So take a look like at Michigan 3. This is where in the Republican primary, Peter Meyer, the Republican incumbent, was beaten by John Gibbs. Meyer, the pro-impeachment Republican, running in a district, this is Grand Rapids area, running in a district that Biden won by 8 points. That is just 6% of the vote right here. This is Republican-friendly vote that we're looking at right now. This is a clear pickup opportunity for Democrats. Ohio 1. Yep. Yep.
It's funny. Someone asks him a question and he just stops. And that's it. And the segment's over. He may come back in a moment. I think he just is getting information. Some good news out of Pennsylvania. It looks like that race is being called by several outlets for Josh Shapiro.
By the way, that Colorado call, it has implications for the Senate, as you say. There's also a competitive House race in Colorado, too. And if Michael Bennett's doing well, that might portend well for the Democrats in that House race. But we're looking at here, again, we've established that Republicans need a net gain of 5. We saw them draw themselves about a half a dozen pickups we've already gone through. So what Democrats need to do, the 2 screens I showed you before this, they need to protect the vast majority of those seats that I just took you through, and then they need to play offense. And this is where the Democrats need to play offense if they're going to have a chance. We're talking about this for real right now. If they're going to have a chance at holding the House. So we just showed you that Michigan 3 on this list looms as a very clear opportunity for them. So right now, what you're seeing on your screen is the 1st District of Ohio. This is down in the Cincinnati area. Again, redistricting. Steve Chabot, of all the Republicans in Ohio, got the worst deal from redistricting. It's a heavily Cincinnati-based district right here. About half the vote is in. He's trailing right now. Let's see what happens in that remaining half. If the Democrats can hang on, that would be a pickup for them. Take a look as well at North Carolina 13, now with 70% of the vote in here. And again, it's same day to come. It's getting close. Bo Hines, the Republican, though, is running 8 points behind the Democrat, Wally Nicholas. Number's been coming down. Hines has been coming up. This is an opportunity for Democrats. This is one that they will badly need. Again, if they're going to, Illinois 13 is another one. This was, redistricting in Illinois was done by Democrats in an aggressive way to maximize their number of seats. So Illinois 13, previously a Republican seat held by Rodney Davis, redrawn. Democrats, Biden carried by 11 points under the new lines. It's early, but it's a clear pickup opportunity for Democrats tonight. So the big picture on the House, I'll get out of this right now. The big picture on the House is, we came into the night knowing that Republicans had drawn themselves a handful of pretty obvious pickups, and there's no reason to think they're not going to get those pickups. But so far, at 9:39 p.m., I'm not seeing in any of those vulnerable Democrats, outside of the 2nd District of Virginia, that's where Elaine Lurie, the Democrats, continuing to run behind. It's tough to find many where you look at it right now and you say, well, that Democrat's going down, that Democrat's going down. They seem to be in the game in these vulnerable seats where we're getting vote right now. They seem to be also very much in the game in a number of these seats where they would be getting gains of their own. And that, again, if they're going to have any chance of holding the House, that's ultimately what they're going to need to do. They're going to need to weather those losses they've already taken, and they're likely to take in a few other places, and they're going to need to counterpunch with some gains. And as I just showed you, there are some opportunities. There are some clear opportunities for that.
Okay, so that is obviously a lot of promising news. I mean, like he said, like Steve Kornacki said, a lot of those Republican seats that were drawn by like Ron DeSantis down in Florida, obvious Republican gains, they were drawn in such a way that it was scientifically engineered that they would go to the Republicans. But a lot of these pickups that Republicans would need to take the House from Democrats, you know, Democrats are still very much in the game in a lot of these seats, and they're in the game in their pickup opportunities. So we'll see some good news out of Pennsylvania. It looks like Josh Shapiro is being projected the winner over Doug Mastriano. Mastriano, a far-right Republican candidate, basically who predicated his election on, or his election hopes rather, on refusing to certify any win that wasn't for a Republican. So that's some really good news out of Pennsylvania. Obviously, he's running ahead of John Fetterman, so they were able to project that win, that Josh Shapiro win, and we're still waiting to find out some more information on the Fetterman-Oz front. I'm sure that's going to take a long time. Remember, Luzerne County, because of some issue that was happening out there, they extended voting until 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. Maryland has voted to legalize marijuana, so that's good news on the legalization front. Another piece of breaking news, Michael Bennet has won re-election to the Senate in Colorado. That was a hopeful opportunity for Republicans. Democrats have held on to that seat, so that's more good news for Democrats on the Senate front. And as we saw before, things are looking good in New Hampshire. Maggie Hassan had won her election by just over 1,000 votes in 2016. It looks like she's running ahead of even Biden's margin in the state right now. So all good news, this little raft right here. All good news as far as the Democrats are concerned. We're still waiting for a lot of these races to be counted, but or a lot of these ballots to be counted. But so far, some good news coming out of Virginia, where we've held on to the 10th, and a number of outlets have called the 7th for Abigail Spanberger. Still waiting to find out what happens with Elaine Lurie in the 2nd congressional district, but staved off some pretty devastating possible losses, possible flips by Republicans in the 7th and the 10th. So again, that's good news for Democrats, a whole raft of good news here. Michael Bennet will stay in the Senate. Josh Shapiro will be the governor of Pennsylvania. Marijuana is legal in Maryland. We have Democratic trifectas in Maryland and Massachusetts, with those 2 Democratic wins for governor, replacing Larry Hogan and Charlie Baker as governors of those states. So the best I felt all night is right now. Obviously, a lot of votes left to be counted, but things do seem to be moving in the right direction. I think I could at least say responsibly that it doesn't look like there's a red wave anywhere except Florida. Florida, there is a red wave. With that said, I'm gonna look for more results here, but I would ask, if you're not yet subscribed to this channel, please throw me a subscribe. That is the best way to support what I do. I'll be doing this coverage, this live stream, the whole night, but all I ask for is for you to hit the subscribe button. So thank you for doing that. Let's take a look in Texas. Texas, we have about 45% of the votes in. Beto is trailing Greg Abbott 45 to 53. So he's down about 9 points. Still a lot of votes left to be counted in Bayard County, which is San Antonio. About 40% of the votes still left to be counted. About half the votes still left to be counted in Dallas County. About 97% of the votes still left to be counted in Harris County. That's that's Houston. So we'll see what happens there. I believe El Paso. Where's El Paso? I'm trying to remember. Remember, I am from New Jersey, so the idea that I would know where a random county in Texas is not good. There it is. Okay, El Paso County, which is friendly territory for Beto, only has 36% of the vote in. So again, we're looking at statewide 44% for Beto right now. So I wouldn't count him out. There's still a lot of votes left to be counted in that state, but just to give you a snapshot of where we're at right now, with about half of the votes counted in the population centers and pretty much no votes counted in Houston, Beto trails by about 9 points to Greg Abbott. So just something to keep an eye on. Wow. Okay. Here's a bit of news. NBC has called the governor's race in Oklahoma for Kevin Stitt. Joy Hoffmeister, the Democrat, was leading in a number of polls heading into this race. So that would have been a huge pickup opportunity, but it looks like NBC has called that race for Kevin Stitt. Let me see if I could find some more information on that. That's NBC, but you know what? New York Times has not called it, although... So Oklahoma County, which is where Oklahoma City is, where it looks like that's where Joy Hoffmeister is going to get her Democratic votes. They're only counting 18% of the votes in right now. Tulsa, where Joy Hoffmeister is running about 18 points ahead, they've only got 24% of the votes in. So the Democratic population centers still have yet to report. Meanwhile, a lot of the smaller rural counties do seem to have the vast majority of their votes in. So right now, Kevin Stitt is sitting at 57% to Joy Hoffmeister's 40%, so he has a 17-point lead. But it looks like just about all of his votes are in from all of the rural counties around Oklahoma. We're still waiting for results from around Oklahoma City, where again we're still waiting for about 80% of those votes. Tulsa County, we're waiting for 75% of those votes. So remains to be seen. NBC has called it for Kevin Stitt. We'll see what happens on that front. Good news in Vermont. Prop 5 has passed, making Vermont the first state to enshrine abortion rights in its constitution tonight. So that's some good news. Abortion is now protected in Vermont. Again, Maxwell Frost, the first Gen Z-er to be elected to Congress. That's down in Florida. So one tiny glimmer of good news out of Florida. I wouldn't expect much more. Let's see what else we've got right now. Some good news for John Fetterman out in Pennsylvania. There are two small counties out in PA that went Trump 44 and 45. Oz is winning them by about 34 points. Oz looks to be running 10 points behind Donald Trump in that state. 8, 9, 10 points behind. And remember, Trump lost, so he needs to be running better. Oz needs to be running better than Trump's margin in Pennsylvania. He's actually running 7, 8, 9, 10 points worse. So this bodes really poorly for Oz out in PA. So for those early Fetterman watchers, this is some good news out in Pennsylvania. Yeah. Let's see what else we can find right now. Okay, it looks like that's all I've got for the time being. Just to give a breakdown. Hang on, give me one quick sec. I'll be with you in one quick second, and then we'll give a breakdown of everything that we've seen tonight so far. But surprisingly good news thus far. Okay, so here's... Okay, so here's the update right now where we stand. Democrats have flipped the governorships in both Maryland and Massachusetts, which means Democrats have trifectas in both of those states. Democrats have held on to the Senate seat out, Michael Bennett's Senate seat out in Colorado. That was a prospective pickup opportunity for Republicans. Democrats have legalized marijuana in the state of Maryland. That's good news. Democrats have won Rhode Island's 2nd congressional district, Seth Magaziner. That was a potential pickup opportunity for Republicans. Democrats have held on to that seat. Democrats have held on to Virginia's 10th congressional district. That's Jennifer Wexton. Had Democrats lost that seat, it was predicted that Republicans would be looking at a plus 30 seat wave tonight. Republicans aren't going to get that seat. It also looks like Democrats are holding on to Virginia's 7th congressional district. That would have meant, had Republicans flipped that seat, that Republicans were looking at a roughly 20-point
Let's take
pickup.
a look now at the lay of the land in North Carolina, because you see Ted Budd is leading in the statewide tally right now, a margin of about 112,000 votes right there. There are some areas here, and I think we showed this one earlier, a place like Union County. This is a big, right outside of Charlotte.
We're still waiting for about half of the votes in North Carolina's population
a couple
centers.
Points better than Donald Trump. So
Like
there's some
Wake
good
County.
news for Republicans on this map, but Sherry Beasley's countering that in some important places, and she also has a sort of a potential weapon here in where the vote is still to come in. So let me show you what
Wake
I mean by
County.
that. Take a look here. This is where Asheville is, okay, western North Carolina here. Now, this is a core Democratic county, but take a look. We basically got all the vote in from here. Beasley 61, Budd 36. Compare it to the 2020 presidential result. And this is big-sized county here in western North Carolina, and Beasley is improved by 1.5 basically, a little bit better than that over Joe Biden's showing. Joe Biden lost this state to Donald Trump by 1.3 points. So if you're seeing the benchmark for Beasley, every county we go to, is to hit the Biden number and exceed it by a point. If she's exceeding, give or take, but generally, if she's exceeding it by a point in a county, she's getting the job done. So you see
she's
a place
running
like
ahead of
Asheville,
Biden
western
right now.
North Carolina. That's what she wants to see out of there. Take a look. I'm trying to get this to move south here. Take a look to Henderson County, Republican county here, right? Beasley's number is actually a little bit underneath Biden's, but Budd's number is underneath Trump's number too. So Budd's not getting quite what he was expecting out of here. Now take a look, here's a core Democratic county, Orange County. This is where Chapel Hill is. Democrats are going to get a big number, but Beasley is getting 2 points better than Joe Biden got out of Orange County. Take a look down in Chatham County. This is where Pittsburgh is.
Damn.
Basically all in. Sherry
We may
Beasley's
actually
getting
be
about
poised
2.5
to,
points
do
better,
something big in
2.3
North
points
Carolina.
better than Joe Biden got. She's running better than the Biden number in a number of places across the state right now. And what's still to come is a ton of vote in Wake County. This is where Raleigh is. A ton of vote in Mecklenburg County. This is where Charlotte is. I feel like we've been stuck somewhere in the 50s since we started giving you the Mecklenburg tally. And again, can Beasley stay ahead of that Biden number in Mecklenburg? She's significantly ahead of the Biden number in Wake. Could she run a few points ahead of it in Wake? There are opportunities here for Sherry Beasley. If she could land in a place like Wake County, 2-3 points above Biden, couple that with really high turnout, there's an opportunity here for her potentially to catch Budd, just checking back in on that statewide, to catch Budd in that statewide tally. So it's not impossible, and I think as it's come more into focus and you see that much remaining vote in those core Democratic areas, it moves into that too close to call category. Take a look here, by the way, at Georgia, just to update you on what's going on here, because we got 3/4 of the vote in Georgia. Look at this in the Senate race. 1,400 votes separating Walker and Warnock, and that scenario we're talking about really does start to come into focus right here. The Libertarian candidate, Chase Oliver, is sitting there basically at 2%. Both Walker and Warnock are under 50% right now. And compare that to the governor's race, where in the governor's race, Brian Kemp has opened up a pretty comfortable advantage over Stacey Abrams. And the story we've been telling is just, it's become clear. We got all the vote in Cherokee County, right? Brian Kemp has won it by basically 50 points. Brian Kemp, again, we said that Trump wasn't getting out of Cherokee what Republicans used to get. Kemp starts to bring them back to that level. What's Walker doing in the Senate race? Hey, he's not doing what Kemp's doing. He's running under the Trump level. And we're seeing that in some of these counties in that next tier right outside of the Atlanta metro area. So you look at Georgia, if you're a Republican, you're feeling good about Brian Kemp, but the Walker situation here is he's underperforming Kemp significantly and potentially in a very costly way.
Okay. So, just to give a little bit more information on what he's talking about right now, for Georgia, as far as Georgia is concerned, remember, yes, Herschel Walker is about Herschel Walker is at about 49.5. Raphael Warnock is 48.5. So Herschel Walker's running a point ahead of Raphael Warnock. But remember, in Columbus, we're still waiting for 40% of the vote. In all of the Atlanta suburbs, DeKalb County, we're waiting for 30% of the vote. In Cobb County, we're waiting for 33% of the vote. In Fulton County, we're waiting for 30% of the vote. In Clayton County, we're waiting for 17% of the vote. DeKalb County, 30% of the vote. That's all the Atlanta suburbs. Over in Augusta, we're still waiting for 15% of the vote. So there's still a lot of the population centers where Raphael Warnock is going to really rack up those votes. So right now, all those votes are coming in from, they're 85, 90% of the vote from a bunch of small rural red counties that are reporting right now and that are going to add to Herschel Walker's lead. But I wouldn't worry about those so much right now because we're still waiting for the population centers. I'm curious to see which Ohio ballots are counted first, whether it's mail ballots or election day ballots. I believe that it's election day ballots first, because we're seeing Tim Ryan run behind J.D. Vance. Let's look at some Ohio numbers right now. So it looks like J.D. Vance has opened up about a 47-53 lead over Tim Ryan. In Columbus, we're still waiting for 40% of the vote to come in. In Cincinnati, we're waiting for 60% of the vote. In Cleveland, we're waiting for 50% of the vote. The suburbs of Cleveland, we're still waiting for, in Lorain County, we're still waiting for about 22% of the vote. Summit County, where Tim Ryan's leading 20 points, we're waiting for about half the vote. So there's still a lot of vote left to be counted, and it's in that population, those population centers out in Ohio. Meanwhile, a lot of the vote has already been tabulated in the rural districts where J.D. Vance is going to see his support. So we'll keep an eye on Ohio tonight, but we're still waiting for a lot of that vote to come in. I would say that it's probably, if I had to give an honest assessment right here, it's probably not looking great for Stacey Abrams because she's running about 5 points worse than Biden was. But it is looking good for Raphael Warnock. David Packman wants to chat. Check your DMs on Twitter. Let's see. Want to somehow connect and chat about results. I said yes, so if Pac-Man's around, so thank you for giving me the heads up on Pac-Man. Let's see. Stand by. Talking to Pac-Man right now, seeing what we can figure out. Okay. For those watching right now, just give me one quick sec. Just talking to Pac-Man right now and seeing if we can figure out some way to connect. Although I'm not the most technologically
why don't
advanced
we
person.
start in Ohio, because we talked about Ohio is important, a couple different districts here for different reasons. So you can see the Senate race here right now with Vance about 2/3 in ahead of Ryan. I was just looking at some of the counties where we have all of the vote in, and what the pattern that I'm finding so far is that Vance seems to be running underneath Donald Trump's number. but not underneath it necessarily to the degree he would need to for Ryan to win outright. There are still some big Democratic areas with a lot of vote, but there are some encouraging counties for Vance. Remember, Trump won this state by 8 points, but when you take a look at the House races, the key House races in Ohio, let's start up here in Marcy Kaptur's district. And again, this is one of those Trump voting Democratic-held districts that's in that first line of attack for Republicans, right? This district was drawn in a way where Republicans looked at it and said, we're going to pick this up. Marcy Kaptur, 40-year Democrat veteran, 2/3 of the vote in here. Now let's dive a little deeper and show you these are the component counties of the district. And you see Kaptur's leading. And we know that what's being counted right now is primarily same-day vote, which is generally the most Republican-friendly vote. So you'd say, okay, chance for Majewski here. Here's the problem for Majewski. Let me take in a quick tour of the district here. Look how much vote is in the core Republican counties. They're already up to 90% in Defiance County, basically 90% in Williams, over 93% in Fulton. You look over here in Sandusky County, they're over 90%. Ottawa County, which is very competitive, they're basically, now, look where there's still outstanding vote. The Motherlode, Lucas County, okay, this is where Toledo is. Now, it's same-day vote. But is it going to be Democratic vote probably? It's just not going to be at the same margin that we've been seeing Kaptur in the early and the mail. The most outstanding vote in this district is coming from a core Democratic area, and Kaptur already leads in the district. So if you're a Democrat, I think you're very excited by what you're seeing in that race right there. Now let's go down south to the Cincinnati-based 1st Congressional District, and this one's getting close, and this one's going to be very, very important to that math we were running through earlier. This is Steve Chabot, a Republican incumbent, whose district was redrawn into being a Biden +8 district. He's being challenged by a member of the Cincinnati City Council, Greg Landsman. So the district is Hamilton County, Cincinnati, plus this is Warren County, Republican territory. Now you take a look, Chabot's running up the score here in Warren County. There are still votes to come, same-day votes. You expect that to be heavily Republican, so Chabot with an opportunity to make gains there. But take a look in the Cincinnati portion of the district, which is bigger. It's 2/3 of the vote already for Landsman. Now again, the same day should be more friendly to Chabot, but there's an opportunity here for Landsman to still win and make gains with the same-day vote in Hamilton County. This is a very winnable race for Democrats, and if they win it, that's a pickup. They get a pickup out of that district. We're also looking at, the 13th district here. Again, now we're starting to get the same day. If you remember, we checked in here about 20 minutes ago, and the Democrat Amelia Sykes was ahead probably by about 25, 30 points, something like that. That was on the strength of the mail and the early vote. Now you're counting up the same day. Now it's starting to get close, but this is one, again, this is Tim Ryan's district. He's vacated it to run for the Senate. Democrats would like to hold on to this one. Again, if we just show you the big picture here, right? First line of attack for Republicans in terms of getting control of the House. They did get, we were showing you Georgia 6. It's one of those districts that was redrawn to practically guarantee a Republican win. They're getting the win there. So they've picked up 4 here. And again, Tennessee 5 is one we've been showing you. It was also redrawn for the same purposes. But when you start to move away from those, you're talking about, for instance, Ohio 9, which I just took you through. And if you look at the next line here, you don't see, what time are we now? 10:06 p.m., vulnerable Democratic-held seats. You haven't had a single one called for the Republicans yet. They haven't been called for the Democrats either, but the Democrats are in the game in all these. 6-point lead for the Democrats in North Carolina's 1st Congressional District. Let's check in on the 6th District of Illinois now. More than half the vote is in. Sean Casten leading by 11 points over his Republican opponent. Let's look at Lauren Underwood, about half the vote. She's leading by 16 points. Connecticut 5, I don't know that we have much. Yeah, this is sort of Waterbury, Litchfield County. Johanna Hayes, Democrats, Republicans are very excited about this district. We'll see. It's very early there. But again, that storyline is continuing here on the House side, where we're hours in right now, and the only gains Republicans have put on the board so far, really, are in the seats that were drawn to give them gains. Yeah, and so what you're seeing here is about 40% of the vote is counted statewide. A big part of this is Dane County, Madison, University of Wisconsin. This is sort of, one of the mother lodes of Democratic votes in the state. And you see 2/3 here, Mandela Barnes getting 77% out of here. This is a hair over what Joe Biden got in 2020. So that is, for Democrats, that's kind of the number they want to see just out of a core Democratic area. We also have a fair amount of vote coming out of Milwaukee County. And again, core Democratic. You can see Biden got 69% here in 2020. Barnes is running at 67%. The way things have usually work in Wisconsin, though, with the vote is that in Milwaukee County, the city of Milwaukee will basically take the mail-in ballots and they kind of hold them aside and bring them to a central processing facility, and they count those at the very end of the night. And those tend to be, obviously, we talk about this, the mail ballots being the most Democratic friendly. So I think there's a chunk of votes in a very big and Democratic-friendly county that will be counted late in the night that could help Barnes here. You see him running short of Biden's number. What made the difference? Remember, this state in 2020, it was a Trump 16 state. It was Biden 2020, and the margin was 20,000 votes in 2020. Where Donald Trump lost the ground, a couple places, but the key is what they call the WOW counties. There's three: Ozaukee, I'm doing them out of order here, Washington, and Waukesha. Waukesha, Ozaukee, Washington, the WOW counties, right? Sort of right outside of Milwaukee, suburban counties here. Trump lost ground in these counties relative to 2016, enough to make a difference between winning a state and losing it by 20,000 votes. So how is Ron Johnson doing compared to Donald Trump in the WOW counties? This is good news for Johnson with 80% or so of the vote in. He's running 3 points ahead right now in Waukesha of what Trump did. He's running about 3 points, 3.5 points ahead in Washington. And in Ozaukee County, much earlier in the night, he's running about level. So the name of the game for Ron Johnson, that's part of it, is in those Milwaukee suburbs to get back to exceed that Trump number. Name of the game for Democrats, run up the score as much as they can in places like Madison, Milwaukee. There are other areas that we're waiting, Brown County, Green Bay, we're waiting on getting some votes out of here. I think that one will be very interesting. And there's also a House race. There's a House race, the 3rd district in Wisconsin. Democrats trying to hold. Trump won it. It's big. I think we just got some vote out of Arizona. So I'm just going to shift over here. Let's just call this up, because in Arizona, when the vote comes in, it comes in fast. Holy cow. This is what I mean by the vote coming in fast. We've now got more than 40% of the vote in Arizona's Senate race here. And you could just see here, I'm sorry, I'm trying to call it Blue County. Maricopa County is the mother lode. It's more than 60% of the vote in Arizona. And you can see here, what happens is they release first in one giant batch the vote, the early vote, the mail vote that was returned generally by like the Saturday before the election. Okay, that's what happens. That's what comes out first in Maricopa County. Then for the rest of the night, they report out the same day vote, and then tomorrow and later on, we're going to get the late arriving early vote. So to take a look here, Kelly leading 59-39 in this initial report out of Maricopa County. I have written down here what the initial report out of Maricopa County was in 2020, and I'm trying to find it. It was, I apologize, here it is. The initial report out of Maricopa County in 2020 was Biden by 10. In the initial report coming out of Maricopa County here in 2022 is 20 points. Now, the one thing I would caution you on is that 2020 number, when Biden led the initial count by 10 in Maricopa, was a much larger share of votes. It was 71% of the total vote in the county. This is a little bit more than half of the vote. So there's the possibility here that there's more room for Masters to make up ground here than Trump had in 2020. But still, that is if you're a Democrat and you see more than half the vote in Maricopa County, that's got to be probably encouraging to see. The other major source of votes in Arizona is Pima County. It's the Tucson area. I'd kind of expect that any minute now to light up. Same way with that early vote, that earliest of the early vote. You'll get a big chunk. That would affect the statewide tally. But statewide, that's what it looks like in the Senate race. And you compare that, by the way, to the governor's race. So there is a bit of a difference there in terms of these ballots. Katie Hobbs, the Democrat, at 55.5%. Mark Kelly, the Democrat, at 56.5% with those votes. And again, that Pima piece of it that'll come in, that's a Democratic county, but that Pima piece of it that'll come in a minute will be significant.
Okay.
Real organized over here.
So they're all laughing about the paper stack that was on his in his thing. Colorado Governor Jared Polis was reelected, so that's good news out of. I'm sorry, did I say Colorado? Yes, Colorado. J.B. Pritzker wins in Illinois, so that's good news out of there as well.
There.
Some good news out of Pennsylvania's 12th congressional district. It looks like Summer Lee, a few outlets are reporting that Summer Lee will defeat Mike Doyle, who is a sitting Republican. So that's good news. That looks like to be a flip in Pennsylvania. Let me see if we have if that's on the list of ones that we should hold on, take a look at. So that isn't on that list. So that I think we expected that one, but there was some doubt about the Summer Lee situation. That would be a Democratic gain. That's Democratic seat in PA. CNN is confirming that Abigail Spanberger is going to win her seat in Virginia's 7th congressional district. Abigail Spanberger. So those are two of the three potential flips from Republicans that Democrats have held on to. Now all eyes are on Virginia's 2nd congressional district. Wow, hold on. I have some crazy news right now. Colorado's 3rd. Whoops. I think I have some crazy news right now. I'm trying to find Lauren Boebert's race. With 60% of the votes in, Lauren Boebert is trailing 46.9 to 53. 63% of the votes in. Now let's see. 60% of the votes in. Now let's see where those votes remain. So the New York Times is still forecasting that Boebert is likely to win, but there's still a lot of this district. I'm going to keep an eye on this Lauren Boebert district, but right now Lauren Boebert is trailing about 6 points to her Democratic challenger, and that is in Colorado's 3rd congressional district. So that would definitely be an interesting one. That would be crazy. I mean, that would be the story of the evening, I think. So we'll see what happens to Laura Boebert. Again, New York Times is still calling that it's likely to be a Boebert victory. So don't quote me on any of this, but it is interesting to see that she's trailing right now. In any case, what I can be pretty sure of saying right now is that it doesn't look like there's a red wave. So that's good news. I mean, there are still reports that if Republicans rather are able to pick up like Virginia's 2nd congressional, and by the way, this is the race that I was talking about just before. Adam Frisch is up about what it looks like about 4 points now over Lauren Boebert with 79%. Oh, that's Eagle County. So this is a specific county. So now they're showing the specific counties. But look for these numbers where Fritch is leading significantly. Like Pitkin County right here, only 65% of the vote in, and that's a plus 60 district for Adam. So that's good news out of that district. We'll keep an eye on that. On that
just
Lauren
an
Boebert
interesting
race.
development, because you already had that call from the Colorado Senate race here with Michael Bennet getting reelected, and I said it might have some implications for some House seats. It's a bigger story, and we can tell it as the night goes on, but I want to flag this right now because this would be a big surprise. The third district of Colorado, Lauren Boebert, the Republican, you can see more than 70% of the vote is in now, in Boebert's trailing by 4. Put this in some perspective. Trump won this district 53-45 over Biden. So if you're Adam Frisch, the Democrat, you want to be running 5 points north of Joe Biden's number in the counties in this district. And if you just start to take a look, 75% in, you start to see that that's what he's doing. He's overperforming the Biden number substantially in county after county. Now, there are some heavily Democratic counties. Ski country is part of this district. There are some heavily Democratic counties in this district, but even in those heavily Democratic counties, he's overperforming the Biden number. You go to the core Republican counties, he's over. This is interesting right now. When you look at the vote that's come in, the fact that he's got that lead and that he seems to be consistently outperforming the Biden number across the district, this is certainly on my radar right now. And again, I know Democrats nationally have strong feelings about Lauren Boebert. They would like it symbolically. But we are talking right now about the math of House control. This would be most significantly, if Democrats could pull it off, a net gain. They'd be gaining a seat. They'd be offsetting one of those Republican pickups we talked about out of Florida and Georgia earlier in the night.
Again, huge. Huge. That would be a major opportunity. A major opportunity. I will stay on top of that race like none other. Adam Fritch is running 4 points, more than 4 points ahead of Lauren Boebert right now with 71% of the vote in. This guy, Bo Hines, is he's a creep, man. He is he's like
so
a mini.
You can see it right here. This is about 75% of the vote in right now, and he's trailing 6.5 points against his Democratic opponents. The difference there of just about 13,000 votes. Hines needs to be running. Trump lost this district. This is what this was. This was Ted Budd's district that got, when Ted Budd running for the Senate got dramatically redrawn. It went from being a core Republican district to one that Biden, under these new lines, actually would have carried by 2 points. So again, if you just follow that rule through that math rule there, Hines needs to be running a couple points ahead of Trump in the counties in the district here. And you just take a look at it right here. He is out here in Wayne County, right? He is not in Johnston County. Johnston County is a big one. This is right outside of Raleigh here. He's not running ahead of the Trump number at all there, and he's 2 points ahead of it, and it's all in Harnett County. So this is, and then you start getting into, this is where Democrats have their best chance here to get this seat. Wake County, you still got a lot of vote to come in Wake County, and you could look at that. It's already better than a 2-to-1 advantage, for Wiley Nickel here. And this is same-day vote, but in a core Democratic county. So again, this is an opportunity here. Why I mentioned the Ted Budd piece of it is that if Wiley Nickel wins this mathematically, in terms of again the sort of the accounting, balancing the ledgers for control of the House, this would be a Democratic gain. It would be a net gain if Democrats are able to win this seat.
Okay, some bad news here for Democrats. It looks like Republicans have flipped Elaine Loria's seat in Virginia's 2nd congressional district. So, of those 3 possible flip opportunities for Republicans, it looks like they've taken one, the most flippable one. That's Virginia's 2nd congressional district. It's the one that was most likely to flip. Doesn't portend any wave or anything like that, but it is bad news that Democrats couldn't hold on to that seat. That is a flip for Republicans, gets them 1 seat closer to control of the House. But the good news that we just heard, and I'm going to be watching this like crazy, is that Lauren Boebert seems like she's in trouble with 71% of the vote in, and it looks like Adam Fritch is extending his lead. Now he leads by, what is this, 4.3 instead of just 4.1 a few minutes ago. So Adam Fritsch continues to extend his lead small, like in small increments over Lauren Boebert, but has a lead over Lauren Boebert. So we'll see what happens on this race. I will be following that as closely as I possibly can for obvious reasons. Just to give people a quick rundown of where we're at so far. We have some good news generally for Democrats. Democrats have been able to hold on to a Senate seat in Colorado with Michael Bennet. Democrats have been able to flip 2 seats in the governorships for both Massachusetts and Maryland. So now Democrats have trifectas in both states. They were able to stave off Republican flips in Virginia's 10th and 7th congressional districts. Republicans did flip Virginia's 2nd congressional district, so Elaine Luria will no longer be a member of Congress. Republicans were able to hang on to the governorship in Florida with Ron DeSantis winning by, I believe the margin was 20 points last time I checked. Also, Val Demings lost to Marco Rubio by a pretty significant margin as well. So that's the situation down in Florida. Kentucky's constitutional amendment blocking the right to an abortion is still running at no. So with that double negative, it's basically people have come out to protect abortion rights in Kentucky. So that's good news. That's about 70% of the votes reported. So it looks promising for abortion rights in the state of Kentucky. Republicans had tried to put a constitutional amendment that says there is no right to an abortion in that state. That seems to be losing right now. So that's the lay of the land where we're at right now. I'll continue to keep an eye on all of these races as they come in. Let's talk about Fetterman and Oz. I believe that we still have a ton of votes that have to come in the state of PA. Let me get over there real quick. Okay, so there are about 55% of the votes in Pennsylvania for the Senate race. Fetterman is leading 51 to 46. Keep in mind that there is still 40% of the votes left remaining to be counted in Philadelphia, and 15% of the votes left to come in Allegheny County, so that's Pittsburgh. So all of those, major population centers around Philly and the Philly suburbs, as well as Pittsburgh, still have a lot of votes left to be counted. Actually, there's a lot of votes remaining in the state, writ large. So nothing to read into right now as far as Pennsylvania is concerned, although I should note that Josh Shapiro has been called, that race has been called for the Democrats. So that's some good news for the Democrats in terms of hanging on to that gubernatorial seat. I'll take this moment right now. If you're just tuning in, or if you've been with me all night and you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please subscribe. That is the best way to support what I do. I would really appreciate it. Doesn't cost you anything to subscribe, so just hit the subscribe button. I'll be here all night doing this, so just throw me a bone, help me out, and hit the subscribe button on this channel. I would appreciate it. Let's take a look at Georgia. So in terms of Georgia, we're still waiting on a number of votes from the Atlanta suburbs. Herschel Walker is leading Raphael Warnock only by 0.6%. So Warnock was down, I think, like 4 points last time we had checked in. That lead is narrowed to 0.6 points, and I'm sure that lead will continue to narrow as we continue to get more votes that come in from the Augusta area, where we're still waiting for about 13% of the votes, from the Atlanta suburbs, DeKalb County, Fulton County, Cobb County, Clayton County, and Gwinnett County. So we're going to wait for a ton of votes that still have to come in. I would rather be Raphael Warnock than Herschel Walker tonight, and just generally in life. I think it would probably be pretty difficult to be Herschel Walker, what with having to say words and whatnot. Sad North Dakota didn't flip the Senate, or at least make it competitive. It's tough with those races out there. Candidate quality matters too. We just didn't have any superstars that came in from those places. It did look relatively promising for Joy Hoffmeister out in Oklahoma, but that race has been called for Kevin Stitt. So no gubernatorial flip out in Oklahoma for Joy Hoffmeister, even though she was running ahead in some polls. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see. I keep refreshing the Lauren Boebert Adam Fritsch race, and it's still at 71%. I'm going to refresh that race every 5 minutes. So 538 has, of the, let's see, 17, 24, of the 24 races that 538 rated as toss-ups, Democrats are leading in 17, Republicans are leading in 7. Obviously, we have to bring that Republican number down to about 4. But, I mean, honestly, if we can flip a race like Lauren Boebert's, then that gives us some wiggle room to be able to lose a race like Virginia's 2nd congressional district and still have a shot at holding on to the House. Okay. Ooh, let's see. I just got word that Bo Hines may be going down in North Carolina. Let's take a look at North Carolina. So I'm going to go to the North Carolina House race real quick. Okay. Let me find Bo Hines' race. That's that creepy Republican who kind of looks like, what's his name? Oh man, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name, but I'm actually kind of happy that I'm blanking on his name because it's that, who was the guy in the wheelchair that had all these scandals for Republicans? Bo Hines is like a mini, someone help me in the comments. Who's that Republican who had all those scandals and he's out? By the way, there's a slight delay, so I'm gonna see your comments in about 10 seconds. Cawthorn, Madison Cawthorn, that's right, thank you. Yeah, Bo Hines is like a mini Madison Cawthorn, so let's see how he's doing in his race. 78% of the vote in, it looks like Bo Hines is losing 47.9 to 52.1. So that would be a huge win if we're able to hang on to that. So that's 78% of the vote is in right now in in that 13th congressional district. Again, Josh Shapiro.
Yeah, I mean, so to put it in perspective, Shapiro declared the winner. You see what the governor's race looks like right now. Now, keep your eye on that. I'm going to flip it over to the Senate race, and you'll see 55.7 down to 50.5. So Fetterman is essentially running 5 points behind Shapiro in the Senate race. And right now it gives Fetterman an advantage of 3.5 points with that same sort of collection of votes. Now, what's interesting is we start looking at this point in the night for where are counties that are fully counted or almost fully counted. How is Fetterman's number looking there? So let's take you through a bunch of those. Let's start in Lackawanna County. It's almost all counted. There is still a little bit more vote to come in here, but I think this is significant. Remember, Biden won Pennsylvania. He won it by 80,000 votes. It was very close. If you're Fetterman, you want to be hitting and ideally exceeding the Biden number in every county that you can. So in Lackawanna County, big one, Scranton, there you go. Fetterman, with only a few precincts left, I think, not many votes, running 3 points better than Joe Biden. You take a look. This is a Republican county, right? Almost all in. Fetterman's running half a point better than Biden. Oz is running a little bit worse than Trump. You start to see these throughout the state. Let's take a look. Go up again. This is Western Pennsylvania.
Biden won Pennsylvania.
But this is, again, Trump ran up huge numbers in Western Pennsylvania in small counties. Remember, Oz is going to win Clarion County overwhelmingly. It's all in, but it's 5 points less than Trump got. You take a look. Let's go down to Bedford County, all in, core Republican. Oz gets 80.7. What did Trump get? He got 83.5. Let's go next door to Fulton County. Trump got 85.5. Oz is sitting worse than that. Noticing a pattern here? Take a look at Franklin County. Trump got 71. Oz got 69. These are completed counties, and right now you're not seeing any of them that I just took you through where Oz is even hitting the Trump number, and the Trump number was not enough to carry the state in 2020. Now, so much of the attention, ultimately, when this picture comes into focus, is going to be on these 4 counties right outside of Philadelphia, these big suburban counties. We don't have as much of the vote in from there. But the simplest reason why Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020 after winning it in 2016 was in these 4 counties. It was in Delaware, Chester, Montgomery, and Bucks County. If Donald Trump lost them all in 16 and he lost them all in 20, if he had lost them in 20 by only the margin he lost them in 16, it basically would have been enough for him to win the state. It basically would have erased that Biden advantage. So, again, we don't have as much vote in from here, but we're going to be keeping an eye on these big counties. This is where, again, you're looking at like Montgomery. This is mail vote from a core Democratic suburban county, so we can't really put this number in perspective yet till we get the same day. Bucks County, again, we're looking heavily at mail vote here. Delaware County, we're looking at mail vote. So we want to see the picture that emerges in these suburban counties here. But what I just took you through and all those other, we're going to take you through here, and Oz, to have any chance, has got to be exceeding Trump's 2020 numbers in all of these suburban Philadelphia counties, especially given what seems to be happening in the rest of the state. And I'll just show you one more here, because we're now getting close to 90% in Allegheny County. Remember, they had that big mail vote dump at the start of the night. We said it would get more Republican, but again, where Oz is trying to get here is to 40%. And we're at about 90% of the vote in Allegheny County. He's moved his number up from where it started, but he's at 34. He wants to be at 40 in Allegheny County.
Okay. Hey, just keeping an eye on that Bo Hines race in North Carolina's 13th congressional district, 78% of the vote in. Hines is still trailing by over 4 points. So I'll keep an eye on that. That Lauren Boebert race still at 71%. Lauren Boebert is trailing by 4.3%, I believe. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 4.3%. So both races that I'm going to keep an eye on.
No, he was describing. I heard a lot of this. I felt a lot of expectations for how the vote was going to be reported in Pennsylvania and other states was based on how it was reported in the 2020 election. And we were getting indications from election officials that they had, in their view, learned some lessons and come up with new plans. And so that's why right off the bat tonight, if folks were watching, they saw right off the bat within 5 minutes of poll closings, we got 100-something thousand mail votes out of Allegheny County, totally different than 2020. And then a few minutes later, we got something like 60,000 mail votes out of Philadelphia, again, totally different. And a bunch of other counties released huge batches of mail votes. So Fetterman started the night. It really looks like the complete opposite of 2020 when Donald Trump built that big lead based on the same-day vote. We've seen Fetterman build a big early lead in the tally based on the mail vote being released first in so many places, and then Oz playing catch-up as the Republican counties and the same-day voters come in. But as we're showing you, this really becomes a test of, all right, fine, we got 61% in statewide. Let's look at the counties where we got all the vote, and let's measure them against 2020, and let's see if one party's doing a little better or a little worse than 2020. And so far, the trend that we're seeing, there's a lot more still to come here, but the trend that we're seeing is that Oz isn't really hitting those Trump 2020 numbers. He's coming very close, but he's not quite hitting them. And Fetterman's doing a little bit better than those Biden 2020 numbers. And again, Biden won the state by 80,000 votes in 2020. So I'm really eager to see as these more votes come into these Philadelphia suburbs. Obviously, we underscore how crucial that is, but it's an entirely different vote reporting pattern than we saw in 2020.
Steve, we want to stay with this for just a second. Paul has a question to ask, but I'm going to I'm sorry, because I have a characterization to make. In the Missouri Senate race, NBC News is now projecting at this hour that in the Missouri
So it looks like some outlets are calling the Texas gubernatorial race for Greg Abbott. It looks like Fox has called the state for Greg Abbott. Defeating Beto O'Rourke. Again, that's just Fox's call, but Fox is usually pretty on the money with these. News Nation also calling the race for Greg Abbott. That one hurts. ABC is calling the race for Greg Abbott. So it looks like Beto will lose the race for governor. Put up a great fight. It looks like he's within just a few points of Greg Abbott here. Let me see what the numbers are looking like right now. Yeah. So it looks like running about 10 points behind with 66% of the vote. So we're still waiting on about half the votes coming in from like Houston. About 40% we're still waiting on from Austin. Still waiting on half the votes from
that is,
Dallas.
I think, largely what we're waiting to find out about in these Philadelphia suburbs. Because, again, you look at a place like Delaware County right now. This is going to be a core Democratic county. But, I mean, you're looking at mail ballots here to give Fetterman that kind of early advantage. You look at a place like Montgomery County. You're looking at mail ballots here to give I mean, to put this in some perspective, Montgomery County is a core Democratic county, big one, right outside Philadelphia. It was 26 points for Biden. So when you're seeing Fetterman jump to this lead, this is mail ballots right now. So it remains to be seen when the same day gets counted, tallied, and released, where does this Fetterman number will come down? How far will it come down? Will it land north of that Biden number, at that Biden number? Oz is really going to need it to land south of that Biden number. And if you can send this back one time, this is the point I was making. Trump got clobbered in the Philadelphia suburbs in both 2016 and 2020. But Montgomery, he lost by 21 points in 2016, and he lost it by 26 points in 2020. This is the difference. If he had had the 2016 performance in Montgomery and in Bucks and in Chester and in Delaware, that basically would have erased the 80,000 vote margin that Joe Biden won the state by. So, you know, if you're Mehmet Oz, you came into the night wanting to get Trump's 2016 levels in the Philadelphia suburbs. The way it's going elsewhere, you may need to even exceed those. But it remains to be seen because we're waiting on the same day vote in those counties right now. And I think that's going to be potentially the ball game.
Okay. As I was saying about Beto, you know, Beto is running about 10 points behind. We're still waiting on the votes from those population centers. Remember, too, when Beto's on the ballot, it creates that down ballot effect for those other races, for those House races. I mean, we have a few toss-ups in Texas that are super important. Texas is 28th with Henry Cuellar. Texas is 34th 4th with Gonzalez. So those are both super important races. Having someone like Beto on the ballot is gonna give people a reason to go out. So him not winning is not just like, it's not all for naught, is what I'm trying to say, because he may very well have been the reason that a number of other candidates all the way down the ballot won their races. So be grateful for someone like Beto crushing it like he did. Not easy for a Democrat to win in a place like Texas, as we've seen. I'm still keeping an eye on that North Carolina's 13th congressional district. There's with Bo Hines. That would be a huge pickup opportunity. Democrats are running about 4.5 points ahead right now, with about 80% of the vote in. So that would be a huge opportunity. And of course, I'm keeping an eye on that Lauren Boebert race. She's losing by over 4 points with 71% of the vote in. We don't have any update on those races just yet. Sean Patrick Maloney is looks to be doing fine in his race. Let me see if I can get that's the DCCC chair. Kari Lake. Let's see. Someone had asked about Kari Lake, so let's see. Let's see if we have any results from there yet. So right now, with 50% of the vote in, Katie Hobbs is leading Kari Lake 57 to 42. 57 to 43. That's what we're looking at right now. But so much of the vote is still left to come in. 50%. It's anyone's game right now. Some big races that we continue to watch are North Carolina. Remember, Wake County still has the vast majority of its votes left to count. That's a huge population center in North Carolina. So while Sherry Beasley is down right now, there's still definitely hope that she's still in the race here. We're at about 50% of the votes counted in Arizona. Again, Katie Hobbs leads Kari Lake 57 to 43. It looks like we're starting to get some projections that Stacey Abrams has lost the race to Brian Kemp.
Yeah, at this point it is. It's conceivable. That's not a prediction or anything, but I'm telling you, I keep checking I have no sense of time here, so I'm looking. It's 10:45 p.m. and I'll take you through some of these New York seats that are interesting. But why don't we start then on that big picture question and take a look at the House here? And again, we organize this sort of by tier here, starting with the front line of Republican attack here. These are the most vulnerable Democratic seats on paper, just because these are the Democratic seats that voted for Donald Trump. Now, what you see 5, everyone that's red is a Republican flip. And these are all districts we basically teed up at the start of the night. The 3 in Florida, along with Georgia and Tennessee 5. All 5 of these districts in redistricting were redrawn basically in a way to elect Republicans. They all elected Republicans. They all represent flips. We came into the night knowing that there was almost no circumstance where Democrats would win a single one of these. So those were the 5 that were kind of baked in. But notice that nothing else has been colored in on this first line of attack for Republicans. And in fact, let's start going through some of these. Ohio's 9th district, we've been following this story tonight. Marcy Kaptur now up to about 3/4 of the vote in. And again, Lucas County, we got a lot of votes still to come in Lucas County, Democratic part of that district. We just showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman most of the voters in, and John Fetterman is running ahead of the Biden number. The congressman from that area is Matt Cartwright. There's more vote to be counted, but Cartwright, you see, with more than half the vote in, you see the advantage he has. Now, again, there's some disparities here in terms of, the mail vote, the share that this accounts for, but the Democrats are very much in the game here. The 2nd district of Maine, this is, Donald Trump has won the electoral vote from this district. In Maine, they give out the electoral votes by congressional district. Trump twice won this district, twice got an electoral vote out of it. Jared Golden trying to defend the seat. He's running against Bruce Poliquin, who he unseated in 2018. One thing to keep in mind here is that Maine does instant runoff voting. So if Golden finishes ahead of Poliquin but short of 50, they would go to an instant runoff. Yep.
Sorry to interrupt you. We have an important call.
Okay, some good news here. Maggie Hassan is projected to hold her Senate seat in New Hampshire, so that is good news. Remember, Maggie Hassan only won in 2016 by just over 1,000 votes, so her holding on to this seat is a big win for Democrats. Democrats were, there was the possibility that Republicans were looking to flip this seat. This was a big pickup opportunity for Republicans. Maggie Hassan is projected to hold on to her seat, so another big flip for the Republicans deprived with this win by Maggie Hassan. Good news for the Democrats.
Yeah. Yep.
Chuck Grassley is being projected the winner in the Iowa Senate race. We were hoping that Mike Franken would unseat him. Franken, I had interviewed a few weeks ago on this channel. Great candidate for Iowa, but Chuck Grassley, who will be, I believe, 95 years old at the end of this current term that he's just won, that's the projected winner out of Iowa right now. Another big move. Kansas is 3rd. Sharice Davids is the projected winner. That was a big pickup opportunity for Republicans. Kansas is 3rd congressional district. Democrats will hold on to that seat. So that's another big win. Let me see what Kansas's 3rd was. That's a D+1 district. Democrats are holding on to D+1 districts. That is huge. Let's see what 538 has this as. So Sharice Davids was projected to win, but as early as the last week of October, they were 50-50. So this is a big hold for Democrats right here. That's Kansas's 3rd congressional district. A big hold for Democrats. That's some good news. For Democrats to win a D+1 seat is excellent news. I just lowered that music. That music is not coming from me, by the way. That's coming from the MSNBC feed. So just shoot me a note in the comments. By the way, for people wondering what a D+1 district, that's the margin that Biden won it by in 2020. So let's say Biden wins, let's say Biden wins something 45 to 55. That's a 10-point margin. That means D+10. That's the margin that Democrats are favored based on the most recent election. So when I say D+1, this is a district that Democrats won, 50 to 49 in the last election that we're holding on to. In a midterm election, when Democrats are winning D+1 districts in a potential red wave midterm election, that should be a goner. A district like that should be out the window. Pickup opportunity for Republicans, no problem. The fact that we're able to hold on to a district like that is really good news for Democrats. Okay, let's take a look at Ohio. I know people are asking about Ohio right now, so let's see what things are looking like in Ohio. Still too early to call. 86% of the vote in. Tim Ryan continues to trail by the same margin, which is 46.5 to 53.5. So a 7-point margin he's trailing by. The good news is the votes that are still left outstanding are the Democratic population centers. So I'm looking at Cleveland. We're still waiting for 35% of the vote in Cleveland. I'm looking at Cincinnati. We're still waiting on 26% of the vote in Cincinnati. I'm looking at Columbus. We're still waiting for 20% of the vote there. These are where Tim Ryan has. These are plus 30 districts, plus 30 districts for Tim Ryan. So still waiting for a lot of that vote to come in. Meanwhile, I'm looking at a lot of these small counties where J.D. Vance is winning. 95% of the vote in, 99%, 95, 94, 94, 89, 95, 93. So it looks like a lot of the rural districts are where the vote has already come in. So this is probably the high watermark for J.D. Vance, and we'll see that gap. Let's see. We just had that bumped up. Huh. Okay. Well, NBC News is projecting J.D. Vance as the winner right now. Damn. That one hurts. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, NBC projected J.D. Vance the winner. I guess with the amount of votes that are left outstanding in Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Columbus, that's still not enough to overtake J.D. Vance. So Tim Ryan will go down in Ohio Senate race. That one hurts. That would have been a huge pickup opportunity for Democrats in the Senate. Yeah, that really sucks. That's like a super close ally of Tucker Carlson. That one sucks. Damn. There's like no sugarcoating that one. Not super surprising. I mean, we can't be like crazy shocked that a Democrat didn't win in Ohio, which is not a blue state by any stretch of the imagination. But if ever there was a good candidate in Ohio, it was Tim Ryan. All right. Still a lot of races left to go. We're in good shape in Pennsylvania right now. John Fetterman is running ahead of Joe Biden. Joe Biden's margin in 2020. And, of course, Joe Biden won that state by 80,000 votes. So we do look to be in good shape in Ohio. We, of course, still have, a number of Senate seats outstanding. We have a possible flip in North Carolina. We have a possible flip in Wisconsin. And, of course, we still have to hold on to seats in Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. So, going to be a close night. We'll see what happens. Let's see if I can find any other announcements. Let's look at some better news here. Let's see how Lauren Boebert is doing. Adam Fritsch is still leading Lauren Boebert 51.9 to 48.1. So just under 4 points, 3.8 points, with 73% of the vote in. Let's take a look at Bo Hines' race. 81% of the vote in, 51.9 to 48.1. Is that exactly the same? 48.1 to 51.9? Yeah. Adam Fritsch is leading Lauren Boebert by exactly the same amount as the Democrat is leading Bo Hines. Both of them are 51.9 to 48.1. 73% of the vote in and 81% of the vote in. So we'll keep an eye on those races right now. Let's take a look at Georgia. Georgia's leading Raphael Warnock, still the exact same number as before. There's about 85% of the vote in. Raphael Warnock is trailing just by 0.6%, with a lot of votes still left to count, about 14% left in Augusta. There's only 68% of the vote in DeKalb County. Fulton County still has 15% of the vote. Clayton County still waiting on 14% of the vote. Fulton County still waiting on 15% of the vote. Cobb County still waiting on 19% of the vote. So still a lot of votes left to count. About 597,000 votes left. And just to give you an idea, there's about 600,000 votes left. Walker's margin right now that he's winning by is 27,000. So Walker's only winning by 27,000 votes, and there's 600,000 left. So not really something I'd worry about too much right here. I would ask now, while we're waiting for some new calls, because it's 8 o'clock Pacific, 11 o'clock Eastern. If you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please subscribe. That is the best way to support what I do. It doesn't cost you anything. Just hit the subscribe button right here on the screen. I would really appreciate it. That is the single best way to support everything that I do. Okay, someone had asked about Illinois' 12th. So let's check Illinois' 12th congressional district. Illinois' 12th has been called for the Republican Boast. Didn't seem like that was a particularly close race. Only 34% of the vote in, they called it immediately for the Republican. Texas has been called for Greg Abbott. Beto did lose that race in Texas. John Ossoff is not running. He's been elected to a 6-year term. Dan, that Ohio race really killed me. Wow. We might have a Democratic flip. Hang on one sec. 13th. Ohio's 13th. Wow, it looks like Ohio's 13th, Sykes, is being called as a possible flip. Let's see what. Wow. So Gilbert, Madison Gilbert was projected at 81% to win Ohio's 13th. It looks like Amelia Sykes is going to pick up that seat. That would be huge. It was rated likely Republican, not just lean Republican, not even toss-up. It was rated likely Republican. Wow, that would be enormous. Hang on. Wow, that is. I'm seeing. Decision Desk has called Ohio's 13th. With 91% of the vote in, she leads by about 5 points. Wow, that is incredible. That would be, I mean, if they're right, that is a huge, huge flip. One that we have no business winning. That would be huge. So, guys, definitely some good news in here. Let's see if I could find more information on this.
Yeah, Corey, I can. This House thing is very real.
Stacey Abrams is being projected as losing the governor race to Brian Kemp. So a loss by Stacey Abrams. Brian Kemp is projected the winner of Georgia, but that's not especially surprising. But I'll tell you what, this race, this Ohio's 13th congressional district with Sykes beating Gilbert, I cannot explain how massive that is. I mean, it's races like that that actually give me hope that Democrats will hold on to the House. And if you look on the screen, we had just missed it, but it was seats that Democrats need to hold on to, vulnerable seats by Democrats. Ohio's 13th was on that list. Democrats are going to hold on to that seat. Stacey Abrams has called Brian Kemp to concede the race for governor. So it looks like that one is in the bag.
Yeah, the answer is yes. They have a chance. And I mean, we could just take you through it again. We've been stressing this all night. We rank these districts by vulnerability for Democrats, okay? The Republicans need a net gain of 5 seats. And we said at the start of the night, Republicans had basically drawn themselves 5 seats. They won those 5 seats relatively early in the night, and you still haven't seen any other calls in this category. So for Democrats, I'll give you a couple examples here. The 9th District of Ohio, Marcy Kaptur, you can see there 3/4 of the vote, and you can see how she's doing. 2nd District of Maine, 40% of the vote. Jared Golden, again, this is an instant runoff district, so Golden's got to wants to finish ahead of Pollock when he also wants to break 50 to win it outright tonight. We'll see. There's still a lot of vote to come there. Pennsylvania's 8th District, we showed you how John Fetterman was overperforming in Lackawanna County. Matt Cartwright, the Democratic congressman here. Again, these are all Trump districts I'm showing you. Trump carried them all. Democrats represent them in Congress right now. There are a couple places here. The 15th District of Texas. This is South Texas. This is that part of Texas, heavily Hispanic, that really moved dramatically away from the Democrats. And you can see this was the district of these 3 deep South Texas districts. This is the one Republicans on paper had the best chance, and this may well end up being a Republican pickup here. But you see Democrats holding their own, defending, or at least potentially defending, a lot of this turf in here. So they got to limit. The first step for Democrats here is just limit the number of losses here. They got 5, try to limit it to a couple more, maybe 2 more there if they want to have a shot at the House. Then take a look. This thing, I'm sorry, is a little funky here. But now let me show you the vulnerable Democratic seats. And again, what should be striking, given that it's past 11 o'clock on the East Coast right now, is these are districts that Democrats represent that were carried by Joe Biden, that Republicans were targeting and in many cases feeling very good about. We haven't called a single one of these districts for a Republican now at 11 o'clock. In fact, we called, you mentioned it before, Kansas 3, Sharice Davids. This is heavily based in Johnson County, Kansas. This district was actually redrawn in redistricting to be more favorable to the Republican.
Okay, let's take a look at that Boebert race. 73% of the vote in. No change. Bo Hines race. 91% of the vote in.
And New York is a big part of this story when we're talking about the battle for House control here. And again, just
Bo
showing
Hines
you
still trails
some of these
by 2
vulnerable
points.
Democratic seats here. Republicans have been thinking they'd be, I'm just showing you where they stand right. Illinois 6th district, Illinois 14th district, you're 75,
Wow,
you're 80%
Lauren
of the
Underwood
vote
is
in.
still leading.
We've been talking about the 1st district of Indiana around Gary and Hammond all night, now getting over 80% of the vote. Frank Mervanette still at 53%. So again, the name of the game here for Democrats, they haven't had a single one called for Republicans yet. Democrats want to defend as many of these as possible. They have to defend the lion's share of the seats in that column, and then this is where New York comes into it. Look at all of these vulnerable Democratic seats in New York. So that was one of the aspects of the governor's race that made it so crucial. If Hochul was losing, or even if Hochul only wins by a small margin, all of these Democratic-held House seats in New York, does it jeopardize them? So you could just take a look at some of these right here. Democratic-held seat, Pat Ryan, he won that special election over the summer in New York. This is what his race is looking like right now. This is a big one. Sean Patrick Maloney, the chair of the DCCC, is in some trouble with 2/3 of the vote counted in his district, although the biggest outstanding vote in this district is from Westchester County, which is the most Democratic-friendly part of it. So we'll see with the remaining votes what happens there. We showed you Rhode Island, too. Republicans were very excited about this, 92% of the vote. And you can see Alan Fung still running 3 points behind right there. Henry Cuellar, conservative Democrat from deep South Texas. Again, this is one of those districts that really moved heavily toward Trump. But Cuellar getting some good numbers, encouraging numbers for him out of there. We do have one call now here of these vulnerable Democratic seats. It just came in the last few minutes. This is the Virginia Beach area, the 2nd district.
And that's the one we knew.
Republicans. So that's a 6th gain for Republicans that we've shown you. But keep this in mind. At the start of the night, we said there were 3 tiers to Virginia. We said that the 2nd district was kind of the baseline. Republicans on just the kind of like, okay night would get Virginia 2 and nothing else. On a good night, they'd get Virginia 2, Virginia 7. On a great night, they'd get Virginia 2, Virginia 7, Virginia 10. They're going to get Virginia 2. So that tells you the kind of night overall it's been. And again, as I say, the question becomes now, could it be so positive for Democrats that they actually are in the game for controlling the House? And that's where this set of districts comes into play. This is where Democrats are on offense. There's a couple others, too, that are surprises that we should add to this list and will add to this list. But this is where Democrats are on offense and where they can have the opportunity to offset those gains that I just showed you, or some of those gains that I just showed you. So, for instance, take a look at Illinois' 13th district. This one was redrawn. Used to be a Republican-held district. Illinois Democrats were aggressive with the redistricting, and you can see the Democrat with more than 60% of the vote is leading here. This district, as it was redrawn, is a Biden plus 11 district. If this holds as a Democratic win, It's a pickup. It offsets one of those Republican gains I showed you. This, if it holds, and it's now a 14-point advantage for Hillary Scholten over John Gibbs in Michigan's 3rd district, would be a Democratic pickup. Remember, this is the district where Republicans ousted Peter Meyer, the pro-impeachment Republican in the primary, replaced him with the pro-Trump Gibbs. This would be a pickup for Democrats, would offset what I was just showing you earlier. Texas 34. This is where over the summer, Mayra Flores, again, Deep South Texas, trended away from the Democrats in 2020. This summer, Mayra Flores won a special election. So she is the incumbent in this district. Vicente Gonzalez actually is a member of Congress who was redrawn and moved into this district. So this is a Republican seat right now that has 2 Republicans running in it. So this would be, if Gonzalez holds on here, this would be a gain for Democrats that would potentially offset a loss we were just showing you in the 15th district. Look at Ohio's 1st district. We're getting up to 90% of the vote in here.
That's
Cincinnati
really good.
City Councilman Greg Landsman continues to lead Steve Shabbat. Again, district redrawn here, Cincinnati-based. We could take a look at what's still to come in this district. The Republican area, basically all in. Cincinnati,
That's
still
good.
votes to come, and Landsman is ahead. Everything I'm showing you here would be a Democratic gain. We haven't even, North Carolina 13 is coming right down to the wire, but the Democrat ahead by 2 points with 90% counted. We have, New Mexico 2, 77% of the vote. This was the redraw in New Mexico was also very aggressive. This was a very Republican district that was redrawn to become a Biden +6 district. Yvette Herrell's the Republican incumbent, and look at this, with more than 3/4 of the vote in, Yvette Herrell is trailing in the tally right now. Again, these would all be Democratic pickups. If anything that I'm showing you holds here, these would all be Democratic pickups, and what I'm showing you so far, if they hold, huge if there, would offset those Republican gains that we already showed you on the first page. And so what becomes key at this point, and what's starting to come into focus, I think, is first of all, how important in the next couple hours those races in New York are. 5 Democratic-held seats, where I think we're going to get a lot of information in the next couple of hours. Can Democrats hold those seats? And the other major piece of this, if Democrats can emerge from that without suffering too much damage, California is a place where Democrats, you can see it right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Republican districts in California won by Joe Biden. So if the Democrats can get through the next couple of hours and have those Republican gains, in single digits, they would have a chance at control of the House. And you really would look at an election that's coming down to, can they pick off these Republican-held seats out in California? And I'd warn you ahead of time, if it does come down to that, the count in California really is a slow one. It will take weeks.
Oh, yeah.
And if we're in a situation where this is just a couple of seats, these are the districts that are going to decide it. And it would come down to weeks.
Steve, I have to ask you about one other legislative
Kathy Hochul has been projected the winner in New York.
Myself. And you notice what a surprise that was to us. We didn't have it on that list there, but take a look. Almost nothing has happened since we checked in. I think they were at 72% the last time we checked in, but it remains basically a 4-point advantage for the Democrat Adam Frisch over Lauren Boebert. And we just look at the counties here. Yeah, no, I mean, we have 2, so you could show you Rio Grande here. This is Trump by 18, and this is and what we've been seeing is that Frisch has been running, about 5, 6, 7 points ahead of Biden's number. So potentially this could be a good county for him. If he runs 5, 6, he runs 7 points ahead or something, he could limit the losses here, that Biden suffered. And again, you just look at these counties that have been coming in. There he is running 4, and it's a core Democratic county. You're getting there are some Democratic areas in this district. Look where Grand Junction is. Mesa County. Trump got 63%. Boebert's sitting down at 55.
9 points
Almost
ahead
a
of Biden.
10-point improvement for Adam Frisch here. This is a big part of the district here. So he seems very much in the game. And again, all those seats I just took you through, if he pulls it out, that's a Democratic gain.
Wow, that would be huge. Again, there's some parts of that district that he's running almost 10 points ahead of Biden in. Lauren Boebert in trouble in her own district. Just some news. Kathy Hochul has been renominated as the governor of New York. There was some grumblings by Republicans that Lee Zeldin would take that race. Kathy Hochul cruises to victory. New York is not a red state. And there it is. Amelia Sykes wins Ohio's 13th. That is a flip. That was a Republican-held seat. Amelia Sykes has won that seat. That is huge. Again, there were these, because of Republican gerrymandering in a place like Florida, there were these flips just baked in that we already had to contend with, 4 or 5 seats, which, if we don't overcome them with flips of our own, that means we lose the House. A flip like Amelia Sykes in Ohio's 13th congressional district is just gravy for us, something that we definitely didn't expect to have. NBC is calling the race for Ted Budd over Sherry Beasley. So another potential flip in the Senate has been called for a Republican. They'll hold on to that seat, but Sherry Beasley kept it close. Let's see. Sherry Beasley at 47, Ted Budd at 51, with 91% of the vote in. So that makes sense. She kept it close. Hard to win in a state like North Carolina if you're a Democrat. So another one in the books for Republicans. Our hopes now pretty much rest on a place like, well, we really do need to flip Pennsylvania, which John Fetterman is running well ahead of Biden's margin, which is good, and Biden won that seat. So John Fetterman just has to match. He can actually give up a few votes on Biden's margin. He's not doing that. He's running ahead of Joe Biden's margin in Pennsylvania. I feel good about Pennsylvania. Everything's going to look to come down to a few races. It's going to come down to Georgia, which is trending in the right direction if you're a Democrat, and it's going to come down to what happens in Nevada. Nevada obviously made some news today just for having a pretty good firewall for Democrats from the last week, but some pretty low turnout among Democrats for Election Day. But Wisconsin is really where the story is. So let me see if I have any news from Wisconsin. Right now, with 69% of the vote in, Mandela Barnes is trailing Ron Johnson about 49 to 51. We're still waiting on a good deal of votes from Dane County and Rock County, which is where Madison is. Milwaukee, we're still waiting for about 45% of the votes from Milwaukee. So those are some Democratic strongholds. So we'll see what happens in Wisconsin. But that is, if we want to have any chance of getting 52 seats, enough to overcome the filibuster in a place like Wisconsin, then we are absolutely going to need to hold on to Georgia. We're going to need to hold on to Nevada, and we have to flip Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. That's what we're looking at right now. But we do have that Democratic flip in Ohio's 13th congressional district. That's Sykes. We are keeping an eye on Lauren Underwood in Illinois' 14th congressional district. She's leading by 9 points in her district. That would be a huge hold for Democrats. Adam Fritsch is still leading Lauren Boebert, 51.9 to 48.1 with 74% of the vote in. That is, talk about slow results. These things are just trickling in. Michigan. Let's see what Michigan's looking like right now. Gretchen Whitmer is leading Tudor Dixon, 51.9 to 46.5. So about a 5.5 point lead for Gretchen Whitmer. That's about a third of the votes in. there are some very close races. The 3rd congressional district in Michigan. Hang on, let me pull up the close races in Michigan here. So we have a bunch of races that are not called right now. Scholten in Michigan's 3rd, about half of the votes are in, and we lead by 14 points. So that is some good news. There's a bunch of uncalled races, so we'll see Elise Slotkin. That's going to be a close one as well. She's currently trailing by about 8 points with 43% of the vote in. That is a race that we need to hold on to, Elise Slotkin. She's losing right now, but again, only 43% of the vote is in right now. Let's see. I think we may have some numbers in Georgia. Raphael Warnock trails Herschel Walker by 0.4 of a point, 48.8 to 49.2. There are still a lot of votes left to be counted in the Atlanta suburbs. DeKalb County still has 22% of the vote left to count. Fulton County still has 10% of the vote. Cobb County still has 19%. Fulton County, 10%. So, meanwhile, all of the red counties are pretty much 90 and more percent in. A lot of them are 95, 96, 93. So there's still some favorable votes left. Just to give you an idea, the difference between Warnock and Walker right now is 1.777, 1.762. So 15,000 votes. That's the difference. There are still 486,000 votes remaining. So the margin is just 15,000 votes, and meanwhile there are 486,000 votes remaining. So keep an eye on this race. I feel good about the Georgia Senate race right now, just judging on which votes are outstanding in that state. Also, quick request, shameless self-promotion. If you haven't subscribed to this channel, please hit the subscribe button. That is the best way to support me. I'll be with you all night as we continue to get these results in. Please hit the subscribe button. I would really appreciate it. It doesn't cost you anything. Just hit the subscribe button on this channel. Thank you. Someone asked, Calvin asked, why is Georgia's governor result called but not senators? So Brian Kemp ran about 5 points ahead of Herschel Walker. So that race was pretty easily called. Stacey Abrams has conceded to Brian Kemp, and but Herschel Walker seems to be running a worse race than Raphael Warnock, so they haven't called that one yet. Again, 15,000 vote margin. There's over 400,000 votes left to be counted. I don't think that one's going to be called anytime soon. Let's see if we have any other calls right now. Patty Murray wins in Washington. That was a race that Republicans had hoped to flip. The Republicans threw a lot of money and time into that race. That is a win for Democrats. That's big. That would have been game over for Democrats if they had lost that. Patty Murray wins and holds on to that seat. Not seeing any other calls aside from that one. With 77% of the vote in, Kentucky is still defeating the constitutional amendment that would remove the right to an abortion. That is good news for abortion rights. No is beating yes 52-48. That is people voting down the amendment that would remove the right to an abortion. I know there's a lot of negatives in there, but basically an amendment that says there is no protection for abortion, and Kentucky is rejecting that. So that's good news for abortion rights in Kentucky, winning by 4 points with 77% of the vote in. Decision Desk is calling Chris Pappas winning in New Hampshire's 1st congressional district. So let me see. Wow. So let's see. Another win for Democrats in the House. Chris Pappas in New Hampshire's 1st congressional district. Guys, this is crazy. We were supposed to lose all of these close races. Decision Desk HQ just called New Hampshire's 1st congressional district for the Democrats. That is a hold on a seat that we were supposed to lose. Another seat that we were supposed to lose. All of these close races are falling in the Democrats' favor. Every race that I've seen so far, other than Virginia's 2nd, which was pretty much baked in that we were going to lose on even a mediocre night, Democrats are hanging on to. So I know some of these races really hurt, but I feel good about our chances in the House right now. These are races that, like, in a midterm cycle with the party in power, A, having a president who's unpopular, and B, just when one party controls government, it's usually a wave. These are very close D+1, D+2, D+3 districts, and Democrats are holding on to them. Wait a minute. Could it be? Did Bo Hines just lose his race? Let's see. Did Bo Hines just lose his race? That would be a huge W for us. 99% of the 99% of the vote in. Hines trails 48.7 to 51.3. I don't see how Bo Hines wins this. That's another big W if that pans out. I don't know why they haven't called it. But that would be huge. Wow. We've already won North Carolina's 14th congressional district. That was a gain for the Democrats. We're ahead with 96% of the vote in North Carolina's 1st by like 5 points, and we're ahead in the 13th by like 4 points with 99% of the vote in. North Carolina, I mean, granted, Sherry Beasley lost that race for the Senate, and that hurts, but like, we've gained 1 seat in North Carolina so far, and the 2 that are uncalled are both trending in the Democrats' direction. So, really good news coming out of North Carolina right now. I don't see how Bo Hines wins this. I think Bo Hines just lost his race for the Republicans. Wow. Landsman wins. Democrat. Landsman wins in Ohio's 1st congressional district. Another big win for Democrats. I haven't seen any surprise flips from Republicans for any of these close races. Every single race that I've looked at so far has been Democrats up 4 or 5 points. I'm telling you, I've looked at all of these races. Every single close race, Democrats are leading in. Every race that Republicans would need to flip the House, Democrats are leading in. A big part of this is going to be Democrats flipping a bunch of these seats in California. If you're looking on the screen right now, you'll see Christy Smith is up, 26% of the vote in. We're going to honestly have to wait weeks for these votes in California. But everything looking good so far in the non-California states. But honestly, like, everything that I've looked at thus far has looked really good for Democrats in the House. We'll see if that translates and what happens in Wisconsin. That's going to be a huge Senate race for us. Let's check in on Wisconsin right now and see how that race looks. Mandela Barnes is still trailing by 2.5 points, I think. 48.7 to 51.1. So 2.5 points. 72% of the vote in. So the difference in these votes is 50,000 votes right now. Ron Johnson's leading by 50,000. The remaining votes are 800,000. So keep an eye on Wisconsin, but we want to see Barnes start to close that gap a little bit. I'd like to hear Kornacki speak about Wisconsin, just to get some more of that information about what kind of race Mandela Barnes needs to run to be able to win here. I'm gonna keep calling these races as I get info, so stick around. One Democrat loss. Tom Malinowski has been unseated by Tom Keene, the Republican in New Jersey's 7th congressional district. That one hurts. That one hurts. These are just races that we can't lose. I mean, everyone is going to hurt because we really can't afford to lose any. Good news out of Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer has won re-election. Tudor Dixon goes down. Gretchen Whitmer wins gubernatorial election out in Michigan. That is some good news. Let's go to the Senate, where Georgia, let's see, Raphael Warnock is still trailing by 4/10 of a point. 4/10 of a point. Warnock is trailing. A lot of votes left to be counted in Georgia. Warnock is only behind by 15,000 votes. There's still 484,000 left to be counted. I wouldn't worry about that. Let's go back to Colorado and see how Lauren Boebert's race is going. %77% of the vote in. Lauren Boebert trails Adam Frisch, 48.3 to 51.6. 77% of the vote in. That would be huge if we saw Lauren Boebert lose tonight. That would be pretty massive. Greg Landsman officially wins Ohio's 1st congressional district. That is a flip for Democrats. A flip for Democrats. That is a great one. Republican Congressman Steve Shabbat is out. Greg Landsman, the Democrat, is in Ohio's 1st congressional district. That is huge. Take some of the pressure off for like that Tom Malinowski, New Jersey flip in the Republicans' favor.
It continues to be, and you can see now, we had that call in Ohio 9 a little while ago with Marcy Kaptur. That's the first call we've had for Democrats in this column where they are the most vulnerable on paper. These are Democratic-held seats in districts that were carried by Donald Trump. Let's go through the rest of them because we're getting a lot of vote just about everywhere right now. Wisconsin's 3rd district, about 70% of the vote is in. Ron Kine, long-serving Democrat, not running for re-election. Trump carried this one. You could see the Republican, it's a close race here, obviously. These would all be Republican pickups if the Republicans win them. Texas, 15, you could see right now, 3/4 of the vote in. This is in South Texas. This is that area where, there was a big shift, heavily Hispanic counties going toward Trump in 2020. Of these 3, they're all lined up together, these 3 districts in deep South Texas. This is the one coming into tonight where Republicans had the best chance on paper, so this could be another pickup for them very potentially. Pennsylvania 8, we were showing you before. This is Scranton, Lackawanna County. Matt Cartwright survived in this district in 2020, even as Donald Trump carried it. You see over 80% of the vote is in. He is ahead there. Very slow count. Just about 1/10 of the vote is in here in the 10th 10th District of Michigan. This is a redrawn district that had been represented by a Democratic incumbent who ran in a different district. John James, a Republican. Republicans have a lot of hope in him early. Let's see what happens there. Iowa's 3rd district. This one's coming right down to the wire. Democratic incumbent Cindy Oxney trailing by 732 votes with 90% of the vote in. Maine's 2nd district. Jared Golden continues to lead the tally there. Again, this is an instant runoff voting state. If nobody gets 50, they do an instant runoff vote, an instant runoff in a couple weeks. Arizona's 2nd district. On paper, this was one of the toughest for Democrats to defend. You could see Donald Trump won it by 8 points in 2020 under these new lines. Basically, the tribal lands were taken out of this district, really put O'Halloran at a disadvantage. About half the vote, that initial batch coming in, O'Halloran about a point behind right there. We have this situation in Alaska. This will get started later. This will involve an instant runoff, I believe, on November 23rd, so we could put that one aside for right now. We showed you this next line. These are vulnerable Democrats. Biden carried all of these seats. And again, the only one that has a call right now is for the Democrats. That's in Kansas's 3rd district. And just show you, California, we're starting to get votes in California. Josh Harder, an incumbent, he moved to the newly drawn 9th district to run for re-election. You can see they release, in California, they say it's election season, not election night. So I caution you ahead of time. These are going to be real slow counts in these California districts. But these are now crucial. These are now crucial to the question of House control, because on this panel, you see 4 California districts that Democrats are trying to defend. I think Democrats are probably going to have to go 4 for 4 in these districts to have a chance at the House, but that's what we're talking about right now. The Democrats have a chance at retaining the House. So here's California's 9th. Here's California's 13th district. Here's California's 47th. This is Katie Porter. Sort of coastal Orange County. This is California's 49th. This is Mike Levin. You get big initial batches of vote out in California, then it can take a while. I think they're probably going to need to go realistically, run the table and defend these. They have an opportunity to. We will see how they play out. Let's take a look at Illinois. We've got more than 80% of the vote in the 6th district. Sean Casten continuing to lead by 6 points there. Lauren Underwood, an 8-point advantage with 80% in. In Illinois, 14. In Indiana, 1. Well, we were here before. Still about a 5-point advantage for Democrat Frank Mrvan. Illinois, 17. This one, the Republican leads. About half of the vote is in there right now. So just giving you a sense, North Carolina, 1. Now most of the vote is in. The Democrats lead there. Nevada is also going to be very key to this story of House control. And I'll just quickly tell you the story here. Nevada won. Dina Titus, Democratic incumbent. This was a safely Democratic seat, like a 25-point Democratic seat. And the strategy that the Democrats in Nevada applied to redistricting, and Dina Titus had vocal public objections to this, was they said, we're going to make her district much less Democratic, to the tune of Biden wins it by 8. Again, he was like 25 before. And they're going to take areas, Democratic areas from her district, and they're going to move them to the 4th district. Stephen Horsford's the Democratic incumbent there, and they're going to make that more Democratic. And they're going to move them to the 3rd district. Susie Lee's the Democratic incumbent there, and they're going to make that more Democratic. So the gamble that Democrats are taking in Nevada is that by making Dina Titus more vulnerable in the 1st district potentially, that they could shore up the 4th, shore up the 3rd, and win all 3 of these. Obviously, we don't have any votes to show you, but that's now crucial. That gamble that they made in Nevada, that's what you do out there, right? That gamble that they made, that's going to be crucial to Senate control. Can they go 3 for 3 right there? And then we get to that question, we get to that question of where are Democrats playing offense? And they did, a short while ago, put their first pickup on the board. We were talking about this one all night. Steve Shabbat, long-serving Republican congressman, in redistricting, he found himself in a Biden +8 district. He's been unseated. Greg Landsman, a Cincinnati city councilman, is now the congressman-elect. This is a net gain for Democrats. So this offsets one of those Republican pickups from earlier. There are others on this list right now. I tell you, you're at 2/3 of the vote in Texas, 34. And again, Myra Flores is the incumbent in this district. We showed you a minute ago that in Texas 15, which is this district, the Republicans leading. Vicente Gonzalez used to represent the 15th, is now running in the 34th. So if the Republican holds on and wins the 15th, that's a Republican pickup. But Gonzalez is running next door now in the 34th, and Mayra Flores won the special election there. She's the congresswoman who represents the 34th. If Gonzalez unseats her, this is a Democratic pickup here, offsets the Democratic loss in the 15th district. So those are the stakes, right there. That's significant for Democrats. Michigan 3 right now, half the vote is in, double-digit advantage for Hillary Schulten. Again, this is that district where Republicans threw Peter Meyer overboard in the primary. 70% of the vote is in the 13th district of Illinois. This was redrawn to give by Democrats to give Democrats potentially a pickup. Looks on paper right now like they are getting what they were hoping for right there. New Mexico 2, more than 80% of the vote in. Again, redrawn by Democrats to give themselves a shot. What Republicans did in Florida, Democrats tried to do in New Mexico. And look at this, Yvette Harrell finds herself in big trouble with 80% of the vote in. In Nebraska's 2nd district, right now, the lines are redrawn here, but remember, this is that 2nd district. In Nebraska, like Maine, they do the electoral votes by congressional district. Nebraska's 2nd gave Biden an electoral vote, a little different, constituted a little differently, but this one is going to come down to the wire, it looks like, and is crucial here because it's a pickup opportunity for Democrats. North Carolina's 13th. We've been watching it all night. Look at this. We have almost all of the vote in right now.
I don't get why they don't just call it.
It has not yet been called, but the Democrat with an advantage here of over 7,000 votes. Now, the elections, this is crucial. You could still have ballots that arrive in the mail after Election Day that won't be added to the tally officially for, I think, about a week in Carolina. So there may be a few more votes to come here. There's still provisional ballots, some military ballots from overseas, very close margin. But this would be, if Nickel can hang on, this would be a Democratic pickup. So you're starting to see on this list, and these are Republican seats that were, carried by Joe Biden. And you also have this list next door. I wanted to show you. And these are the Democratic targets. These are districts here, Colorado 3, About 80% of the vote is in right now. Adam Frisch leads Lauren Boebert by 3.5 points. Starting to get some votes in California 3. Starting to get some votes in California 41. Ken Calvert, longtime incumbent, his district was changed in redistricting. He's more vulnerable as a result of it. So California and New York are just, the bottom line right now are becoming a huge part of this story for House control. There's 5 vulnerable Democratic seats in New York State. And we just check in on them right now and see any Republican win in the districts I'm about to show you would be a pickup for them. So you start in the 4th district, and with about 2/3 of the vote in, razor thin right here, this would be a Republican pickup if D'Esposito is able to get it. The 3rd district, George Santos leading Robert Zimmerman, about 70%. Okay, then we go up to this one right here. Sean Patrick Maloney finds himself in some big trouble with 3/4 of the vote here. Chairman of the DCCC. Haven't seen the chair of a party's campaign committee go down in a general election in 42 years. That's what he's facing there. Pat Ryan has gotten very close here. Pat Ryan, the Democrat who won that special election this summer. Democrats badly need to hang on to this district. And in the 19th district next door here, again, look at this. 2,000 votes and change. Almost all of the vote in. Mark Molinaro, if that name sounds familiar to you, he's the Republican who lost to Pat Ryan in that special election over the summer, now running in the 19th district. If Riley hangs on here, that would count. That would prevent a Republican gain. So Democrats are trying to limit as much as they can what Republicans squeeze out of those 5 New York districts. And I could add a New York area district to this, the 7th district of New Jersey. This one, Democrats are in some trouble in right now, some real trouble in right now. Tom Kean Jr., the son of the former governor, running in a rematch against Tom Malinowski. And you can see here with more than a 10,000 vote cushion right now for Tom Kean, with most of the vote in right there. So you can see some potential losses here for Democrats. I showed you the places that are sort of in the non-California places where they can get some gains, but ultimately it then comes down potentially to California, where those 4 Republican-held seats that Democrats are targeting there in California. There's 6 Republican-held seats, 4 that were won by Joe Biden that Democrats are targeting. So that's ultimately, I think, potentially going to be the opportunity for Democrats here. If they can make gains in the places I'm showing you, if they can limit losses in some of those outstanding places, they'll end up with an opportunity in California, an opportunity to make a significant number of gains. And that if they can keep that Republican net gain under 5, they keep the House.
Okay. Some flips and holds for Democrats. Ohio's 1st congressional district.
It's coming in.
Ohio's 1st congressional district, Landsman, has defeated Shabbat. That's a Dem pickup. Ohio 13, Sykes defeats Gilbert. That's a Democratic hold. That was a target for Republicans. Kansas is 13th. Sharice Davids defeats Adkins. That's another Democratic hold. North Carolina's 13th congressional district, Democrat Nickel defeats Bo Hines. That's a pickup. Okay. North Carolina's 14th congressional district, Jackson defeats Harrigan. That's a Democratic pickup. There's one more race in North Carolina that's still outstanding, and that is North Carolina's 1st congressional district. Davis is currently defeating Smith, the Republican. That is, the Democrat is defeating the Republican with 96% of the vote in by like 5 points. So we may pick up 3 seats in North Carolina. That would be a big showing in North Carolina.
We got big news.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm sorry to control. I'm sorry. Well, it's. Right, and here's what I can tell you now. Our decision desk has been watching all of these districts that I've been running through here, running a model, trying to come up with a projection for how the House will ultimately end up. And the decision desk is now ready to release its model for the House. Now, I want you to remember, control of the House is 218 seats. Our decision desk's model that they've just released within the last minute is that the Republicans will end up with 219 seats plus or minus 13. So this is essentially landing in our model as a tie at the moment, as close as you could get to a tie for House control in our model at midnight on election night. So all of those different tiers that I'm showing you right now, and all of the trends that are emerging in the counties and the districts that have been called, or where we have partial results, when you put those into our model, and the model gets smarter with the more data you feed it with, it adds up right now to Republicans 219, could be less, could be more. There's almost an equal chance when you look at that of Republicans ending up in control of the House or Democrats retaining control of the House.
Okay. So as I was saying,
officially make that call for the decision desk, but everything I've told you about California, the number of competitive seats in California, there are a half a dozen seats that Democrats are targeting, there are seats that Republicans are targeting, and these California races, it's extremely, extremely hard to fathom a scenario where any close race in California, any remotely close race in California is called tonight, especially given what the stakes have now landed at in terms of House control. So again, we said at the start of the night, I think it was the start of the night, that if we landed in a position where Democrats actually had a chance at controlling the House of Representatives, and that would mean landing with 220, 221 seats, something like that, it would necessarily come down to California, to defending their vulnerable seats in California, and to picking off the vulnerable Republicans or the potentially vulnerable Republicans in California. And that process, again, think back to the 2018 midterms if you can. If you remember, that blue wave in 2018 grew by a substantial number of seats in the weeks after the November election as the vote count progressed in California. So we have election season getting underway in California, where you're going to get incremental updates in these districts. Every day you're going to get a couple thousand votes, different counties, it's going to be uneven and it's going to take a while. That's the way it goes in California. But with this kind of a margin, it's hard to see how we are not now living in a world where that's going to be our lives for the next couple weeks. I'm glad I wanted to say that, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so just to give some background, control of the House is 218 seats. The first party to hit 218 will have control of the House. By virtue of him saying that Republicans are projected to have 219, give or take 13, it's basically a tie.
Got it.
It's basically saying that they could have 206 or 232. So it's like it's a total tie right now. This is a big race. Boehein's losing to Wiley Nickel. That is big. That is a pickup in North Carolina. That is a pickup in North Carolina. So we have a few pickups here. Again, I want to go over them. In North Carolina, 13th Congressional District, Boehein's losing. That is a Democratic pickup. In North Carolina's 14th Congressional District, Jackson defeating Harrigan. That is a Democratic pickup. Also, we're waiting on one more result. Davis, the Democrat,
there's no question. And by the way, just as we were having this conversation, our decision desk has now officially called North Carolina's 13th District. So this is a Democratic gain. Again, we've seen, I think 5 or 6 Republican gains. This is the second Democratic gain. So just that math starts to come into focus, will come more into focus. In terms of the historical context for it, since the Great Depression, there are 2 midterm elections where the president's party has actually gained seats in the House. Each time it was single digits. It was 1998 with Bill Clinton in his second midterm, and it was 2002 with George W. Bush in his first midterm. Both of those presidents had extremely high approval ratings on Election Day. Bill Clinton's approval rating in the 1998 exit poll was 68%. If you remember at the time, House Republicans were pursuing impeachment against him. There was wide public opposition, and there was a backlash that resulted in approval rating for Clinton of nearly 70% and Democratic gains in that midterm election. And in 2002, George W. Bush carried a 63% approval rating into the election. Remember, it was a year after 9/11. There's a lot of unity behind Bush in the nation, and Republicans managed a gain of 8 seats in the House in 2002. Joe Biden's approval rating in our poll, and in just about every other poll, it's right around this coming into this election, is 44%. Donald Trump's approval rating in 2018, when his party lost 40 seats, was 45% in our poll. Barack Obama's approval rating, when his party lost 63 seats in 2010, was about 43%. Bill Clinton's approval rating, when his party lost 54 seats in 1994, was 46%. Biden's number, his approval rating, was right in the range where presidents are when their party takes it on the chin in midterm elections. And you compound that with the attitude towards the economy that is coming through in every poll. I know it's in our exit poll, there's a tighter margin there between economy and abortion, but economy still ranks number 1, and the mood on the economy in our final NBC poll was 81% of voters expressing dissatisfaction with the state of the economy. The context for that was the last time that number was that high was 2009, 2010. It was the prelude to Barack Obama and the Democrats getting absolutely clobbered in the 2010 midterm election. So we will see where this lands. The Republicans may get control of the House still. They may get control of the House with a little bit of a pad. That's the best case scenario for Republicans right now. There's also a scenario where Democrats hold the House and only lose 2-3 seats. And there is a scenario where Democrats hold the House and actually gain seats. And so I think given the history that I just laid out there, the fact that that's where we're sitting right now and that that's the range of possibilities suggests, we've had sort of an idea of what the rules of politics are about how midterm elections kind of automatically, represent this backlash against the ruling party. We may be just living in a new political era right now, where you just have massive, that's the feature of tonight, you have massive, historically unprecedented turnout in these elections. These are numbers. The turnout you're going to get in this midterm election would have passed for presidential election turnout not that long ago. And so we just may be in an environment right now where people are so tuned in, so plugged into politics, and they know which side they're on, and they know which side they're against. And if being motivated, if you're a Democratic inclined voter, you may not have been motivated based on all those poll numbers we showed to vote for the Democratic Party of Joe Biden, to vote for Biden's policies, to vote for what Democrats are, but you may also be motivated to keep the Republicans from getting power. You may be motivated by, this kept coming up in our polling, this label, threats to democracy, as an issue that voters were concerned about. In our polling, it was overwhelmingly Democratic voters who were giving that answer. I think one of the questions raised by these results is the looming presence of Donald Trump. His fingerprints are all over so many of these Republican candidacies. He was in the news on election morning, talking about potentially running for president again in 2024. If that's in the minds of Democratic inclined voters who aren't that nuts about Joe Biden, that might motivate them to come out and vote. That might have motivated them to come out and vote in this election. But this is looking like, in terms of the turnout and in terms of the polarization and in terms of this House result, it's almost looking like a mini presidential election. It looks like the almost identical polarization.
Okay. I was saying before, we have projected winner. Tim Walz is the winner, Democrat, from Minnesota's governor race. So that's some good news. NBC has just reported that. Ooh, big one. Henry Cuellar wins re-election in Texas's 28th. That is huge. That is huge. That was another potential pickup opportunity for Republicans. Henry Cuellar holding the Democrat seat in Texas's 28th congressional district. Big, big, big race. A big race. All right, let me just find some more races. Texas 28th, Henry Cuellar. That is in Texas. So some rare good news out of Texas. Not getting a lot tonight with Beto losing that seat, but some good news out of Texas by holding that 28th congressional district, Garcia. Ooh, we've got a close race in Arizona's 2nd congressional district. Let's see how that's looking right now. Crane is leading Tom O'Halloran by about a point, with about half the votes in. So we got plenty of votes left to be counted. All right, let's take a look at some of the big Senate races right now. Pennsylvania, Fetterman is leading Oz by about a point. There are a lot of votes left to be counted. A lot of votes left to be counted. I would much, much, much rather be John Fetterman than Dr. Oz. Remember, John Fetterman is actually overperforming Biden's margin in just about every single district in that state, and Biden won the state. So for Oz has to beat Biden's margin, and not only is Oz not beating Biden's margin, Fetterman is beating Biden's margin. I don't see a way that Fetterman comes back, but in any case, we'll wait for that to be called. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. Still too close to call. About 79% of the votes in. Mandela Barnes is still trailing Ron Johnson 48.5 to 51.5. So 3 points behind. That one we need to win. If we want to have any hope of getting 52 seats in the Senate, we need that So, take a quick moment for some, let's see. Someone is asking, I thought Fetterman was winning. Fetterman is winning right now. There's still a ton of votes left to be counted. Fetterman is winning right now. I hope I didn't misspeak and say that Fetterman was in any way losing. Fetterman is in great shape right now. Okay, let's talk about Michigan. I'm being asked about Michigan. So, Gretchen Whitmer, that race has been called for Gretchen Whitmer. So that is some good news. Let's take a look at Michigan's House races. There are 4 races not called in Michigan right now. Let's talk about those 4. Schulten, the Democrat, with half of the votes in, is leading the Republican in the 3rd congressional district by 15 points. We are in great shape in Michigan's 3rd. Elise Slotkin is running about 7 points behind, or 8 points behind in her race with 52% of the vote in. So that one is tough right now. In Michigan's 8th, Kildee, the Democratic incumbent, is running about 1.5 points behind her Republican opponent with 37% of the vote in. So it's too soon for these races in Michigan right now. So I'll come back to Michigan when we've got a few more results in. Nevada, I'm not assuming we'll have any votes this soon. Let me see what things are looking like in Nevada. Nevada, no votes yet. Got nothing in Nevada. Let's see if we have any called races. I believe that we may... Actually, no, let's see. Good news in Michigan. Prop 3, the right to an abortion, has been approved. There is now a right to an abortion in Michigan. Proposal 3 wins. That is good news out of Michigan. Let's see if we have any other race announcements. Let's go back to Colorado and see how Lauren Boebert is doing. Still 79% of the vote in. She's trailing. Man, they are slow at counting those races right now. Let's look at Arizona and see how Kari Lake and Katie Hobbs are doing. Katie Hobbs with 51% of the votes in. Katie Hobbs is leading Kari Lake 56.6 to 43.3. That is good news. Although all counties still pretty much have I'd rather be Katie Hobbs right now. I mean, in life also, but I'd rather be her right now. The Phoenix area, Maricopa County has 53% of the vote in. That's big Katie Hobbs territory. Pima County, big Katie Hobbs territory, only 44% of the vote in. Meanwhile, those red counties in Nevada, where Kari Lake is leading, Graham County has 82% of the vote already in. Mojave County, already 67% of the vote in. La Paz County, 83% of the vote in. So Yuma County, where Kari Lake is leading, 60% of the vote. So where Kari Lake is leading, she already is. The counties where she's leading already have vastly more of the votes counted versus the Democratic strongholds, which don't have that many votes counted, and that's where Katie Hobbs is leading right now. So that's some good news out of Arizona. Let's see if we can get any news from the Senate race out in Arizona. Mark Kelly is leading Blake Masters 57.8 to 39.9. That's with about half of the votes in. So also some good news from the Democratic side. Mark Kelly and Katie Hobbs both leading in Arizona. So the through line here, the takeaway here, for people just joining in right now. Actually, let's do one more thing. Let's check out Georgia. It's still 0.4 of a point separate the two. So no new news from Georgia right now. Whew. No new news from Georgia right now. Let's check out Oregon. Let's check out Oregon governor. Right now, Tina Kotek, the Democrat, is leading by just a 1.8%. Let's look at all candidates. Betsy Johnson is pulling 8.9%. The independent, the other candidate, and Christine Drazen, the Republican, 44%. So definitely an instance where there's a major spoiler candidate in here. But so far, with 62% of the votes in, Tina Kotek, the Democrat, is still leading the gubernatorial race in Oregon right now. So that's some good news out of Oregon. A lot of places that we're seeing right now, we're seeing good news. I am cautiously optimistic about the House. In any case, what I can say is that that there is no red wave. That's for damn sure. There is no red wave. There's no 30, 40 seat win. So we'll see what happens. But a lot of these close races, you know, we've picked up seats in Ohio's 1st, North Carolina's 13th, North Carolina's 14th. We're set to win, I believe it's North Carolina's 3rd. That would be a 3rd pickup for Democrats in North Carolina. Cuellar holds his seat in Texas's 28th. Sharice Davids holds her seat in Kansas as third. So there's some big holds. There's some big flips. Bo Hines, this rising Republican star, lost his race before he even got started. Drazen, somebody corrected me. Drew, thank you for correcting me. Drazen County, or whatever Drazen was. Good news out of Pennsylvania. Remember, Joe Biden won that state by 80,000 votes. If Dr. Oz wants any chance of flipping PA, then he needs to outperform Joe Biden. Right now, Fetterman is outperforming Joe Biden by between 2.5% and 5%. So really good news from the Fetterman side of things.
Yeah, and we just got a few more calls to sort of bring you up to date here. Actually, we'll cycle through this quickly here. But again, 5 Republican gains at the very start of the night. These were all just the product of redistricting. These are all Democratic-held seats that under their current configuration would have gone for Donald Trump or went for Donald Trump in 2020. So you see the 5 Republican gains there. The Democrats have successfully defended Ohio's 9th. We are still waiting on a bunch of others. Now, next tier, vulnerable Democrats. These are Democratic seats. They're not Trump districts. They're Biden districts, but they're competitive. We just got a couple calls. Illinois 14, Illinois 6. We've been watching these all night. The 2 Democratic incumbents, Sean Casten, Lauren Underwood, both successfully hold those races. Again, you look at this list, there are a bunch in California that come right to mind here. They're still going to be significant, and we're going to have to wait a while on. New Jersey 7 is still looking very shaky here. That's to put it mildly for Tom Malinowski and the Democrats. So you could have a potential Republican pickup there. More vulnerable Republican seats, Democratic seats. They lost Virginia 2, but we did just get another call here in Texas. Texas 28, Henry Cuellar, the Democrat, has succeeded in defending his seat. This is one of those deep South Texas seats. The area had been moving, and it did move between 2016 and 20 toward the Republicans, toward Trump. Cuellar, perhaps the most conservative Democrat in the House, defends it. Ohio 13, the district that Tim Ryan left to run for the United States Senate. The Democrats are going to hold that district. Republicans thought they could flip it. You just heard Garrett mention that Rhode Island 2, Republicans really believed Alan Fung was going to flip this seat. That has been called now. We'd mentioned Virginia 7 earlier. And then you start to go. We've gone through the seats where Democrats are vulnerable. You've seen where they've lost. I showed you New Jersey 7, where they may be on the cusp of losing. Take a look now at where the Democrats are on offense. And there are now 4 calls. Texas 34, within the last couple of minutes, our decision just called Vicente Gonzalez the winner in Texas's 34th district. And remember, he is an incumbent, but the 34th district right now, the actual congresswoman who represents the district is Myra Flores, who won the special election this summer. Ohio's 1st district we showed you earlier, North Carolina's 13th being called, and now Illinois' 13th district also being called for the Democrats. The Democrats have now posted 4 gains of their own. Doesn't completely offset the Republican gains I showed you before, but that takes a big bite out of it for Democrats. And there are other districts here that right now, I think if you're a Democrat, are looking very promising for you. Michigan 3, again, Peter Meyer, the pro-impeachment Republican, lost the primary to the Trump-aligned John Gibbs. Hillary Scholten, the Democrat, now leading that seat there with half the vote in. New York 22. This is actually a Republican-held seat right now. John Katko, Republican incumbent, is leaving it. You can see with 3/4 of the vote in, Francis Knoll, the Democrat, with the lead here of 8 points. Again, if you look at the rest of these New York seats here, there is some trouble. There's some big trouble for Democrats in a number of these New York seats we've been showing you. They badly need Knoll to hang on to that seat, but you do see with 3/4 of the vote in where he's sitting right now. The 2nd district of New Mexico, we're over 90% of the vote in right now. The Democrat leads the incumbent of Ed Harrell by 4 points. Remember, Democrats aggressively redrew the lines here in an attempt to carry it. And again, as you see, 4 California districts here. So 4 Democratic pickups already, some clear opportunities to add to that, and those 4 seats there in California, 4 Republican-held seats in districts won by Joe Biden. And then there is also an additional set of targets for Democrats here, 2 in California, the 3rd district and the 41st district. These are Republican-held seats. They didn't vote for Biden, but these are Democratic targets. There's Colorado's 3rd district. Now we're at 80%. It's coming in real slow, but you can see Adam Frisch, the Democrat, 3 points ahead of Lauren Boebert, the Republican here. That would be a monster upset, obviously. Washington's 3rd district. The way it works in Washington is I wouldn't expect much more tonight in terms of vote reporting. Once you start getting these votes, to kind of get one a night, and it's also going to take a while in Washington. But this is where Jamie Herrera Butler, another pro-impeachment Republican, was defeated in the Republican primary. So is this a pickup opportunity for Democrats? Iowa 2, I did want to show you. The Republican incumbent here, though, is, you can see 3/4 of the vote, does seem to be doing fairly well. But the Democrats have targets here. To say they've picked up 4, and they've got more, other targets as well. So that's why the House model is so even. Uh, 53-45, I think it was. It was 8 points, yeah.
Okay, so some major news here for the House. Essentially, all of it falling in Democrats' favor. Let me just read some of these results. Ohio's 1st, Landsman, Democrat, defeats the Republican. That's a pickup for Democrats. Ohio 13th, Sykes, the Democrat, wins. That's a Democratic hold. Kansas's 3rd, Sharice Davids, the Democrat, defeats the Republican. That's another Democratic hold. North Carolina's 13th and 14th, both Democrats defeat the Republicans. Those are both Democratic pickups. Texas's 28th, Henry Cuellar defeats Garcia. That's a Democratic hold. Deluzio in Pennsylvania's 17th, Deluzio, the Democrat, defeats the Republican. That's a win for Democrats. That's Connor Lamb's old district. Illinois' 6th, Sean Casten, Democrat, wins. That's a Democratic hold. Illinois' 14th, Underwood, defeats the Republican. That's another Democratic hold. Rhode Island's 2nd congressional district, Magaziner, wins. That's another Democratic hold. Texas's 34th, Gonzalez, defeats Maya Flores. That's a Democratic pickup. Illinois' 13th, Budzinski, the Democrat, wins. That's another Democratic pickup. So things are looking really good in the House right now. A lot of these big races are exactly what we were hoping they would look like. So again, things are looking good in the House for Democrats right now. A lot of holds for our vulnerable districts and flips. Let's talk about Georgia. Still, 4/10 of a point separate Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker continues to lead in that race. 92% of the votes in, still 336,000 votes remaining. Herschel Walker's lead is only 15,000 votes. So we're gonna get those votes in from a bunch of the Atlanta suburbs. DeKalb County still has 22% of the vote remaining. Fulton County is pretty much all in, 95%. So there's still some votes that remain in Fulton. Cobb still has 19% of the vote remaining. That's a heavy Democrat county.
Let's zoom out here and just take a look at the big picture for the Senate right now. So again, we come into the night, Republicans needing that net gain of 1 seat to get control of the Senate. So what's been called so far that was part of the battleground? In Ohio, Republicans, J.D. Vance gets called the winner. That's a hold for Republicans, no change. North Carolina gets called for Ted Budd. That's a hold for Republicans, no change. New Hampshire gets called for Maggie Hassan, the Democrat. That's a hold for Democrats, no change. So the battleground now shrinking for the Senate. What are we looking at? Well, first we're looking at, this is a very crucial one in terms of the math, Pennsylvania. And as you said, too early to call, but okay, now here's Fetterman. The advantage right now over Oz, it sits at 35,000 votes with 88% in. Let's take a look here at the Philadelphia suburbs. Okay, these are big, densely populated suburbs right outside of Philadelphia. About 3/4 of the vote is in Bucks County. Just to give you a sense, Joe Biden you can see what Biden got there in 2020, what Fetterman is trying to get to. He would, if he loses more than a point from Biden's number in any given county, that's not a great sign for Fetterman. In Montgomery County, now you're getting close to all the vote in, and he's basically matched the Biden number there. And you see Oz actually a little bit under the Trump number. You look at Chester County right now. Now, I think in Chester County, we have more, there may be more mail vote to come in Chester County that could bump that number up. But if not, if that number is not going to be bumped up by mail ballots, and it may be, we have to check on this, that would be a very good sign for Mehmet Oz, one of the first really good ones for him on the map. We have to check on that. And in Delaware County, again, we're still sitting with only 1/3 of the vote in. So these Philadelphia suburbs are huge. We shouldn't leave off, Dauphin County either, where Harrisburg is. This is Biden picked up considerable ground here in 2020. Fetterman has basically held what Biden gained. If you look at Allegheny County, now we're at 95%. In Western Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, from Braddock, the mayor of Braddock, the former mayor of Braddock, you could see overperforming the Biden number in Allegheny County. That's significant. Erie County, overperforming the Biden number. These are significant numbers for Fetterman. And we take a look at Philadelphia as well. And remember, in Philadelphia, they released right now, you can see what Biden got. You can see where Fetterman is. Remember, in Philadelphia, we were waiting at the start of the night. They released about 60,000 mail ballots. There's about 20,000 to 30,000 additional mail ballots to be released. You saw how decisively those break for the Democrats. So that could still pad the Fetterman number there. But basically, in terms of Senate control, as we zoom out, this one becomes extremely important for Democrats because if they get it, it's a gain. As Pat Toomey holds it right now, they would gain a seat. So Democrats come in tonight with 50. If they get Pennsylvania, right, it's +1 for them. Now, if you're a Democrat, you could afford to lose one of the following states: Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, right? Those are the 3 other Democratic seats that are up. Well, let's take a look at what's going on in Georgia right now. Look at this. 13,000 vote margin. 92% of the vote is in. You see here that Herschel Walker's running. He's at 49.1% in the Senate race. He's basically running 5 points behind Brian Kemp, who's been declared the winner in the governor's race. The Libertarian is getting 2% here. It raises that possibility of a runoff in Georgia. If there's a runoff in Georgia, it will be held on December 6th. Now take a look at Arizona. In Arizona, this is going to take a while. All right, but we got that initial big batch of the early vote from all the counties. At Maricopa, Pima, the 2 biggies here. You can see what Maricopa looks like right now. They are starting now to add into Maricopa County the same-day vote. So the expectation is this tightens as the same-day vote comes in. Same in Pima. But right now, just to give you a sense of what the, point of comparison here is, this is what won Joe Biden Arizona in 2020, barely, but getting 50.3% out of Maricopa County is what won it for him. What won Arizona for him was 58.6 out of Pima. These early numbers now, that initial batch of vote from Pima and from Maricopa doesn't account for as much of the vote as the initial batch did in 2020. So there's a little bit more murkiness about what's to come and how Republican friendly it will be. But again, if you're Kelly and you're running above these numbers, these Biden numbers at all, you're in decent shape in Arizona, especially if you can end up a few points above them. In Nevada, we don't have any results yet. We didn't get our first results in Nevada reported out in 2020 until about 1:30 in the morning Eastern time. When we do, it's going to be Clark County, Washoe County. These are just by far the two biggest counties in the state, and really Clark, about 70% of all the vote is going to come out of Clark County. But the point for Democrats is they need, if they can get Fetterman to hang on here, they can lose one of these three seats. And there's a scenario, let's say where Fetterman, let's say the Democrats were to get Pennsylvania, just for the sake of argument, okay? And let's say for the sake of argument, the Democrats hang on in Arizona, but that the Republicans win Nevada. And the Republicans, I should mention as well, Ron Johnson, it's very close there, but there are some encouraging county numbers for Johnson in Wisconsin. So just for the sake of argument, let's say that that's what happens here. Just give you a scenario here. What that would mean is that the Democrats get the gain, the Republicans offset the gain, and then let's say that Georgia lands with both candidates south of 50% in a runoff. Yeah, the runoff in Georgia would then decide Senate control. So we would be, we're already talking to you tonight about the House now potentially entering into a weeks-long wait on California congressional districts to find out who controls the House. Something along the lines of what I just sketched out here would result in a wait until December 6th to find out who controls the Senate.
Well, I told you I'd do this live stream until we found out, so looks like we got about 28 days left of this live stream. Hope you guys are buckled in.
And I'll see if I can find the spreadsheet here. I believe it was 1:35 in the morning, and all of a sudden Nevada, but the first results take you from like 0 to 60%. It's basically what it's similar to what we just saw play out. It may not be as dramatic, but it's similar to what just played out in Arizona, where they count all of that early vote up and they just release one giant batch. So you'll get like Clark County, you'll get Washoe County, and all of a sudden you'll have a ton of vote. And then again, like Arizona, you'll have a lot of waiting after that.
Okay, I'm going to go over some of these races that that have been called thus far. I do want to note that...
It could be either. I mean, to put it in some context...
this is what I was going to talk about.
First of all, it depends. What we want to see right now is the same-day vote coming in Maricopa County, because that initial batch, Maricopa County is 60% of the vote in the state. And that initial batch, let's put it up on the screen here, that initial batch out of Maricopa County for Mark Kelly, and there is now a very small amount of same-day that's in there, is very encouraging for Democrats. Is the same day very encouraging for Republicans in putting Blake Masters, on pace to get close to, parity in Maricopa County? That's kind of the question of the next few hours. Is he able to take a big chunk out of this Kelly initial lead with the same day vote in Maricopa County? If he's able to do that, then yeah. Then it becomes this thing where what they've basically done is they've counted up the vote that they had received by like last Friday, and they count up the vote that's cast in person today, and what remains to be counted is all the vote that kind of came in between. They call it the late early vote. And that's where you start getting once a night updates from Maricopa County, from some of these other places. And if you remember 2020, we called Pennsylvania for Joe Biden at 11:30 in the morning the Saturday after the election. With that, Biden won the presidency. We still hadn't called Arizona at that point. So the potential for a long, and I believe in 2018 as well, when Kyrsten Sinema was elected, there was a protracted count too. So we also hadn't called Nevada in 2020 when the president. So these are two states in particular where if it's close, if we're talking about a couple points, it's a long count. Yeah, there's a little difference, it looks like. So here's the statewide vote in the Senate race, right? Keep that in mind. Yeah, 40 for Blake Masters, and Kerry Lake, it's 3.5 points better. Kerry Lake is running 3.5 points better than Blake Masters. So we were seeing that in the polling. The polling was suggesting that Lake was running stronger than Masters. So right now, that's about a 3.5 point difference for her. And again, you just take a look at Maricopa County, right? So she's at 41.9 in Maricopa County, and Masters is at 38.6. So a big question for the next couple hours is we just get a sense of this same-day vote that was cast in Maricopa County, and are we looking at a closer picture in both of these races in Maricopa County? Because the other one I'd show you too is Pima County. Again, this is where Pima County finished up in 2016. Tucson, is the anchor of it here. It's the second biggest county in the state. I mean, just you add these two together, and that's the clear majority of the state. And again, these early numbers coming out of Pima County are very encouraging for Democrats. But the wild card is, let's see that same day added into it, and if that moves this thing a little bit closer to the level we saw in 2020 or in some earlier elections when Republicans have had success in Arizona. But, if you're a Democrat, I think you probably got excited when you saw those early results, and now we need to see what the same day holds.
Big news out of Georgia. Raphael Warnock has retaken the lead, 49.1% to 48.8%. That's with 93% reporting. That is some good news out of Georgia. Raphael Warnock now leads. There's 273,000 votes remaining. Raphael Warnock's lead is 10,000 votes right now. We're still waiting for quite a bit of votes coming out of a lot of these counties that surround the Atlanta area. So Cobb County still has 5% of the votes to be, 15% of the votes left to be counted. Fulton County, 5% of the votes. Gwinnett County, 22% of the votes still need to be counted. DeKalb County, 11%. So Newton County, Henry County, all these are. Clayton County has 13% still waiting. So there's a lot of votes that still remain to be counted. Augusta, Georgia, Richmond County, that still has 13%. So things looking okay for Raphael Warnock. Obviously, we want his lead to be above 50% because if neither Warnock or Walker hit that 50% threshold, then this race goes to a runoff, which is another month of just hell. So, things are looking up right now. We have to continue to hope that Raphael Warnock's lead continues to tick closer to that 50% threshold. We are 0.9 of a point away, and just hoping beyond hope. But overall, a lot of good news from the House right now. We will not have the final House results. A lot of these House results are going to depend on what happens in California. California may take several weeks. California, I believe, accepts mail ballots that were, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, by today, they'll continue to accept them, I believe, for maybe 10 days afterward. So this is going to take a hot minute to find out the results, but at least we can leave here knowing that that some of the biggest targets for Republicans have been swatted away. So let's see if we have any more victories. Let's go to Lauren Boebert's race. Ooh boy, 80% of the vote in. She is trailing 51.6 to 48.3. Lauren Boebert, with 80% of the vote in, still trails 48.3 to 51.6. That's almost 4 points, 3.5 points. She is down. That's about 10,000 votes in her district. Wow. This is something. That would just be a gift. That's what that would be. There are more boring races that we can lose, and they'll be exciting. There are more boring races that we can win, and that'll be fine. But to get that flip, to get a Lauren Boebert flip would be pretty amazing. So let's talk a little bit about some of the House races that we have. Let's see. Oh, it looks like, let's see. Yep. Okay. So, some big pickups. North Carolina's 1st congressional district, Davis, Democrat, wins. That's a Democratic pickup. Illinois' 13th congressional district, Budzinski wins. That's a Democratic pickup. Texas' 34th, Gonzalez wins. That's a Democratic pickup. So things continue to look good. Things continue to fall in Democrats' favor in these toss-up districts, which are key to holding the House. Let's see. All right, let's see what other races we have so far. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. Let's see. I'm sure you're telling me which races you want to know about right now. For people asking if Boebert lost, no, Boebert is down about 3.5 points with 20% of the vote still outstanding. So 80% of the vote is in. Boebert is down 3.5%. We still have 20% of the vote remaining. So stand by. Let's see what Warnock did. Oh boy. Warnock extends his lead. Well, he's still up 49.1, but he extended the actual vote total to about 17,000 votes. So almost doubled his lead, but still the percentage is the same. He's 0.9 away from that 50% threshold that would make sure that he wins outright tonight. I want to see some House. I want to see some more House races. People had basically written off the House for Democrats. Democrats are winning every single one except for Tom Malinowski in New Jersey and Elaine Luria in Virginia's 2nd congressional district. But a lot of races have fallen in Democrats' favor. Some more good news. It looks like with 95% of the vote in, Pennsylvania's 8th, which was another close race, Matt Cartwright, the Democratic incumbent, is up 9 points rather. They haven't called that one yet, but let's see. Oh, you know what? There's been an update to that. He is up 3 points, so it's tightening. That's Pennsylvania's 8th. I'll keep an eye on that one. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Somebody asked, what about that Klan mom? Which one is the Klan mom? Is that Carrie Lake? Is the Klan mom Carrie Lake? I need somebody to tell me in the comments if by Klan mom they mean Carrie Lake. Somebody said, what about the KKK, which I'm also just assuming is Carrie Lake, but it could also be a number of other people. We live in hell. We actually live in hell. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene is Klan mom. Oh God. Okay, she won her race. Marjorie Taylor Greene did indeed win her race. How did I not know who Klan mom was, and everybody else was well aware of who Klan mom is? Look. It's also been a really long election season. I have a barely functioning brain right now. And I'm surviving on Zevia. Free commercial. Okay, the Kentucky abortion vote. Let's check in on that. Okay, let's see. So Kentucky on the ballot had an amendment to remove the right to an abortion that is losing. It continues to lose by about 3.5 points. 81% of the vote is in. So that is good news for abortion rights in Kentucky. That amendment to remove the right to an abortion is losing. So it's a lot of negatives there, but basically no is good. No means that this ballot is not going to pass. This amendment is not going to pass so far. Another good piece of good news on abortion is in Michigan. Proposal 3, the right to an abortion, did win outright, 53.5 to 46. So there is a constitutional right to an abortion in the state of Michigan. That is good news. Some other big ballot measures is universal access to health care. So basically, Medicare for All, universal health care, is on the ballot in Oregon. That's Measure 111. That is losing right now, just with 30% of the vote in, 52 to 47. So something to keep an eye on for sure. In Arizona, there was a ballot proposition to increase voter ID requirements. That is losing right now with half the vote in. So that's good news too. They were just trying to create more onerous restrictions, hurdles, obstacles to being able to vote. Those are losing right now. Connecticut on the ballot has in-person early voting. That's winning. Michigan, a proposal to expand voting access. That is winning. Nevada has ranked choice voting on the ballot. We have nothing from Nevada in. I don't know if anybody remembers from 2 years ago, but I remember sitting there at the end. It was like 3 days after the election. I was like, why don't we have any information from Nevada? It looks like it's just a repeat of exactly that. Okay, let's talk about Arizona right now. Arizona, Katie Hobbs is leading with 53% of the vote. She leads Kari Lake 56 to 44. That's good news in Arizona. Let's look over at the Senate for Arizona. Also 54% of the vote. Mark Kelly 57 to 40. So Mark Kelly is leading, is outrunning Katie Hobbs by. Katie Hobbs has 56. Mark Kelly has 57. Mark Kelly's running about a point ahead of Katie Hobbs right now. Katie Hobbs, again, is running against Kari Lake, who was, lauded by the Republican Party as the next big thing, this next superstar, maybe a potential running mate for Donald Trump. She's currently running 15 points behind Katie Hobbs. And Katie Hobbs was written off as like the weakest candidate we could possibly find. She's running 17 points ahead. I think we're okay, at least for right now. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. There's still a lot of votes remain to be counted in Arizona, 1.2 million. So nothing is a done deal yet, but definitely trending in the right direction in Arizona right now. Let's look over at Wisconsin. Mandela Barnes is still running behind Ron Johnson, 51.5 to 48.3. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. 83% of the vote is in. These votes are coming in slowly right now in Wisconsin. Right now in Madison, there's still about 7% of the votes that need to come in. That's a huge population center for Mandela Barnes. Mandela Barnes is running about 50 points ahead in Madison, in Dane County. So we'll keep an eye on those as those continue to come in. Milwaukee County, another major vote getter for Mandela Barnes. That's only 61% in. So a lot of votes remain to be counted. That's a plus 30 district for Mandela Barnes. So still some major opportunities for votes in the state. In terms of the, let's see, what other races we have right now. In terms of Georgia, Raphael Warnock is still at 49.1, leading Herschel Walker 48.8. So about 250,000 votes left to be counted. They're counting them slowly. Raphael Warnock's lead is about 15,000, 14,000, 13,000, something like that. We need Raphael Warnock's lead to bump up to 50.0% so that we can avoid a runoff. But honestly, if we can just continue to you know, maintain this lead, that is at least a good sign. I would ask right now, just a quick aside, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. I've been doing this, God, I don't know how long I've been doing this live stream right now. Maybe for 5 hours so far. I'll continue to do it all night as long as we have votes coming in, but I would just ask from you that you please subscribe. That's the reason I do these. So if you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please hit the subscribe button. It doesn't cost anything. It is a big help to me, and I'd really appreciate it. Oh, people seem to be annoyed by the music that's coming in from MSNBC, so I will lower that. Sorry for driving people nuts. 5.5 hours. Yes. Thank you. Thank you to people.
Now you have your first flip in the Senate on the night. So this is now a gain of 1 for the
Fetterman.
Democrats. We'll say D plus 1.
There it is. Fetterman
Remember,
called. The
they came
race
into
was
the night
called for Fetterman. That is
50-50
huge.
in the Senate, and the Democrats have now gained 1 in Pennsylvania. I'm realizing now I have to delete the writing to show you the results here. But basically, look, the three vulnerable Democratic incumbents that we're waiting on here are in these 3 states: Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. By winning Pennsylvania, it means that the Democrats can afford to lose 1 of these 3, and they would still control
Fetterman,
the Senate. The
that's a
Republicans
flip.
now would need to
That
get
is
at
awesome.
least 2 of these 3 seats if they're going to control the Senate. The other unfinished piece of business is in Wisconsin. We can show you that in a minute. Republicans are probably, on the whole, encouraged by the numbers Ron Johnson has there in Wisconsin, but it's by no means a settled matter. But if Republicans do hang on to Wisconsin, then they would need to get 2 out of 3 that I just circled here. So let's take a look at the lay of the land in those 3 states right now. In Georgia, we're now inching up towards 95% of the vote, and 94% of the vote is in. The margin
Fetterman,
between Warnock and Walker sits at 13,000 votes right now. Again, an incredibly striking difference between Walker's 48.8 in the Senate race and the 53.5 that Kemp is putting up in the governor's race. And you know what's really interesting is take a look at some of these core Republican counties kind of outside the immediate Atlanta metro area. And here's what I notice. Not only is Kemp getting 72.4% of the vote, this is core Republican area. Check out the Libertarian in this race, the governor's race, 0.9% in this core Republican county. Now take a look in the Senate race. The Libertarian's getting 3% and Walker's getting 65%. And we're seeing this pattern throughout this area in counties like this. You're seeing the strength for the Libertarian candidate. Essentially, it looks like folks who voted for Brian Kemp didn't want to vote Democratic, but also didn't want to vote for Herschel Walker. So again, we're 94% in right now. We're trying to get an exact read on where the vote is left, and crucially, what type of vote is left to be counted here. But the distinct possibility here that this is going to land with neither candidate clearing 50% and heading to a runoff. So we go back to that map, and again, Democrats with their gain in Pennsylvania, the potential for a runoff in Georgia, okay? And Republicans needing to win 2 of these 3. Take a look at Arizona. We got, again, it doesn't look that different from the last time we showed you. We now have, I say what we're waiting on is same-day vote out of Maricopa County. We really want to get a sense of that because there's going to be a lot of it, and we want to see if it's going to be very Republican and get Masters closer in this thing. But 2 things I can say. We've got 20,000 roughly same-day votes that are counted up in Maricopa County. That's kind of a drop in the bucket. We suspect they're from strongly Democratic areas because in that 20,000 that have been counted so far, Kelly is leading. Kelly's leading by double digits in that 20,000 that have been counted. But again, they could just be from Democratic areas. So, cautionary note there. But what's emerging in Arizona, we talked about this before, is a split between Masters and Kari Lake of about 3 points. You could see it statewide. Lake's running at 43.9. Masters is running at 40.5, about a 3.5 point split. That split is persisting in the 20,000 same-day votes that have now been tallied in Maricopa County. So you're in a situation here where Masters, if he's running 3.5 points behind Lake, that makes it harder to see Masters find a path out of what we're showing you here. And then it just leaves Nevada, where we did just get Clark County and 2/3 of the vote from Clark County. This is Las Vegas in the immediate area. So this is 2/3. I should give you a point of comparison. This same batch, when we got it in 2020 in the presidential election, we got about 70% of Clark County all at once, and that came in at 54-44 Biden. So just as a point of comparison, the initial batch here coming in at 55-42 for Cortez Masto.
We are running ahead of Biden's numbers right now.
Of the vote in Nevada.
That is good news.
So that's the lay of the land on the Senate right now. Republicans are going to need, it looks like, 2 of those 3 at least.
Okay, wow. So obviously the big news here, John Fetterman flips a U.S. Senate seat. That is major news. Obviously, Oz was one of Donald Trump's preferred candidates here. They had really gone all in on Dr. Oz. Fetterman flips that seat. That is big news. Raphael Warnock, right there, you can see on the screen, his lead continues to tick up. It was 49.1, now it's 49.2. It remains 94%.
Yep.
So we're going to hope that lead continues to tick up. We want to hit that 50% threshold, because 50% will mean that there's no runoff. We avoid a December 6th runoff.
Is that... Oh... It depends, honestly, where and what type, so critically, what type of vote is remaining, and that's what we're trying to get a handle on. In Georgia, they're supposed to, at midnight, I believe it is, release, this is one of the new procedures this year, and I'm trying to get a hold of this, the counties are supposed to release exactly how much vote is left and what type it is, and I think that would answer that question, if there's enough there to get somebody over 50.
Okay. Let's go through and talk a little bit, do a little summary here and talk about where we're at. Okay. So let's talk about, I'm going to lower that music, by the way. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about where we're at. We're going to do a quick recap of the races so far. Obviously, one major flip that just happened right now was John Fetterman has flipped the U.S. Senate seat. So that is the first flip of the evening for the U.S. Senate. Democrats now are waiting on a few different Senate seats. We're waiting on to see what happens in Georgia. Good news in Georgia is that Raphael Warnock is leading Herschel Walker with 49.2% of the vote. If Warnock can continue to raise that threshold and hit that 50% mark, then we can avoid a runoff on December 6th. But right now, he's beating Herschel Walker by about 0.5% in that Georgia Senate runoff race, in that Georgia Senate race right now. So all eyes are on Georgia. We're also looking at Wisconsin. Wisconsin right now, Mandela Barnes continues to close the gap Mandela Barnes is at 49.2%. Ron Johnson's at 50.7%. So he's closed that gap by about a point and a half. We'll continue to get votes coming in from Dane County, which is where Madison is, and we're going to continue to get votes in. We have about 25% of the vote left from Milwaukee County as well. That is an overwhelmingly, it's like a plus 40 district for Mandela Barnes County for Mandela Barnes rather. So about 88% of the vote in. Mandela Barnes is trailing Ron Johnson by about a point and a half right now. So that's how the Senate looks for the eastern races. We're also looking at Arizona right now. Mark Kelly continues to lead Blake Masters by about 17 points. And Katie Hobbs is leading Carrie Lake by about 16 points, running just about a point behind Mark Kelly. So things are looking good in Arizona right now. Things are looking good in Georgia right now. Things are looking very precarious in Wisconsin. We're going to continue to watch that, but it's pretty much on a razor's edge in Wisconsin. And then we're just getting these numbers out of Nevada. Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democrat, is leading Adam Laxalt by about 11 points. She's running about a point ahead of Joe Biden's margin in 2020. Obviously, Biden won that state, so we are in good shape in Nevada. We're in good shape in Georgia. We're in good shape in Arizona right now. So we'll continue to keep eyes on Wisconsin. As far as the House, which was basically written off as, there's what I think 538 had Democrats losing the House at like 80-something percent. Here's what the House looks like right now. Just in some of those, these districts I'm going to mention are all super precarious. They were all considered major pickup opportunities for Republicans. Democrats have held the following districts so far. Ohio's 13th, Kansas is 3rd, Texas is 28th, Pennsylvania's 17th, Illinois 6th, Illinois 14th, Rhode Island 2nd. Those are all Democratic holds that were potential flip opportunities for Republicans. Here are the pickups that Democrats have done so far. Ohio's 1st, North Carolina's 13th, North Carolina's 14th, Texas is 34th, Illinois 13th, and North Carolina's 1st. All Democratic pickups. So when Ron DeSantis gerrymandered the absolute daylights out of Florida, there were a bunch of Republican flips that were baked into the cake pretty much. When Democrats were able to flip a bunch of these seats right now, that basically chips away at that guaranteed Republican lead that they built in for themselves by virtue of gerrymandering. So all good news so far. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Obviously, there's a few unfortunate things. Stacey Abrams lost her race and has conceded to Brian Kemp in Georgia. Beto has lost his race for governor of Texas. That was a tough one. And I think the toughest of all is that Tim Ryan has lost to J.D. Vance in the Senate race in Ohio. So a few really tough races here. But generally, I think what's significant now is that the House is basically tied. We have a 50-50 shot. There are a bunch of races that we're going to get results trickling in from in California. It will take weeks before we get those results out of California. That's significant because we're not going to know who controls the House, especially if House control is between 1, 2, 3 seats, something like that. We may not know who controls the entire House until we get the results from these California races. I think it was in 2018 we had won 26 seats in the House by the time the end of that of election night was over. That number would eventually balloon to 40 by the time those races actually were called. A lot of those Orange County races in California were actually called. So some major upside, especially with these races, especially out in California. So we'll continue to keep an eye on those races out in CA. But that's where we're at. That's where we're at right now. That's pretty much a rundown. Some pretty exciting news is that in Colorado's 3rd congressional district, Lauren Boebert is currently trailing by 3.5 points, with 80% of the vote in her Democratic opponent. So, put more clearly, the Democrat in Colorado's 3rd congressional district is currently beating Lauren Boebert by 3.5 points, with 80% of the vote in. Now, these vote totals are trickling in slow as all hell, but I'll continue to watch this stuff. But So far, that would be a really, a really amazing pickup if that holds. So that's where we're at right now. If you have comments, you can throw them in the comment section, and I'll try to answer them. But that's where we're at right now. Objectively speaking, no red wave tonight. So there's that at least. There were those 3 races in Virginia that we were watching. Virginia's 10th, 7th, and 2nd. As long as we were able to stave off the 10th, there was no red wave. If we were able to stave off the 2nd from a pickup opportunity for Republicans, then able to prevent Republicans from having a good night. And it looks like just winning the 2nd, or Lane Lauria's seat, Republicans are having an okay night right now. Let's look at Colorado's 8th congressional district. It looks like with 62% of the vote in, the Democrat is leading in that race as well. 79% of the vote in, the Democrat is leading in Colorado's 7th. So things are looking good right now in a lot of these House races so far. How many of these seats have Republicans flipped? That I don't have the answer to yet. I believe it's 4 or 5. A number of those seats came from Florida, but again, they were just baked in.
90% of the vote. You're looking at the governor's race in Wisconsin, and it's actually an interesting. We've seen this kind of in a few other states. You see Tony Evers, the Democratic incumbent, leading by about 3 points over his Republican challenger Tim Michels. So take a look at that's the governor's race. Now here's the Senate race, and it's actually a reversal. There's Ron Johnson sitting at 50.7%. Mandela Barnes, his Democratic challenger, just under 40,000 votes behind. We just got a big batch of votes from Milwaukee County. We believe this was we talked about that end of the night city of Milwaukee absentee vote. We believe that's what was just that just came in, that tightened this race substantially, that added to Barnes's total significantly in Milwaukee County. It was about 62,000 votes. He got about 55,000 of them. So it cut Johnson's lead. What Johnson still has going for him here is there's still, this is a big Republican county here where he's up 45 points. There's still some vote to come in there. Still vote in Waukesha where he's up 25. Ozaki is basically in. There is also still some vote in Dane County to come in. Not a ton, but there is still some here where Democrats can make up a little bit more ground, but you see it's a 40,000 vote deficit, and there is still some in Milwaukee as well, so it's very close here. But just to give you a sense, I'm trying to find here. Let's see if we can. Just take a look here. How is Johnson running compared to Trump? Remember, Trump barely lost this state in 2020, a 20,000 vote margin. So you start to look at some of these counties and how is Johnson doing? Where Green Bay is Brown County. Johnson right now running a couple points ahead of Trump's number there. As we showed you in these counties right outside of Milwaukee, he's running 2.5 points better in Ozaki. He's running 3.5 points, all close to 4 points better in Washington County. He's running about 3 points better in Waukesha. So that's what's giving Johnson a chance. This is resembling so many of these counties, the 2020 results here, with Johnson doing in these Republican areas just a little bit better than Trump did. But then you take a look like at Dane County. Now Mandela Barnes may squeeze a few more votes out of here, or at least a little bit more of a margin than Biden did. Milwaukee, let's see what the remaining now that we have that absentee. But yeah, it's if Ron and just seeing if it's updated. Yeah, and we just got a little bit more came in. Not sure, but a small amount from a county, and that Johnson lead ticks up. There are a lot of small remaining portions from a lot of the red counties you see on this map here that will offset potentially for Johnson the gains that Barnes can still make. A little bit more just came in. The gains that Barnes can still make in these Democratic areas. But obviously the race too close to call here. Johnson's been in close races before. They're going for his third term here, but also potentially a split. Potentially a split between the governor's race and the Senate race. If Johnson falls short in this, if Mandela Barnes ends up catching him and winning this, then that is close to lights out as you can get from the Senate standpoint, because that'd be a second Democratic gain. The Democrats would gain Wisconsin. They've already gained Pennsylvania tonight, and then Republicans would need to sweep Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and it would be very hard to conceive of Republicans doing that on a night when they're losing Wisconsin and losing Pennsylvania. So right now, the importance of for Republicans of Johnson holding on to that edge that he has as the final votes come in Wisconsin is that if he's able to do that and he's able to hold that seat, then Republicans are left trying to come up with a victory in one of these Democratic-held seats to get back. Two victories in these Democratic-held seats to get them a majority in the Senate.
Steve, I'm going to ask you about the Michigan governor's race in just a second.
Okay. So right now, what we're looking at is with the Senate race in Wisconsin, as he was saying, Ron Johnson is currently up about 1.6%. We have a good amount of votes still left to come in Madison and in Milwaukee. Milwaukee has about 24% of the votes still that has to come in. So that's good news. Dane County, which is where Madison, Wisconsin is, another Democratic stronghold where Democrats are running like 50 points ahead.
I'll show you the Secretary of State results here. So this is what it looks like in the Secretary of State's race. Jocelyn Benson, 9.5-point advantage. Now let's call up the governor's race. Get that up here. Whitmer, you see the advantage not quite as pronounced, a little bit less than 6% for Whitmer, about 70% of the vote. Take a look at this. Where is the remaining vote in Michigan? The bubble, the bigger the bubble, the more vote there is. And I think you can see here, look how much of it, by far the biggest county in the state, Wayne County, the biggest share is coming from Wayne County, because this is where Detroit is. And you can see not even half the vote from Wayne County yet. This is just core Democratic area. There's still remaining vote in Washtenaw County. This is where the University of Michigan is. There's not much in Oakland County. This is suburban Detroit. It's become sort of a Democratic bastion. There is a lot still to come in Macomb County. Macomb is an interesting county, because this was sort of the iconic home of the Reagan Democrats once upon a time. And Donald Trump did very well here. And you can see Tudor Dixon so far is close to that Trump number, so she potentially can get some more out of Macomb County. But also, again, Genesee County here, Whitmer, you see how Biden did. You see a lot of vote to come. Grand Rapids here, you've got in Kent County, still a lot of vote to come. There's a congressional district. We've been talking about Michigan's 3rd district based there too. The remaining vote will be significant for that as well. So you see a lot of Democratic areas with a lot of outstanding vote in Michigan. And you see Whitmer with that advantage right now of about 180,000 votes. A little bit less than 6 points. Not quite at the level Benson's at when you see that race get called, but if you're Whitmer and you see where the vote is still to come, that's an encouraging sign for you.
Okay, one race that I think is especially important to watch is in Michigan.
Here we can
Elise Slotkin.
Call it up, and there you can see. Well, there's a huge disconnect between the number of votes that have been counted in this race and that have been counted in the Secretary of State's race. Actually, that is a question I'm going to try to get to the bottom of right now.
So the Elise Slotkin race
right, and I'm
is
wondering
tightening.
If there might be an issue. Let me look into this and see what the explanation is.
The Elise Slotkin race is tightening. That is a race that we absolutely need to hold as Democrats. She is behind about 3 points right now. So that race is tightening. There's about 84% of the vote in. So we'll continue to watch that. Other Michigan races are looking pretty strong for Democrats, the House races. I'm not sure if Oz has conceded his race, though, but that thing is cooked. That thing is a done deal. Fetterman was running in front of Biden's margin by 2.5 to 5 percentage points, and Biden won the state by 80,000 votes. In Michigan, things are looking good. Gretchen Whitmer pulling ahead. Jocelyn Benson, they've already called the race for her. Dana Nessel, the Attorney General candidate, all looking good. Bodes well for Elise Slotkin, so we'll continue to watch that. Okay. Let's see what we've got right now. If we have any new results right now. Not seeing any new results right now. Let's check out some Senate races here. Okay, so some Senate races here. Here we go. Georgia. Raphael Warnock continues to hold strong, 49.2 to 48.7. So that's a full half a point lead for Raphael Warnock. There's still about 250,000 votes left to count. We obviously want Raphael Warnock to surpass that 50% threshold to avoid a December 6th runoff. If we can do that, we'll be in really good shape. But either way, we're holding a half a point lead. There's still some major population centers, some Democratic strongholds that have yet to get all of the votes completely counted. DeKalb County has about 10% of their votes left. Gwinnett County, 10% of their votes left. Cobb County, 15% of the votes. Fulton County still has 5% of the votes. Clayton County still has 13% of the votes. So there are still some Democratic population centers in the suburbs of Atlanta where we're still waiting for votes to come in. Augusta, pretty much has all the votes counted. That was a major vote getter for Warnock. So we're really just waiting on these Atlanta suburbs to continue getting their votes in, and hopefully it can push Raphael Warnock over that 50% threshold so that he can win outright tonight without having to wait for a December 6th runoff, because we live in hell, and I would like to not continue to live in hell for at least one more month and just kind of be done with this, but alas. Mandela Barnes is trailing Ron Johnson by 1.6% right now. We're waiting for a bunch of votes to come in. We got about 7% of votes in Dane County. That's where Madison is. And we're still waiting on about 24% of votes out of Milwaukee. So still a lot of Democratic votes that have yet to be counted. Meanwhile, if we look at a bunch of the Republican counties, they're pretty much fully reporting between 95 and 99%. So the votes that Ron Johnson has are pretty much his big vote getters anyway. So we'll continue to watch that race, and hopefully that they can continue to close the gap. Looking at Arizona, Mark Kelly is leading Blake Masters for the Senate 57 to 40. So running 17 points ahead of Blake Masters. About half the votes are in right now. In the governor's race in Arizona, Katie Hobbs is at about 56 to 44. So running just a little bit behind Mark Kelly, but still running ahead of Joe Biden, ahead of Joe Biden's numbers in 2020. He won that race. So both of them are in good shape. There's still a lot of votes left to be counted, but I think I'd rather be the Democrats than the Republicans as of right now. And Nevada, we only have 44% of the votes in, but Cortez Masto is leading Adam Laxalt 54 to 43. That's an 11-point lead. She's running about a point ahead of Joe Biden's 2020 numbers. Joe Biden obviously won that state as well. So things are looking good right now in the Senate. In terms of some gubernatorial races, sadly, very sadly, Beto lost that race in Texas. Ron DeSantis won his race in Florida. Brian Kemp beat Stacey Abrams in Georgia, and Mike DeWine won in Ohio. So those are the gubernatorial races. We're still waiting. Obviously, we just spoke about that Arizona race. In Oregon, Tina Kotek, the Democrat, is running less than a point ahead of Christine. Oh, I said this wrong last time, and I got scolded. Drazen, that's correct. Running about 0.8 of a point ahead of Christine Drazen. So a close race in Oregon, but we'll continue to keep an eye on that one. There is an independent candidate, Betsy Johnson, who has about 9% of the vote. So there is a spoiler candidate in that race, but still the Democrat is running just under a point ahead. So that's some good news for the gubernatorial race. Looking over at Michigan, some outlets have called Michigan for Gretchen Whitmer. She's running about 6 points ahead of Tudor Dixon. NBC, which is what I've been using this evening, NBC has not called it for Gretchen Whitmer, but she looks to be really strong in this race. 71% of the vote in. She's leading by 6 points, so that's good news. Some other pieces of good news is Secretary of State candidates seem to be doing well. In Minnesota, Democrats have won. In New Mexico, Democrats have won. In Georgia, Brad Raffensperger did beat B. Wynn, who's the Democratic candidate. But again, Democrats have won the Secretary of State races in New Mexico, in Colorado. We're still waiting to find out what happens in Nevada. Jim Marchant is, I think he's an oath keeper, like an actual avowed oath keeper. He's running 12 points behind in Nevada right now. So we're in a good spot in Nevada and trying to keep an actual, like, what is it, like far right nationalist out of the Secretary of State's office in Nevada, which is definitely not a state where you want somebody like that. So overall, definitely, objectively speaking, no red wave for Republicans this evening, and we continue to keep an eye on these House races. I'll name some of what we've some big results from House races are that North Carolina's House delegation went from 8-5 Republican to, I believe it's going to end the evening at 8-6 Democrat. If I'm not mistaken, that's what we're looking at. Let me just confirm that right now. Let's see, North Carolina. So there's one race not called. Yeah, you know what? It's going to be 7-7, and it was 8-5 in Republicans' favor. Now it's going to be 7-7. So Democrats will gain likely 3 seats in North Carolina by the time all is said and done. So that's good news from North Carolina, although, and that includes Bo Hines, who is purportedly this rising Republican star who couldn't even win his first race, his inaugural race to get into the House. Unfortunately, we didn't get Sherry Beasley, so that's a tough race, along with Tim Ryan losing in Ohio. Both of those are tough races. Let me see if we can find some Caruso, Karen Bass information here. Let's see. So as of an hour ago, Karen Bass was leading about 51-49. So let me see if I can find some information or some more recent numbers from the Rick Caruso, Karen Bass, Los Angeles mayoral race. Let's see if I could find these numbers right here. Okay, so as of 9:45 p.m., which was 40 minutes ago, Rick Caruso had taken the lead over Karen Bass. He had 50.2% of the votes to 49.7%. So this one is going to be on a razor-thin margin. Let's see if we can find... those are the numbers we still have. We're looking at 12% of the votes in. That was updated 14 minutes ago. So it's separated by 0.5% right now.
Yeah, I mean, 2 just razor-thin Senate races. So you got the gubernatorial call in Wisconsin, and we've established there's a little bit of distance here between Tim Michels, the Republican in the governor's race who's lost. He's sitting at 40%.
Tony Evers,
48%.
the winner.
Ron Johnson,
that's huge.
The Republican incumbent in the Senate race, is running almost 3 points better, is sitting at 50.7, about a 40,000 vote lead over Mandela Barnes. Again, in terms of where there's remaining vote here, there is remaining vote in Milwaukee County, and there is remaining remaining vote in Dane County. Dane County is nearly 80% for Barnes right now. Milwaukee County is around 70% for Barnes right now. So you can expect in the remaining vote there's opportunities for him to really cut deeply into that Johnson lead. There is also remaining vote in some of these suburban counties right outside Milwaukee, scattered remaining vote in a lot of these red counties, smaller red counties throughout the states. There also are opportunities for Johnson as well. It's just an extremely tight Senate race. And just to remind you, Wisconsin in 2020, the margin in the presidential race was Joe Biden by 20,000 votes. In the margin in Wisconsin in the 2016 presidential race was about 20,000 the same the other way for Donald Trump. So, I mean, this is kind of converging where these Wisconsin races tend to converge. Very last minute, very late at night by a fraction of a point. But this one is crucial because Republicans, given the loss they've absorbed in Pennsylvania, really just cannot afford to lose a second Senate race. They desperately need Ron Johnson to hang on to this lead in Wisconsin. The other place where it's extraordinarily close, we've been following all night, is in Georgia, 95% now. The difference is about 21,000 votes between Warnock and Walker. Now, to give you a sense of where the remaining vote is, I think there's some here, there's a fair amount. We'll start here in Cobb County. Cobb County, you can see here, has become a Democratic county. It's become a blue county. It used to be a red county. This is Metro Atlanta. You see how Warnock is doing here. We're some indication that this is mail-in vote, that there's a big mail-in component to this remaining vote in Cobb. If so, that's a huge plus for Warnock because Warnock's winning the mail vote by a big margin. The same-day vote in Cobb, he's only winning by a couple of points. But there's an opportunity there for Warnock, one way or the other, to bank more votes. There's also an opportunity for Warnock in Gwinnett County. You see he's leading by 20 points. Not all of the vote is in there so far. There is still some to come in Fulton County, where Atlanta is, biggest in the state. We benchmarked this at the start of the night, and we said Warnock basically wants to be running at the Biden number because the Biden number was just enough to win statewide. The Biden number was 72.6 in Fulton, and Warnock's running at 73%. The biggest place, actually, the biggest outstanding source of Republican votes, the suburbs of Augusta, you could see here overwhelmingly Republican and not half the vote in yet. So this is where Walker has an opportunity to net some votes here, to make up some ground. And really the question kind of becoming here, is there a way in this Atlanta metro area for Warnock to gain enough votes, not just to finish ahead of Herschel Walker, but to get to 50% plus one and to avoid that runoff? That's the key question here in Georgia right now. There are, in these Democratic areas in Metro Atlanta, still a fair number of votes to come. There are some Republican votes to come from Columbia County and from some other places in the state, but is there a path for Warnock to move this number up and actually crack 50%? That's the suspense in Georgia. If he doesn't, we go to a runoff. And then again, we've been waiting for more clarity in Arizona, and really not much has changed in that picture. We're just trying to get a sense of that same-day vote, especially from Maricopa County. But Wisconsin and Georgia, in terms of the battle for the Senate right now, and I'm just checking back in right now, crucially important. If Ron Johnson loses this race, Republicans will have lost Wisconsin. They will have lost Pennsylvania. They'll have that's a net loss of 2. They would then need to win Georgia and Arizona and Nevada. That would be their only path to controlling the Senate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So some news here.
So take a look here in Nevada. And again, basically, we still don't have Washoe. We have is Clark County, the same vote we got from Clark County. And again, just between Clark and Washoe, that's almost the ball game. We do have a little bit here you could see from Carson City as well here. But really, it's all about Clark and Washoe. What you're seeing here, Cortez Masto, well, let's focus on Clark. She 2/3 of the vote, 55-42 here in the Senate race. Now take a look at the governor's race, and you see Sisolak is running a little bit under that. Now, Joe Lombardo is the sheriff in Clark County. It's one of the reasons he was an attractive candidate to Republicans, because Republicans, Clark County, the mother lode of votes, been it's a tough place for Republicans. It's a tough nut for them to crack. So that's one of the things that made Lombardo an attractive candidate for them. But there have also been some indications that Sisolak might run behind Cortez Masto. So again, you look sort of statewide, Sisolak's at 52.9% in what's been counted so far. far. Cortez Masto, a point and change north of that. So again, this is a theme we've seen. We saw it in Georgia. We may be seeing it in Wisconsin. We're definitely seeing a split in Arizona between how Kerry Lake and Blake Masters are doing. Whether that ends up meaning one of them wins and one of them loses, we don't know. But we're also seeing a little bit of distance here in Nevada, too, between Cortez Masto, the incumbent Democratic senator, and Sisolak, the incumbent Democratic governor. Yeah.
Okay. So, some news here. Tony Evers
I mean, you could see it
has
right
won
there. Betsy
as
Johnson,
Wisconsin
the third
governor.
party candidate. The money from Phil Knight, of Nike fame, has been helping to fuel her campaign in this state. And look at the difference between, the Senate race that's been called, right? Ron Wyden, the Democratic incumbent, 55-42 right now. Yep. Got it.
So Tony Evers remains the governor of Wisconsin, so that's good news. He is running a little bit ahead of Mandela Barnes, who continues to be about 1.6 points back. That's 88% of the vote in. There's a little bit of votes left in Milwaukee
and
Madison.
Just to give you one other piece of news we're getting, they just gave us a house call as well in the 3rd district of Wisconsin. So this is a Democratic-held district that now has been flipped. So this is significant. This is a pickup for Republicans. Ron Kind was the Democratic incumbent. This is one of those districts, you could see it's on our list here, won by Trump. This is the first one. Oh, and we have a second call that just came in the last minute as well. Right next here is Texas 15. We were talking about this one tonight. Those 3 South Texas districts, you can see Monica De La Cruz is going to win that. So you had 5 Republican pickups in the House in districts that were just drawn to get Republicans pickups. Now you have 2 here. Texas 15 was redrawn certainly to give Republicans a chance. It wasn't quite as dramatic as these other redraws, but Republicans take advantage of that in Texas 15. And now Wisconsin 3, Republicans, this is a district they've been eyeing for a long time. They couldn't beat out Ron Kind. Ron Kind retires. Now Republicans take it. So you do see 7 gains there for Republicans in that front line. That New Jersey 7 race has now been called. 8 gains for Republicans. 9 is Virginia's 2nd district, which was called earlier in the night. Then you start looking here at the I'm sorry, this is GOP won by Biden. My apologies. What I'm trying to get to here is where the Democrats have picked up I'm confusing myself here. Here we go. And the 4 that Democrats have countered so far: Illinois 13, North Carolina 13, Texas 34, and Ohio 1. So that brings that gain of 9 for Republicans that we went through back down to 5 with what the Democrats have gained in these seats so far.
So the House is going to be close. Republicans are looking at a 5-seat gain right now, which I think is exactly what they needed.
Out of this map.
We're going to be waiting on results from New York and California.
This is newly created because because of population growth, Montana gets an extra House seat here. So take a look here. Matt Rosendale, the incumbent, is reelected here in the 2nd district, but this is the one where Democrats on paper have an opportunity. Trump carried it by 7 points under this configuration. You can see Ryan Zinke, obviously well known here, the former Secretary of the Interior, trailing with about half the vote counted. What's unclear and what we're trying to determine is exactly what the vote is that's been tallied so far, if this is Democratic friendly or Republican friendly. But this is one of those districts that Democrats kind of have had their eyes on late in this campaign. And on paper, this is an encouraging number. We're just trying to find out. Montana's not the most transparent here in terms of the vote type, but that's what it looks like at 50%.
Some good news out of Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer has been projected the winner, governor of Michigan. So that's some really good news.
And here, Right.
So some big races in the Midwest, gubernatorial races. Tony Evers wins in Wisconsin. Gretchen Whitmer wins in Michigan. Republicans are starting to pick up a few House seats, flipping a few House seats. They have a net gain of 5 right now, so they're right on that cusp. The House is not called. The House will not be called tonight. The House likely won't be called for at least a week, I wouldn't imagine. Let's take a look back into Colorado real quick. See how Lauren Boebert is doing. I wouldn't expect any more movement on that. 83% of the vote in. Lauren Boebert slowly ticked her way up. 48.8 to 51.2 with 83% of the vote. Lauren Boebert is still losing by 2.5 points. Lauren Boebert is down 2.5 points with 83% of the vote in. I don't know that she'll lose, because it seems like she's gaining pretty good ground just with the last 17% of the vote in, but maybe not. I believe at about 70%, she was 4 points down. Now, we've got about 17% of the way to go, and she's still 2.5 points down. It's going to be close. A Lauren Boebert race is definitely going to be close here. I'll keep an eye on that one. Those votes are coming in slowly. Something that does worry me is the House races. There are some very close House races in New York. So I'll continue to watch those. Right now, it does look like Sean Patrick Maloney, the DCCC chair, is losing pretty definitively with 85% of the vote in, 46.5 to 53. So I don't know how he's going to make up that margin. We also have a number of House seats, districts 1, 2, 3, and 4, where the Democrat is trailing in all of those races. So those could be some major pickup opportunities for the Republicans in the House in New York. So we'll see what happens there. So Utah has been called. The Utah Senate race was called for Mike Lee. Evan McMullin ran about 14 points behind Mike Lee. McMullin was running as an independent. The Democrats didn't even nominate a candidate because they threw their weight behind Evan McMullin. Ran a close race, well, relatively speaking. 14 points behind Mike Lee. Mike Lee took it tonight with 55% of the vote. Utah's a tough state. It is deep red. In any case, Democrats have 48 seats in the Senate right now. Republicans have 47. Democrats need 2 more to win outright. We are defending seats in Nevada, where we're up right now, Arizona, where we're up right now, Georgia, where we're up right now, and currently waiting to see results in Wisconsin, where we trail by the Wisconsin Senate race. We trail by 1.5 points. So we continue to wait for the results for that Mandela Barnes-Ron Johnson race. It's too close to call. 89% of the vote in. Mandela Barnes is trailing by 1.5 points. Okay, let's check the Sarah Palin race out in Alaska. It doesn't look like we have any. Oh, let's see, 29% of the vote in. Right now, Mary Peltola, the Democratic incumbent, has 45% of the vote. Sarah Palin has 28%, and Nick Begich, the other Republican, has 25% of the vote. So Mary Peltola is doing quite well in that race. Remember, there is ranked choice voting, so if it does end up being Sarah Palin and Mary Peltola, then Nick Begich's votes will be reallocated to either Peltola or Palin. This has happened before. Peltola won. We are in good shape in Alaska. So hopefully we can hang on to that seat in Alaska. It's going to be close. It is going to be really close. A big part of this is what happens in New York and what happens in California. Let's go to Michigan and see if we have any House race results. We're waiting on a number of races in Michigan. Doesn't look like anything is being called right now. We have 4 races in Michigan that are not called, but the good news is that Tony Evers has won re-election as governor of Michigan, so that is good news. Man. Let's look at Katie Porter out in California. Again, we're gonna wait. We're gonna be waiting a lot. It's almost not worth it to check out these California races, but just for the sake of it, Katie Porter is winning with 45% of the vote in, 57 to 42. That race was tied in polling heading into today, but so few of the votes have been counted. I mean, we have 46% of the vote. There's still the vast majority of votes that have to be counted. And again, these votes are going to be counted for the next week as votes continue to come in, mail ballots continue to come in. Okay, time for some shameless self-promotion. If you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, please subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. That is the best way to support me. YouTube is my main jam. Obviously trying to wind down the Twitter presence because we don't know what's going to happen. And but if you want to support me and follow this election, as we continue to get these votes in, YouTube is the best way to support what I do. So please subscribe on YouTube. Looks like we got Elijah in here. What's up, Elijah? That's right. Take Pod Save America's lead and just smash that subscribe button. Smash it. All right. Let's do a quick rundown of where we're at right now. The Senate. We're waiting on a couple races. If we look over at Georgia, Herschel Walker is trailing Raphael Warnock 49.1 to 48.8, so about 0.3 of a point, still maintaining that lead, but we obviously want him to surpass that 50% threshold so that we are able to win this thing outright and not have to go to a December 6th runoff. It's looking more and more like we are going to have to do a December 6th runoff. There's about 4% of the vote remaining in Georgia here. So the good news is that Raphael Warnock continues to be in strong position against Herschel Walker, but not looking like we're getting close to that 50% threshold that we need to do so that we can avoid that runoff. In Wisconsin, again, about a point and 1.5% back. Looks like we had some votes come in for Mandela Barnes, probably out of either Milwaukee or Madison, but he's about a 1.5 back. So as they continue to count those votes in Milwaukee and Madison, that lead will shrink. Still too close to call, about 11% remaining here. And in Arizona, things are looking good in Arizona. We haven't gotten results in a while in Arizona. We got one huge vote dump like an hour ago, and we still haven't had anything lately. Mark Kelly is leading Blake Masters 57 to 40, so a 17-point lead. In that same race, Katie Hobbs is leading Kari Lake 50, but basically 56 to 44, so a 12-point lead. A 12-point lead versus a 17-point lead. So, but they may be, yeah, it's looking like Katie Hobbs is running behind Mark Kelly a pretty good degree. But we'll see what happens with that race. Again, there's only about half of the votes are in right now. Okay. Moving on to Nevada. Still waiting on some votes there. We're at about half of the votes are in right now in Nevada, 53 to 44%. So Catherine Cortez Masto is leading by about 9 points. We're still waiting for votes to come in there. It's going to be a long counting process in Nevada, as it always is, but you know, she's leading by 9 points, so we're in a good spot so far. Also, it looks like Murkowski, with only 28% of the vote in, Lisa Murkowski is trailing another Republican. I don't know how to say her name. Shibaka, Kelly Shibaka, 46 to 40. So we'll see what happens in that race. Again, like, just very few votes are in right now, just 28%. So we're still waiting on more than 70% of the votes there. The House right now is basically tied. The projection is that it's tied. So right now, Republicans have flipped 11, Democrats have flipped 5. That's an 8-seat gain for Republicans. So obviously Democrats have, a 4 or 5 seat majority right now. So they can afford to give up 4 seats, something like that. So we'll see what happens. We're waiting on a bunch of races to get called out in New York and in California. Jared Golden looks to be in pretty good shape in Maine. That was an endangered seat that the Democrats are trying to hold on to right now. So we'll continue to watch those seats. Republicans just gained a few of them, so they're in pretty decent shape, but it really does look like a complete stalemate in the House. So we'll see what happens on the House front. Good news in governor races is that Tony Evers will remain governor in Wisconsin. Gretchen Whitmer will remain governor in Michigan. Democrats have flipped the governor seats in Maryland and Massachusetts, meaning they have Democratic trifectas in both of those states that they didn't have before, because those states were led by Republican governors, Larry Hogan and Charlie Baker. Both of those replaced by Democrats. So right now, as far as governors are concerned, Republicans lost with Tim Michels in Wisconsin. They lost with Tudor Dixon in Michigan. They lost with Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania. They lost with Dan Cox in Maryland, and they lost with Lee Zeldin in New York. So maybe there's a lesson in there about running election deniers. I don't know. That one's for the geniuses to figure out. So we'll see what happens. Time to plug my phone in. Okay. Okay. People are asking about Mandela Barnes, his chances in Wisconsin. Mandela Barnes does have a chance to win in Wisconsin, but he's back 1.5% right now. it's a tough spot to be. There's about 23% of the vote, 22% of the vote still outstanding in Milwaukee. That is a county that that Mandela Barnes, that the Democrats are running 40 points ahead in. So depending on how many votes remain out in Wisconsin, we'll let's see. I wonder if we can figure it out. There's no way I can figure out math right now, but
yeah, so we got the early and mail vote from Clark County, and then just coming in the last few minutes, we got Washoe County. This is where Reno is. This is the early and the mail-in vote, basically through the weekend. So you see in the Senate race here in Washoe County, Cortez Masto leading that, gets an early jump there of 50.2%. And again, we continue to see a split there, where Sisolak, the incumbent Democratic governor, running about 1.5 points behind her. What it adds up to statewide is Sisolak, in what's been counted so far, a 7-point advantage. What's been counted so far in the Senate race, a 9-point advantage for Catherine Cortez Masto. Also significantly in Nevada, we told you there's those 3 House seats. And since we're talking about House control, let's check in. Remember, Democrats broke up the 1st congressional district in an effort to try to shore up the 3rd district. Susie Lee, Democratic incumbent, 2/3 of the vote. You can see she's leading there. This is the 1st district that they broke up, Dina Titus's district, more than 60% of the vote in. And they were also attempting to shore up the 4th district, where Stephen Horsford is the representative. So again, more than 60% of the vote, 60% plus of the vote counted, and the Democrats with some pretty significant legs up so far in the counting there. If that holds, that gamble for Democrats will have paid off in Nevada. They needed to pay off because we are seeing here, to just give you a little bit more of a sense here on the House side, again, these are Democratic seats that Republicans flipped. They need a net gain of 5. You can see on this page there are 7 right now that they flipped that were won by Trump. There's an 8th there in New Jersey, a 9th in Virginia too, and this is where where Democrats have a problem, I would say, at this hour in the Senate and on the House side, and that should go around all of those 5 New York-based Democratic districts where they are running into varying degrees of trouble here. To give you an example, this is the chairman of the DCCC, Sean Patrick Maloney. I mean, the irony of this, on a night when his party is doing so much better in the House than expected, he is really in danger, serious danger of losing this race. The 3rd district here, look at this, George Santos. Again, this district is a Democratic district on Long Island, Nassau County. Biden won it by 8. George Santos, a lot of folks looked at him and thought he was a weak candidate here, but he is built a pretty solid lead there. Next door in the 4th, about 90% plus in here. Again, look at this. This was a Biden plus 15 district. It's a very interesting dynamic here because, yeah, Kathy Hochul has been reelected governor of New York, but Lee Zeldin has done really well on Long Island. And Lee Zeldin's done really well when you get into the Hudson Valley, when you get into the Catskills, when you get into the southern tier. And the Democrats are in danger of losing a bunch of seats in New York. These would all be Republican gains if they break the Republican way. So that's an incredible irony. The DCCC chairman could lose his own seat in his own state, which is a normally very blue state, could end up being, so far tonight, the single most costly thing Democrats have endured when it comes to the House. They're overperforming in so many other places, but not in the results we're seeing in New York. Look at this, look how close this one is. Pat Ryan, who won that special election this summer, a 686 vote margin. So there's an opportunity for Republicans to post a number of gains here in New York. And again, what that underscores is all those seats out west in California we talked about. The Democrats, there's a half a dozen Republican seats Democrats think they could have a shot at. They're really, they're in a situation potentially after New York where they might have to run the table in those California seats. Yeah, one we haven't even, this is a pretty, yeah, and look at this margin with 88% of the vote counted here. Now let's take a look. We have the remaining vote. You could see a lot of vote still to come in Johnson County. Now, Johnson County is like a quarter of the vote in the entire state here. This is, Overland Park. This is bedroom community of Kansas City on the Kansas side. And also right next door, vote to cut. So it's some core Democratic areas here. Still Shawnee County, where Topeka is. Again, Kelly's doing very well in these counties. There's a lot of votes still to come in those counties. So there is an opportunity for her. There's a scattered opportunity here for Schmidt in these small rural Republican counties that can add up. But there are still some big places here where Kelly can gain votes here. And again, statewide, she leads by just under 20,000 votes, nearly 90% in.
Okay. So I have to figure out how much time New York can count these absentee ballots. Let me check real quick. Ooh, I am getting tired. I don't know how long this stream has been going right now. It's 11 o'clock Pacific, 2 o'clock East Coast. Oh, looks like so we were 26 hours. That sounds about right. I think I have been going for about 26 hours. Oh, let's see. Washington. I think we may have some update in Washington. Let's check that out. House races in Washington. Here we go. We still have 3 races that are not called. So let's take a look at these races. Ooh, there's not enough votes in yet to call any of these races, I don't think. But all of them trending in Democrats' direction. 59% of the vote in Washington's 3rd. Democrats leading 52.6. 57% of the vote in Washington's 8th. Democrat leads 52.7. And Washington's 10th, the Democrat leads 56.9 with 58% of the vote in. So all looking good in Washington so far. Oh, okay. So I was looking to see when they'll count New York votes. So let's see. Okay. So, for New York races, ballots must be postmarked by today, and they must be received by the local board of election no later than November 15th. Military voter ballots can be received no later than November 21st. So, depending on how close these races are, we can still see a week before we'll get any of these results in New York. So, mail ballots obviously skew heavily Democratic. We will we'll see how many votes are outstanding. Obviously, for a lot of these races, when the AP or NBC is going to call these races, they know how many votes are still outstanding in these districts, and if there's enough that they can impact the outcome of the race, they'll hold off on calling these races. But otherwise, they'll call them. But obviously, mail ballots skew overwhelmingly Democratic, so this could be a red mirage situation in New York, where we're until we get the majority of these ballots coming in, we'll see a Republican lead that continues to be chipped away at, which, by the way, is the same thing that we'll see in California. So I'm not worried about California. As I mentioned before, after midterms in 2018, which was the first midterm cycle with Trump in power, Democrats were super amped up. We had won 26 seats by the end of election night. And by the time all was said and done, it ended up being 40 seats. So just in that extra week or so after the ballots were actually counted from mostly Orange County, California, we picked up 14 extra seats. So allow those mail ballots to come in, allow that red mirage to dissipate, and we'll see what happens. For people asking just like a lay of the land right now, the House did not flip. We are pretty much tied right now in terms of the projections of what's going to happen in the House. A lot of it's going to depend on what happens with a bunch of races in New York, and a lot of it's going to depend on what's going to happen with a lot of these races in California. So we'll see what happens. Right now, I believe that Republicans have an 8-seat gain, a net 8-seat gain. Oh, it looks like the stream has concluded. Let me see what else I can find here. Okay, let me see what I could find here. There we go. We're back. Whew. So as I was saying, I believe that Republicans have a net 8-seat gain in the House right now. Democrats have a 4 or 5 seat majority in the House, so we can afford to lose a few seats. We can't afford to lose 8 if we want to hold on to the House. But for right now, it's not a big deal because we have so many seats still outstanding. Democrats do have to run the table and perform really well if we want any chance of holding the House. But we've been pretty successful thus far at holding on to a bunch of seats and even flipping a bunch of seats that were major pickup opportunities for Republicans. Let's see if we have any other races being called right now. Kevin McCarthy is on Fox declaring victory, or not? He's on Fox is broadcasting him declaring victory. I'll play his audio real quick. What a clown. Here we go. This is Kevin McCarthy's audio.
Now let me tell you, you're out late. But when you wake up tomorrow, we will be in the majority and Nancy Pelosi will be in the minority. Yeah.
Look at this guy declaring victory. We're not going to have results for like at least a week. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's just these people are just wish casting very hard. But in any case, we'll see what happens with the House as these races continue. Let me see if I can find any other races that have been called. Ooh, a big race. Indiana's first has been called for Democrats. That was a major race, a major pickup opportunity for Republicans. Indiana's first congressional district. A big pickup opportunity for Republicans. Democrats have hung on. So that's some good news. see what else we've got. I'm going to play Fetterman's victory speech for you. I know a lot of people have been asking about Fetterman. I think it's worth listening to his victory speech right now. I can't play it, but just listen to it.
I'm so humbled. Thank you so much. Really. Thank you. Thank you. Like what is it? It's like 1:30 in the morning and you're still here hanging in? We launched this campaign almost 2 years ago, and we had our slogan. It's on every one of those signs right now. Every county, every vote. Every county, every vote. And that's exactly what happened. We jammed them up.
He sounds great, by the way. Sounds legit good.
We held the line.
So that was Fetterman. Legitimately, objectively sounds really good. I interviewed John Fetterman on this channel about a week before the debate, and he sounded great on my channel as well. I don't believe Oz has conceded yet. I would be stunned if Oz has conceded already. In any case, I think this is a good opportunity then for some shameless self-promotion. If you haven't subscribed to this channel, please subscribe. It's been like an hour since I asked. So if you want to support me and these streams, I'll continue to host this kind of stuff as we continue to wait for the election results to come in. But if you want to support me, all I ask is that you subscribe to this channel. It doesn't cost anything. I don't charge for it or anything like that. So so please just throw me a subscribe. That is a huge help to me, and I would really appreciate it. Let's check in on Lauren Boebert, and let's see how that race is going. Okay, Colorado's 3rd congressional district, 84% of the vote in. Lauren Boebert trails 48.7 to 51.3. I am so tired, I legitimately don't know what that differential is. 51.3 minus 48.7. 2.6. So actually, ironically enough, Adam Frisch has extended his lead by 1/10 of a point over Lauren Boebert as they've continued to count these votes. That is wild to me. He extended his lead. He's now leading Lauren Boebert by 7,000 votes in that district. There's 16% left to count. Man, that is wild. All right, let's take a look at some other races. The Senate right now, we're looking at Georgia. Raphael Warnock continues to lead Herschel Walker 49.1 to 48.8, so 0.3 of a point. There is 4% of the vote remaining. Don't think we've gotten any new numbers in Georgia. In Wisconsin, Mandela Barnes continues to trail Ron Johnson by 1.5, 1.6%. 7% of the vote remaining still. It doesn't look like we've gotten any new numbers from there either. So those numbers remain the same. Looks like we have some numbers from Nevada. Catherine Cortez Masto's lead has shrunk 51.1 to 46.1. So she still has about a 5-point lead over Adam Laxalt in Nevada in the Senate race. About 2/3 of the vote are now in the state. You can see on the screen right here, Steve Sisolak is running about a point, maybe a point and a half behind Catherine Cortez Masto. So hopefully he can eke out a win as well. But we've got about 60% of the vote, 62% of the vote in Nevada. And then the last one is Arizona, where Democrats have been performing pretty strongly tonight. Mark Kelly is leading Blake Masters 57 to 40, so about a 17-point lead. In the gubernatorial race in Arizona, Katie Hobbs is leading Carrie Lake 55.5 to 44.5. So about 11 points ahead. And there's about half of the votes are in right now. So still a lot of votes left to come in Arizona. So we'll continue to watch that. Key governor races that we're continuing to watch are Arizona, where we look like we're in pretty good shape, 11 points ahead with about half the votes counted. Nevada, Steve Sisolak, who's running, you can see that on the screen right now, running about 3 points up, so tight. So we'll see what happens with that. And Oregon, where a spoiler candidate has about 9% of the vote, but the Democrat is still running 1.5 points. Democrat Tina Kotek is running 1.5 points ahead of Christine Drazan in that state, and Betsy Johnson has about 9% of that vote. But all of them look to be in pretty decent shape if you're a Democrat right now. So we'll continue to watch all of this stuff. Let me just check. John Ralston from Nevada is usually the go-to guy, so let's see what he has to say. So Republicans have pretty good election day numbers, eating into Democratic leads that came from Clark County firewalls from early votes. Yeah. So I'm not sure how this is going to turn out, but Republicans are doing quite well in rural areas of Nevada. Looks like we might get an update from Kornacki, possibly not.
Yeah, I guess a couple of things. Maybe the place to start here is Nevada, where some more vote is coming in just in the last few minutes. This is Clark County. This is like 70% of the state here. And what just came in was the same day vote in Clark County, which was advantageous to Adam Laxalt, the Republican. So what you see here, that was the Clark County number. He's cut the gap to single digits there. He'd initially trailed by more than 10 points. And what that's done as well is it's cut the statewide gap here. Catherine Cortez Masto, the incumbent, 50.9%. Laxalt, her Republican challenger, about 4.5 points behind her. Also, notably, a bit of this continues to come in, a bit of a split here between the Senate race and the governor's race. In the governor's race, Steve Sisolak, the incumbent's leading. His margin, though, only 2.5 points statewide. I think we might have just got, we have Washoe County. This is the early and mail vote. This is the Reno area. These two counties, Reno and Clark, represent the vast majority of the state here. And again, Cortez Masto getting 50% out of that early and mail vote from Washoe County. In the governor's race, you can see, again, Sisolak not quite as much here. The significance of this Nevada race, obviously, to battle for control of the Senate is we've had one change of party control in a state tonight, and that is Pennsylvania. Democrats win the Pennsylvania Senate race. That's a gain. That's D+1. So just looking at the Senate control math right now, remember they came into the night 50-50, and 50-50 is good enough for Democrats to control the Senate with Kamala Harris breaking the tie. So what is left for Republicans at this point, what that means is not only do they need to find a win in a Democratic seat to offset the gain the Democrats made in Pennsylvania, they need a second win somewhere else to get to 51 and to control the Senate. So where could they get it? Well, let's just go through them quickly now to show you where they stand. In Wisconsin, right now, Ron Johnson holding on to a 40,000 vote lead. There are still some Republican areas with some votes left. I think of the states I just showed you on the map, Republicans may feel best about where Wisconsin stands right now. If Johnson wins, it just means Republicans hold the seat. If Johnson loses somehow in that final batch of votes there in Wisconsin, that's just devastating to Republicans, because then that would be a loss of 2 Republican-held seats. So they need Johnson to hang on there, and then that would bring it to Georgia, to Arizona, and to Nevada. And essentially, Republicans would need to win 2 of those 3, or Democrats would retain control of the Senate. So where do those stand? In Georgia, we are inching closer to 100% of the vote here, now up to 96. And look at this, the gap here between Herschel Walker, Raphael Warnock continues to hover just over 10,000 votes, with, critically, that Libertarian candidate Chase Oliver getting 2%. Neither candidate, Warnock nor Walker, at 50%. And if no one goes above 50%, they have a runoff election on December 6th. That looms as a very real possibility in Georgia. Then you take a look at Arizona, where, again, we get big batches of early vote that was dropped off till right before the weekend in Maricopa County, in Pima County. We're starting to get the same-day vote. You see the Democrats jump to a big lead with those initial batches of early vote. Now the question is the same-day vote, and it's going to be reported out apparently hourly from Maricopa overnight. You want to see, are Republicans able to make this competitive with that early vote, with that same-day vote? But we're not going to get an answer, I think, in Arizona for a little while, and it's true in Nevada as well. The counting can take days in both of those states. But basically, Republicans are in a position where they need Johnson to hang on in Wisconsin, and then they need 2 out of these 3, and there is the possibility of a December 6th runoff in Georgia. So if you had a scenario where Johnson hung on, where Republicans won Nevada and where Georgia went to a runoff, then we'd be in a situation where Senate control would come down to the Georgia runoff, and we wouldn't know the answer until December 6th. Well, the issue in Alaska is it's 2 Republicans who are, and you're starting to see the numbers come in here, Kelly Shabaka, Lisa Murkowski. They're going to do this ranked choice voting instant runoff that'll take place later. But you could see right away that it's 2 Republicans gobbling up almost 90% of the vote. What we got in, it's not all in, no. You could see about 80%. What we got from Milwaukee, though, was usually at the very end of the night or close to it, the absentee, the mail vote comes in. And we got that a little while ago. Barnes won it. It was something on the order of 55,000 to 7,000, something like that. So banked a huge chunk of votes from that. And you see in some of these other counties here, core Republican counties right outside Milwaukee, there's also vote to come. There's a lot of pockets here where Johnson can also gain votes here and potentially offset what Barnes gets out of Milwaukee. Barnes is not over yet. This hasn't been called, but Johnson can point to some things here that are promising for him. And again, this is a state where the governor's race has already been called for the Democrat. Tony Evers has been reelected, so you do see Johnson outperforming the Republican gubernatorial candidate by about 3 points.
Okay. So it looks like there's some numbers in Clark County. So let's check out what's going on in Nevada. Cortez Masto, 62% of the vote in, so about 2/3 of the vote in. She's still holding on 51% to 46%. A little bit more tenuous is the gubernatorial race. Steve Sisolak is only up 49.5 to 47, so he has a 2.5 point lead. So we'll see where the rest of we're not getting any of the votes in yet from Elko or Eureka or Lander counties. And we have 70, almost 3/4 of the vote in from Clark County. That's Vegas, and Washoe County, which I believe Reno is in. So we'll see what happens on those races right now as we continue to get those results in. I think, let's see. Okay, so Jason just asked, explain how the runoff in Georgia is going to work. Is the Libertarian not involved? Correct. The runoff would be the top 2 vote getters. If somebody doesn't hit the 50% threshold tonight, then the top 2 vote getters go to a runoff. So that runoff will be obviously Warnock and Walker, and then the winner of that runoff, which would be on December 6th, would win outright. But in order to prevent the runoff from even happening, one of these guys has to surpass that 50% threshold. Right now, just looking at the Senate, Warnock has 49.1, Herschel Walker has 48.8. So yes, Warnock is winning, but unless he hits that 50% threshold, we're going to a runoff on December 6th. The good news is that Democrats have built a little bit of a firewall by virtue of flipping Pennsylvania's Senate seat. So we can afford to lose one. I mean, unless we're looking to get that 52 vote threshold so that we could eliminate the filibuster. But in that case, we would have to win in Wisconsin and then win outright in Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So we'd have to basically sweep at this point because we lost those toss-ups in North Carolina and Ohio. Those are tough races to lose. Yeah, I believe I got a comment here that on MSNBC that said Vance was the only Trump-backed candidate that has won so far. I think that's right. I know he's got like Carrie Lake, who's fighting for her life in Arizona. A number of other candidates who are fighting for their lives right now, but we're not going to know. We're not going to know probably for a few days for a lot of these races. Okay, so it is almost 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. I wonder who's here, who's watching from the East Coast. I can't imagine there's a ton of you watching from the East Coast. If there are, I would say I think you should get some sleep. We'll find out in a few seconds how many people are watching from the East Coast. While you respond to that, I'm going to look and see how Lauren Boebert is doing. Oh, we do have some East Coasters in here. Man. We do have some East Coasters. Damn, New York, Tennessee, New Jersey, Virginia. Chat is moving too fast for me to even see. Florida. Sweden. So, not exactly the East Coast. Way further east than the East Coast. Maine, Pittsburgh. Damn, chat's moving pretty fast. Boston, Delaware. Well, thank you for tuning in. Damn, it is late. It is late. India. That's way east. Way east. Okay. Let's see what's happening in the great state of Colorado. Michigan State Senate flips. First time in 40 years. See, for all you people that stayed up, that's some big news. First time in 40 years, Michigan State Senate has flipped. That is big news for Democrats. I had Mallory McMorrow on my show about 2 weeks ago. That's what she was working on. Like this rising Democratic star. She was like solely focused on flipping the state Senate in Michigan. That is a big deal. Okay, Colorado's 3rd congressional district. 86% in. Lauren Boebert is down 49.1 to 50.9. So closing the gap a little bit, 14% of the vote remaining, and she is down 50.9 to 49.1. So that is a 1.8% difference. I'm not sure that Democrats are going to be able to take it, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. If anything, it's just nice to know that somewhere out there, Lauren Boebert is squirming. I find some consolation in that, at the very least. And just for the fun of it, let's see if we have any other. It doesn't look like we have any other races being called right now. I presume that we aren't going to get a ton of results. Tonight. Speaking of Mallory McMorrow, they just announced 1 minute ago that she has won re-election in State Senate District 8. So that's a win for Democrats there as well. But it's the state Senate, but still important. Right now, the Senate. Okay, so the House. You need 218 votes for a majority. Right now, it's being projected 216 to 219 in Republicans' favor, give or take 13 seats, which basically says that it's a toss-up. That's what they're saying there. So that Michigan State Senate flipping is the big news right now. First time that's happened since 1983. That is a big deal. Let's see. Let me go to the chat here and see if anybody had questions. Somebody mentioned that California's 41st, which I believe is Will Rollins, if I'm not mistaken. Democrat. Let me see. The House. California's 41st. Is that Will Rollins, if I'm not mistaken? Yes, Will Rollins is leading Ken Calvert with 27% of the vote in. I'm not really looking too closely at these California races because we have a ton of ballots that still need to be counted. I think they can accept votes for like at least 7 days that are postmarked by today as they continue to trickle in. People overwhelmingly vote by mail in California. I dropped my ballot off 2 days ago in a drop box in California. People are going to throw them in the mail. They're going to take days and days, so they'll be accepting them until next week. It's a similar situation from what we're looking at in New York, where hopefully the numbers that we're seeing right now are more indicative of votes cast by Republicans, and as those mail ballots continue to trickle in, hopefully we see something of a red mirage kind of dissipate as the Democratic votes get counted. You know that it's bad when the stream, when we've been going so long that the stream on on MSNBC actually ends. I think that'll pop back up in a moment. While we wait for that stream to come back, I would please ask, if you are just tuning in or if you're not subscribed to my channel, please subscribe. That is the best way to support what I do. I think I'm like 8 hours into this live stream right now, 7 hours, something like that. So all I ask is for you to hit the subscribe button. It doesn't cost anything. Doesn't look like we're gonna get that back necessarily. So let me go full on me right now. But if that comes back, I'll know and I'll hear it and I'll go back to the screen. So again, if you haven't yet subscribed, please, please, please hit the subscribe button. I'll continue to cover these midterm election races as we continue to get more results in. So if you want to follow along and hear about these results as they come in, please subscribe so that you can be alerted when I do go live. Let's see if I could find a stream. So let me see if we're getting any other results in anyway. Janet Mills wins the governor race. Democrat beats LePage, who was a big piece of shit. Republican, who was the previous governor way back when. Super big Trump ally. Oh, looks like we have Hillary Schalton wins her House seat. Flipped a Michigan House seat. That is some big news. Let's go to Michigan, see if we have any other results. Big night in Michigan for Democrats. That's House seat number Michigan's third congressional district. Hillary Schalton has won. That's a big win for Democrats. That's a flip, eating into the Republicans' lead of Republicans have a net 8-seat gain. Now it'll be 7 because of that Hillary Schalton win. So that's a big deal. Decision Desk has called the race for Ron Johnson. I believe that's the only outlet that's called it for Ron Johnson right now. Let me check. Missouri has legalized marijuana. I'm still trying to find any information that I can on Ron Johnson. Let me see if I could find a... Let's see.
Surprise at Democrats exceeding their own expectations for this election. I think that if we're being honest with ourselves as Democrats, a part of the reality here is that the Republicans overreached. They appointed some extreme candidates who just didn't sit well with the electorate. The Dobbs decision ended up, I think, reverberating.
So this is just some analysis here.
So it's a good night for Democrats, but maybe not.
So I'm gonna mute that for right now, because it looks like it's just analysis. In the meantime, let me see if I can find if anybody else has called the Senate race In Wisconsin, it's still too close to call. So we have no update from NBC. We just have that one outlet, Decision Desk, is calling Wisconsin for Ron Johnson. But don't count Mandela Barnes out yet. We still have a lot of returns to come in. So, is ABC News calling it for Ron Johnson right now? Will somebody let me know? Okay, so ABC is not called. So Johnson's race is still a toss-up. They haven't called the race. None of the major outlets have called that Senate race for Ron Johnson. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that one. We have no AP call or anything like that. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a quick rundown and then call it for tonight. So a quick rundown of what we're looking at right now. In the Senate, we are still too close to call in Georgia. Raphael Warnock is leading by 0.3%, so that's good news for Raphael Warnock. In Wisconsin, we're down. Mandela Barnes is down 1.6%. We have flipped the seat in Pennsylvania. John Fetterman has won that seat. Arizona is too close to call, but Mark Kelly is winning by 15 points with about half the votes in. Catherine Cortez Masto is winning by about 3% of the votes with 2/3 of the votes in. So we continue to watch those races right now. Because we have that bumper because of winning Pennsylvania, we can afford to lose a couple seats to Republicans. They basically have to sweep what's left to be in control. So that's good news for Democrats. The House is pretty much tied at this point. In projections, I believe Democrats have flipped 6. Republicans have flipped 11. That's a net 7-seat gain. There's still a ton of seats left to get the results in. We have ballots that are going to continue to arrive for mail-in votes in New York and mail-in votes in California for like a week now. So we'll continue to keep an eye on those. And as far as gubernatorial races right now, Republicans have won governor's races in Texas, where Greg Abbott defeated Beto O'Rourke. Brian Kemp has defeated Stacey Abrams. But Josh Shapiro beat Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania, so that's good. Kathy Hochul won in New York. Tony Evers won in Wisconsin. Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer defeated Tudor Dixon. New Mexico, we kept it. Jared Polis won in Colorado. We're waiting on results in Nevada, where Steve Sisolak is only up by about 1.2%, with 2/3 of the vote in. And Katie Hobbs is leading Carrie Lake with about half the vote in by 11 points. So for all of those people saying that it was going to be some red wave in Arizona and that Katie Hobbs was too weak and Carrie Lake was a sure thing, it's not really panning out as of right now. So that's where we stand as of right now. So with that said, I would just ask one last time, if you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please throw me a subscribe. I'll continue to carry to cover this election as we continue to get more votes. We're going to have to wait several days to find out what happens with a lot of these mail-in ballots in New York and California, as well as the votes as they continue to come in states like Nevada and Arizona. So I'll keep an eye on those. Subscribe to this channel so that you can be alerted when I go live. And I'll try to jump on tomorrow morning as soon as we have some more information. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you to the people who stuck around for like 7 hours. Appreciate you tuning in here. I know there's a lot of different options in terms of where you can watch this coverage. So I appreciate you sticking with me. And we'll take it back tomorrow. Get a good night's rest, everybody. Thanks again.